shit. Get my mic over here. Mic working? Yes. Cam working? No. Yes. Okay. Welcome to the stream. I think everything's working today. Yeah. Good morning, Grace. I know where Grace is. She's streaming today. She's streaming something I actually want to watch, but of course, it's the same time I'm streaming. She's going to review the female lol cows, which will be... I'll definitely got to watch that after my stream ends. What's up, Laughing Cedar? In Thorpe World, we had the... Oh, geez. That's my bad. Sorry, I had my volume turned up. What... Provo is streaming today, I think. He's doing his tarot card reading. What else is going on? Oh, Rich from Healthy Family Force this morning, he did a little mini rant about Prancess, called him pathetic. And then he did he talked about Ava, what the deal was with Ava meeting up, or potentially meeting up with Ava when she was in Las Vegas. And Rich said that there was never a plan to meet up with Ava, and that he believes that she wants him to, she wants to be pursued by Rich, basically. Oh, Provo finished? I saw he was doing a tarot stream. But I clipped those 2 Rich segments, so I'll have those up after my stream's over. I'll be right back. I'm sorry to do this at the beginning of the stream. I got to grab a lighter. Oop, okay, sorry about that. I think I'm all set up now. So while we're doing a wrestling stream, I wanted to talk about the issues with the last stream on Friday. If you weren't here yesterday, what happened was the stream about Memphis on Friday got taken down because of Jeff Jarrett. Essentially, Anthem, who owns TNA, made a vignette about Jeff Jarrett and used the footage of Jeff Jarrett getting beat up as the referee in that vignette package, which means that YouTube sees that in that video that's owned by Anthem, and they assume that Anthem owns the rights to it, which they don't. But I can't fight Anthem, right? So we have some possibilities. We can continue on with 1986 Memphis, and I'm fine with that. I'm having a great time with it. But if we hit another moment like this, if there's a Jeff Jarrett segment that gets shut down, I'm just going to hit next episode, and hopefully that'll put the stream back up. But if you don't want to go through that hassle, we can go back in time to 1984, which is really, really good Memphis. Tons of pre-WWF guys. Or we can move forward in time to 1991 USWA. I'm fine with any of those options. I don't give a shit if they take the stream down. It doesn't bother me. I want to get a stream back up again. But it doesn't bother me that they shut it down. So I don't mind pushing forward and seeing what happens in 86 Memphis. Because it doesn't hurt my channel when that happens. It's not like a strike or anything like that. So there's no negative consequences other than the stream coming down. The lighter is the most important part. Yeah, I've got to clean my one hitter. That's why I'm stalling for time. I don't want to start the stream till I can get high. But in any event, I feel like we have a lot of options for episodic wrestling. We'll figure out what works. There's also the idea that if for some reason, a couple months from now, we've hit a brick wall on content, we can just one day a week, I can stream over on Twitch and we won't have any issues at all. I've streamed Hollywood movies on Twitch and all kinds of shit. And if they ban me again, who gives a shit? They ban me every fucking 6 months anyway. So, those are the options. We'll figure it out closer to the time. And I don't know, if this by some chance gets copyright claimed, I've got a backup video ready of a hot girl making a Wagyu steak sandwich. But that's only to hold us over while I load up something else. But I'll put on something else wrestling if this gets taken down. But I'm optimistic that it won't. I saw in 1984 Memphis that it had like King Kong Bundy. I don't know why I was like, I've got to see these King Kong Bundy matches. Like, I don't know. Maybe I remember King Kong Bundy being a better wrestler than he was. People still be on Twitch. I agree. I mean, nobody watches me. It's much harder to build an audience there. But if it means being able to watch wrestling together once a week, like, I'm willing to go to Twitch for whoever's willing to come over. But I'm confident that we can get it working. And if we keep wrestling going, then we can do like movie nights on Twitch and do whatever the fuck we want to. So I've got a couple legally licensed movies to watch here, but it'd be nice to be able to just do whatever we wanted to without all this like oppressive copyright. Why are they coming after Fusion? It's all automatic, unfortunately, south to west. It wasn't like nobody reported or anything like that. It was just an automatic takedown from Anthem. So I mean, it's not a big deal. We could also watch Mid-South on Twitch, which would be nice. Anyway, today I found a compilation of a couple hours of the Jerry Lawler Show. I don't really know much about it. It looks like it's just like a little localized talk show. So it should be of interest to like, obviously wrestling fans, but also the people who like the public access shows. I think it should be okay. All right, I got weed. All right, I'm going to start it, and then I'm going to run and grab my ashtray. I always forget one thing, so I'll be right back.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the first edition of the Jerry Lawler Show. We got quite an exciting half hour for you, and we want you to stay tuned for it. As a matter of fact, get on the telephone, call a friend, and say, Jerry Lawler Show is on the air right now. We got all kinds of things for you today. We're going to be having the wrestlers answer your letters. We're going to make a phone call to one of you people out there today. We're going to have, of course, our special guest in a one-on-one interview here with us today, Austin Idol. And we're going to be talking to Handsome Jimmy Valiant, the Fabulous Ones. We're going to cover the big karate championship match with Anthony Elmore. And we're even going to have an interview with one of the bad guys today. All of that and me, Jerry Lawler, in the next half hour. You stay tuned, okay? And we'll be back with it right after this.
So this is the first edition of the show. That's kind of neat. And I don't know for sure, but it's labeled as 1983.
I like it. Each week at this time, we're going to do what we call a one-on-one interview, where you get a chance to meet the wrestlers and know them a little bit better, and we're going to show you a different side of them.
Also, YouTube, please note, it's been 8 minutes and 14 seconds before I got high, so this is not harmful content at the beginning.
And what you see every Saturday on television. Find out that some of these guys aren't quite as strange as they seem every Saturday, or some of them are a little bit stranger. The man we have with us today is one of the biggest stars in wrestling anywhere. None other than Austin Idol.
See, this is what the Vegas trip should have been. I was thinking, oh, for sure, this show will be safe to show. Here comes the copyrighted music right out of the gate.
My temperature is running high.
got Jimmy Valiant, the Boogie Woogie Man. We haven't seen him, I don't think, on any of the Memphis stuff. He might have been in Mid-Atlantic at the time.
Can't you see we're wasting time? Yeah. Do you wanna cut? Do you wanna cut? Do you wanna cut? Say out. Do you wanna cut? Do you wanna cut? Do you wanna cut? Say out.
The sexy, steamy, sultry Austin
Wow, what an introduction from Jerry Lawler, the sexy Austin Idol.
Idol, and we have him here with us in the studio today. That was quite a piece of video there.
I was very impressed with it, and as a matter of fact, Jerry, I want to come right out here in front at the outset of this interview and just say it's really a pleasure to be here, and I'm just tickled pink to be the first guest on your first show.
Well, naturally, I'm glad to have you here because they asked me. They said, "Who would you want to have as your first guest?" And naturally, my partner, Austin Idol. Now, if somebody had come to me a couple of years ago and said, "You and Austin Idol will someday be doing a television talk show together," I would have thought they were pretty far out. But here we are, and I'm glad to have you here. And what do you want to talk about? Now, this is. This is a segment we're going to do a one-on-one interview. They don't want me to pull in.
I love this set. Oh my God, I love this set. This is actually really similar to what I'm going to be reading Ben's mom's book at, only I have like these leather kind of red chairs that look like kind of like lawyer chairs, I guess you'd call them. They're going to sit, but they're going to be like, they're going to be turned out. So like I'm going to be, each person would be like facing the camera more at more of an angle, like angled more toward the camera. But then there's like the table and the fake plants. It's going to be, I like this set a lot.
Any punches, the people
Very like 80s public access.
want to get to know the real Austin Idol during this time. Now, we don't have a lot of time to do this. We're going to have to get down and the real meat of the personality here. So first of all, we saw the footage there of the Las Vegas, the showgirls, the gambling casinos, that kind of thing. Now, let me preface this by saying sometimes the wrestlers say they're from someplace when they're not actually from there. But are you from Las Vegas, Nevada?
Well, actually, Jerry, I'm glad you answered that.
Gosh, I wonder if Austin Idol is from Las Vegas.
Ask me that question. Actually, I'm from Yugoslavia, but
Is that right?
No, I certainly am from Las Vegas. I'm right outside of Las Vegas, Lake Mead, Nevada, and of course, I'm sure you've heard of it. And I don't know how many people in our viewing audience have, but
Lake Mead. I know Lake Mead well. Now that would qualify
place.
as being Las Vegas, wouldn't it?
Yes, it is definitely Las Vegas.
Okay. Well, now another thing. Don't bother about what I'm doing here. I'm just going to do a little bit of sketching. Another thing that we're going to have on the show is each week I'm going to draw a caricature of my special guest, and I'll possibly give this to you.
I assume probably like everybody here probably is aware, but Jerry Lawler was like a world-class artist. Like he'd make all kinds of like wrestling artwork and stuff. So was Bret Hart. He made a lot of funny drawings. But Lawler's way better than Bret Hart, in my opinion, as an artist.
At the end of the show, it's just sort of a little present for being on here. Okay?
A token?
A token of appreciation for you being on here. So I'm going to draw, but I'm going to listen to you talk. Now, as I said earlier, we had asked the viewers to send in some questions, and we got a lot of mail about Austin Idol. And one of the main questions was, is Austin Idol married?
Well, Jerry, that's a very easy question for me to answer. Of course I'm not married, simply for the reason that, I know in the past, since I've been in this area and a lot of other areas that I've wrestled in, a lot of people, when they look at the Idol, they say, that Austin Idol, he's got a big mouth, and sometimes he doesn't know when to shut it. Well, that may very well be true, but because I do a lot of boasting, and a lot of people think that I'm a braggart and I'm a little bit conceited, and I've got to admit, there's a camera on me now.
I can't get over this set. I love the set.
Oh, whew. even when I look at that face, I do get a little excited myself. But no, I'm not married, Jerry. I don't think it would be fair to the population of the female society, not only in the United States, but the entire world. I don't think it would be fair to them.
It wouldn't be fair to the women of the United States. It wouldn't be fair to all the rats, all the ring rats, if Austin Idol were married. That reminds me of one of my favorite lines ever is Tracy Smothers. And he kept his shirt on while he was wrestling toward the end of his career because he wasn't in as good a shape. And somebody asked that the crowd would like chant to take his shirt off, and he'd get on the mic and be like, "If I take my shirt off, the divorce rate in this nothing happening town will double overnight."
Okay, that's
No,
getting a little deep in here. But anyway, so to all the girls out there, that's Austin Idol would be classified as available then, right?
I'm certainly one of the most eligible bachelors in the world today.
Okay, I want to ask you something now. Of course, Austin and I talked before we went on the air. This is kind of a, I don't know if you'd say a touchy subject. You're not crazy about talking about this, but I just wanted to get it real quickly. February the 6th, 1975, you wrestled in Miami, Florida. You were flying on your way back home with 3 other wrestlers, and a plane crashed into the ocean. One of the wrestlers, Bobby Shane, was killed. You had severe injuries to your legs. They thought you'd never wrestle again, but you came out of that. And tell us just briefly about that, if you could.
Well, it was just one of those unfortunate circumstances, and just basically like you said, we'd wrestled in Miami Beach that particular evening. We were flying to Tampa, Florida in a small plane, and unfortunately we flew into some just horrendous weather conditions, and basically the plane crashed into the water. One wrestler was killed, Bobby Shane, who had quite a reputation as a wrestler, and 2 or 3 other people were injured real bad, and I was injured bad enough where I couldn't wrestle for about 6 months, Jerry. But fortunately, I guess the man upstairs and the physical condition I was in, here I am.
And you are back. And I might add, of all the partners that I've ever had, bar none, you've been there when I needed you, and you got to be classified as the best. And Austin Idol, I appreciate you being here. You're going to stick around with us the rest of the day. And this is just a real quick sketch now here. If you can get a shot of that, how you like that, huh?
I think that's fantastic, Jerry. I guess that's why you've got the reputation of being the artist that you're.
Oh, gee, thanks. Now we can really see it clear.
Sure.
Buddy?
I mean, it's a good-looking picture. You can barely see it, but, I mean, it looks good. Do you think he drew that just right then? That's actually really good if he drew it, like, just then.
Artist, do I have any potential at all? What do you?
I think so. Okay. I really think so.
Okay, thanks.
Look out, Michelangelo.
That's right. Now, this is yours for being here. Thanks a lot, Austin. We got
Appreciate
more
it,
to come on the Jerry Lawler Show. You stay with us, okay? We'll be back right after this word.
This is kind of like that old, remember that old show TNT that Vince hosted? This is like that show, but this is like unbelievably chill. That show was real over the top and like promotional, and this is like a fake version of a shoot thing. It's like a kayfabe of kayfabe.
Here are 50.
Well, we enjoyed talking to Austin Idol. We're going to have to talk to some.
Oh my God, look at this. He's got the TV monitor, the table with the ashtray, and the phone. This is great. This is like the original podcasts.
Buddy, now that, well, I don't know if we're going to enjoy it or not. They told me when I got to do this show that we're going to have to give the bad guys equal time. So that's what we're going to do now. Now.
Okay, so that's an interesting gimmick, right? You have to observe the fairness doctrine and give the heels some screen time.
They said you're going to have to talk to one of the bad guys every week. And I said, well, I'm not having them in the same studio with me. So what we're going to do right now is talk to Jimmy Cornette.
Oh, my God. Perfect. Perfect.
A closed circuit. Well, there he is, Jimmy Cornette. I guess I have to welcome you to the show.
Oh, come on, Lawler. Come off it, please. And don't tell these
Oh, my gosh. Look how young he is here. 1983.
people that you requested I be in another studio. I requested I be in another studio because I wouldn't sit in the same one that you're in. That's exactly. I see you've spared no expense to have a cheap living room set and a cheap dining room set. I don't know where the bathroom and the kitchen are, but I don't know why you have a talk show in the first place, Lawler, because it's a dying medium anyway. All of them are folding up. And you, with as little personality as you've got, if you want to be Johnny Carson, go ahead. Ask me a question.
Well, I knew this wouldn't be a very pleasant experience, but we have to talk to you. One of the things I wanted to say was we've naturally heard from you that about all the money.
I think they made a figure of this. the green coat, the black shirt, and the white tie. I think Cornette issued a figure with this color scheme, I think.
Money that your mother has. Do you mind telling us, could you kind of let the wrestling fans, myself included, in on where you came about or where your mother came about this great fortune?
It's not really particularly any of your business, but if you have to insist on it, I'll tell you. You know, Memphis, Tennessee has a couple of newspapers, the Commercial Appeal and the Press Scimitar. Well, in Louisville, Kentucky, where I'm from, there are two newspapers also, the Courier-Journal and the Louisville Times. My father, among other publishing interests, just happened to be president of both of them. Does that answer your nosy question, Mr. Lawler?
Well, I guess it does. So, in other words, it's publishing, big publishing money that your mother now controls. Is that it?
You could say that. But
Okay,
what I want to talk about today, since this is the inaugural program of the Jerry Lawler Show, I'm sure soon to be alongside Gunsmoke and I Love Lucy as all those long-running television programs, is the first family of wrestling, a subject I'm sure that's near and dear to your heart. Because, Mr. Lawler, you see, that's why you have a TV show today. That's why you have radio shows. That's why you play softball a lot. Because the first family since I have joined Jimmy Hart.
Jimmy, excuse me for just a second. You did say one thing is right. This is the Jerry Lawler Show. And so I do have the privilege of cutting you off. And that's what we're going to do. But first, we don't want you to think, you know, you've got all that money. We don't want you to think that this is a cheap show. We have a gift for you for being on the show. And, well, this is it right here. It's a little button, and I hope you can read it. It says, "You're ugly, and your mother dresses you funny." Okay, Jimmy?
Oh, come
That's
Lawler, that is a
from
cheap
the Jerry
trick.
Lawler Show.
Gunsmoke, yeah.
That is a cheap...
This is great. I think this is a great show. It's just, I like how chill it is and how it has the same vibe as like the studio show. Like if you watch TNT, it had a much different vibe than like if you watched Madison Square Garden shows. Like this feels like it's just an extension, which it is, of the Memphis product. But they're like really, I like how close they are in like aesthetic and vibe.
Trick, Lawler. I'm never coming on this show again.
Well, we never want you on the show again. Anyway, that's our bad guy segment. And now we're going to take an opportunity to talk to somebody that would be a little more pleasant, I hope. We're going to take a chance to answer...
Can we get Tony Falk on the show?
...some of your viewer mail. And as we said before, if you've got...
That's why I don't want to leave 1986 wrestling Memphis, is because I feel like I'm so invested in Tony Falk and even that terrible cowboy Rick Casey.
Got a question just for any of the...
Speaking of Gunsmoke, they should have put Rick Casey on Gunsmoke.
...wrestlers. All you have to do is write to the Jerry Lawler Show, in care of Channel 5, and address it to any wrestler, and we'll make sure that they answer your question personally. And our question today is for the fabulous ones. It's from Jerry K. Ward, and it goes, "Fellows, I'm proud that you won the trophies, and I'm sorry they got broken. Now to my question. Stan and Steve, are you sometimes nervous when you know you're going..."
Stan Lane and Steve Kern. I would have asked him who had the best rats in like Tuscaloosa or some like southern state.
...I have to wrestle a team that's a lot bigger than you are. Jerry, that's a very good question. We have the fabulous ones.
You know, that's a really good question, and I'd have to answer that by saying, as an amateur...
Like, we see the Fantastics, right, in the Memphis wrestling. I always viewed the Fantastics, like, and mentally, I think of them as being like a knockoff, a not as good version of the fabulous ones.
I was faced by men that were my same weight. And as a professional, I've been in the ring with men 100, maybe 200 pounds heavier than myself. When I first started as a professional, I thought that would be to my disadvantage. But later on in years, I realized that it was more to my advantage, because even though a man a lot heavier than me would probably be a lot physically stronger than me, he has a tendency to lose his breath, to lose his air. He can't get it quite as easy as I can. And I feel like that speed, agility are one of the most important things of being a professional wrestler, to be able to get up, get down, move around, keep going, and be able to stay in there
get up, get down, keep moving, keep going.
Quite a while, lasting power, because there's no 3-minute rounds. It's wide open for 10, sometimes 60.
If you ever have a chance, Steve Kern's book is really good. I don't know that I believe all of it, but it's really well written, and it has a lot of stories. Tons of stuff from championship wrestling from Florida, but he went to like every territory, so he talks about like everywhere. But it's a really good book.
Minutes at a time. So I'd have to say that facing big men, I don't worry as much, because of the fact that I know I can wear them down or just stay out of their way probably for the time it takes to tire them out.
As Gorilla Monsoon would say, if you can if you can get a big man off his feet, you've neutralized the size advantage.
What about you, Stan?
Well, going along with what you said, Steve, I would agree that most big men are stronger than a smaller man. There's just no doubt about that. But I think the key ingredient here is not so much strength, but leverage. Because anytime you put one muscle against another muscle, you've got two forces working against each other. But if you utilize your own strength and then utilize his strength to work against him, then you've got double the strength. You can take a big man off his feet
This is like like a Scott Steiner promo.
very easily doing this. And also one more fact I want to bring up very briefly right here is that in amateur wrestling, when you are confined to a weight...
Let's talk about these shorts Stan's got on. These have got to be bordering the legal limit on short shorts. My God. Glad he's not standing up.
limit, a weight barrier. You're limited to moves. You're penalized by locking your hands. You can't lift the guy up over your head to put him down. You're very, very limited in moves and maneuvers. But in professional wrestling, as Steve said once before, it's wide open. Anything goes, just about. And that's
Schools and classes in session. I really like this segment. I mean, it literally is. He's telling, like, he's being, for the most part, giving applicable advice in terms of like the scope of a pro wrestling match. I mean, so this is like a good segment.
That's why Steve and I pride ourselves on being in top shape. We're ready to take on men that are smaller than us or men that are bigger than us. As we prove time and time again.
Yeah, like there are short shorts, and then there are whatever that is.
And the bigger they are.
That looks like the kind of those like mini like camel toe hugging shorts that girls wear in like the TikTok workout videos. That's what those look like.
The harder they fall.
Okay, we want to thank Jerry Ward for sending in that question. And as I said, if you have a question that you'd like to ask any wrestler, here's the address to send it to right there. To Jerry Lawler Show, 1960 Union Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38111. Okay?
So cool.
Tell you what we're going to do right now. We're also going to be taking, when you send those letters in, be sure and enclose your telephone number, because each week we're going to give one of you people a call. And right now we're going to talk to Kim.
Oh my God, send in. You're just hanging out and he's fucking calling you on the phone.
Five Ash. Hello, Kim.
Hello.
How are you today?
Oh, fine.
Kim, you have the distinction of being the first person that we phoned from the Jerry Lawler
Kim, how would you like to meet Bill Dundee?
Show, and I just have one question for you. Who is your favorite wrestler and why am I? No, I'm only kidding, Kim. Listen, you watch wrestling every Saturday?
Every Saturday.
All right. How about going down to the Coliseum?
When I can.
Okay, that's great. Well, the way we...
Do you have a boyfriend? Do you like wrestlers? Do you like guys that dress like a pirate? Do you like guys who hang out with Buddy Landell?
Got your number. We have a letter that you've written in. Apparently, your favorite wrestlers are the Rock and Roll Express. Am I right?
Right.
Okay, you have a question here.
Ricky Morton.
It goes, how old are the two members of the Rock and Roll Express, and how did they join together as a team and get their name? Tell you what we're going to do, Kim. We're going to have them on here next week, and they're going to answer the question for you, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Kim.
That's pretty cool. Are going to have the Rock and Roll Express on next week.
Nice talking to you, and we'll see.
And as far as I know, these are in chronological order. They run from September 4th to October 9th, 1983. And if we end up liking them enough, I can try to round up some more. This was the only compilation I could find, though.
See you next week, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Kim. Bye-bye. All right, tell you what we're going to do right now. We're going to be back with more of the Jerry Lawler Show right after these messages. You know, this is our first show, and we want things to go exactly right. That's why we've just fired the director who put up the wrong zip code a minute ago. The correct zip code for the Jerry Lawler Show is 38104, okay? So send your letters to that address.
I've already filled out my self-addressed stamped envelope.
Now, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take this opportunity to find out what's been going on with some of the wrestlers who you've seen here in the past but aren't wrestling here now or haven't.
Wow, that is so cool. Like, I'm going to mark out over this. So this is so cool. He's like telling you like, hey, here's what the wrestlers are doing in the other territories. Like, that's amazing.
Wrestled here recently. One of the guys who we're always interested in is Handsome Jimmy Valiant. Now, Handsome Jimmy, we want to know where you've been wrestling the past few months, what you've been doing, a little bit about your activities. So, Handsome Jimmy, just, you know.
Oh, my God. Jimmy Valiant is fantastic. What a look.
Where are you, and what are you doing, man? Tell us now.
You know, that's a difficult question, Kingfish. I don't know. I've been myself.
And listen, nobody mention the fact that Jimmy Valiant and I have the same kind of taste in shirts.
Brother, you know, a brother asked me on the street the other day, he says, where you at, man? I says, I don't know, where you at? He says, I don't know, I ain't nowhere too. Yeah, you know something, another asked me a question, he says, what do you think about the world situation? I says, why don't you ask Johnny Cash? Dear, dick-a-doo, dick-a-doo. Well, I see I'm wearing black, dick-a-doo, dick-a-doo, dick-a-doo. Yeah, I wear black because of the world situation. Yeah, another guy asked me a question one time. He said, hey, Handsome Jim, man. I said, yeah, brother. He says, what kind of food do you eat? I says, well, I don't know, but I think if Nixon had to do it all over, he'd probably do the same thing, that Watergate thing, you know. Yeah, I'll tell you what kind of food I eat, Kingfish. I eat anything I want to eat. I'm all going on a diet. You know, I went on a diet, two diets, brother. One diet was enough to eat, you understand? A diet, I'll tell you about a diet, brother. You know something, the best diet is low carbohydrate and high protein. You know, I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I've been. All I know, Kingfish, I love you, Jack. I love you to death, baby. You know something, people? I love Memphis, Tennessee. I love King Lawler. I love Jared. Woo!
Oh, hey, Backwoods Squatch. Sorry, I was completely entranced. This is what it's like talking to me in real life.
Let's say I'm in love. I wish I could kiss something right now. I wish somebody was here to kiss that.
I wish I could kiss something right now. What a great wrestler. I love Jimmy Valiant's matches too, because especially during Mid-Atlantic, like when and all the Crockett, when he was working for Crockett, he would do his matches wouldn't be like a match. They'd be like he was constantly like dancing and moving, and everything was like super fluid, but it was also like really clumsy, kind of like that movie Drunken Master, where the guy couldn't fight very well unless he was drunk. So it was like half clumsy, but it was also like incredibly fluid, like movement. And that's what Jimmy Valiant was. And he would always do the weirdest shit, like in the ring. He'd be in with a jobber and doing this crazy dance wrestling that looks really amazing, and then he'd be like making these crazy noises like ha, a-hoo, ha, a-hoo, a-hoo, like constantly through like the whole match. And then when he won, he would just in like one fluid motion get the pin, and then he'd be out of the ring and dancing and leave. It was like his matches are really, really interesting to me.
Clinkfish!
Like there's nobody else like Jimmy Valiant. Nobody that wrestles like him, nobody that looks like him, that was in the territories with him, you know, when he was around.
Well, I hope you got more out of that interview than I did. Wow, I tell you what, you know, we've been saying that we're going to be covering all kinds of sports, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing here on the Jerry Lawler Show. We're going to take a look now at...
There you go, boogie down the aisle, beat the guy around while dancing, and boogie back. Yes, yep.
Professional karate.
And like all the sounds. He's still, I think he's either, unless he died really recently, he's still alive. I saw him in a horror movie a few years ago that had Nikolai Volkov in it and a whole bunch of other, I think it was called Wrestle Massacre, I think. Grace Thorpe said you were poor. Is this true? I mean, there's a reason I'm streaming in SD, you know.
And here's an interview we did earlier in the week. You know, Memphis has seen many wrestling champions, and there's also another champion, a world champion, as a matter of fact, from Memphis, native Memphian Anthony Elmore, who is the...
You were a big Bugsy McGraw fan. His promos were fucking awesome too. I actually don't know that much. I don't have that much experience with Bugsy McGraw, but I need to start doing some streams of just like watching old promos of like guy and matches of people that I've never seen and shit like that. I gotta see, because I've heard a lot about Bugsy McGraw on the different podcasts, but I don't actually have I don't have a lot of. Besides, I think he was in. Where did I see him? Would he have been in Mid-Atlantic? I'm trying to think of where I saw him at. I think it would have had to have been Mid-Atlantic on WWE Network.
The PKA World Super Heavyweight Champion, and just 2 weeks ago, a successful title defense right down at the Cook Convention Center in Memphis. And Anthony, we want to congratulate you on that and say you've done Memphis very proud.
Thank you so much, Jerry. It's glad to be here on your show.
Well,
Georgia, that's where I would have seen him. Yeah. But I mean, it was literally, I think he came in for one little run of what I saw, and that was it. Like, I didn't really get to see him at all. Did he have a woman with him? I'm trying to think. My brain is so high. Hey, Rhodes Scholar, the King.
Oh, thank you. We want to take just a second here to look at some of the footage from that match.
My brain is like trying so hard to like conjure up the memories of those few matches that I've seen, and like the weed is just like nah. Oh, this is kind of cool.
And of course, against the gentleman, Bill Morrison, and you won a unanimous 12-round decision. And I understand also, though, that you were a little bit disappointed about the fact that you didn't score a knockout. Is that right?
If he did, he was inflatable. Maybe he was feuding with somebody and was like harassing their woman or something.
That's exactly right. You know, as you know,
we were talking about the last Memphis stream about how Lawler was able to stay so relevant for so long in Memphis. Like, this is the kind of reason, in my opinion, this kind of thing is a big reason for it. Like, drawing attention to things in the community that aren't related to what you're doing. Like, having this guy, a local fighter, on to talk about whatever, like, that really builds like a lot of credibility in the community, especially when you do it like consistently over years.
Jerry, I'm looking to fight Randall Tex Cobb. Tex Cobb is a big guy. You know, we saw him past November fight Larry Holmes, and right now Tex Cobb is in Hawaii making a movie. And you know, Tex is a big guy, bigger than some of you wrestlers. 6'6", well, he's about 6'5", 200 and about 30, 40 pounds. And
Tex Cobb, Randall Tex Cobb, was one of the toughest looking guys maybe ever, besides like Charles Bronson. If the name isn't familiar, if he was in where most people probably know him from is from Ace Ventura, when he delivers the UPS package to the guy that's like all busted up. Randall Tex Cobb is the guy that receives it. But he was in a ton of movies, and he was like a pretty legit tough guy.
Shape. The guy is one of the toughest guys I've ever seen in my life. And if I can't knock out a guy like Morrison, I better watch out for a guy like Tex Cobb. So I was really looking to knock Morrison out in preparation for fighting Tex Cobb in the future.
Well, the referee checked him a couple of times, but he would not stop the fight. I understand that your coaches had told you if it was ever left up to the referee, you might have lost the fight, because as they say, the referee can, you never know how they're going to.
Right. Well, we don't like to leave the fight in the hand of the judges. We like to knock them out, and therefore it won't be no questions about it. However, the final tally of the judges, they had me winning the fight with a sweeping victory.
Right. Well, now you say, okay, of course, Bill Morrison was the number 5 ranked contender. What would Tex Cobb be ranked?
Jerry Lawler's haircut is amazing here.
Well, right now, Tex hadn't fought PKA karate for the last...
Yes, Tex Cobb was a great actor. He was in so much stuff, too. Tons of, great 80s stuff. He made a good salad, too. Randall Tex Cobb salad.
Last 2 years, he's just been, when PKA karate kind of first started, he started off initially in PKA karate and eventually went to boxing, and he made a success in boxing. Mm-hmm. But his heart, he takes as a third.
I really like this Jerry Lawler show. I think it's really interesting.
Black belt, and his heart is really into the karate. Right now, he's in Hawaii making a movie, and that movie's going to premiere.
I mean, it's not even, obviously there are a lot of elements to it that are basically just an infomercial for Memphis wrestling, but it's not just that. There's stuff like this too. I'm curious to see all the stuff we get to see.
And sometime in December. So after December, so we're looking at sometime in 19.
Maybe they'll have a Meet the Rats segment.
For Tex and how to fight. In the meantime, I want to stay busy, keep my skills real sharp, and
You have another title defense coming up in October.
Right. On October the 10th, I'll be down in Miami, Florida, fighting the number 2 contender, Tony Palmore, and we'll be fighting there at the Sheraton Hotel down there on Miami Beach.
Well, that should be great, very exciting. Now, I understand, of course, a crowd of about 1,500 people.
None of his music yet, but I think we're probably getting semi-close to the end of the first episode. So I'm assuming we'll see it at some point. I remember when Lawler did the tour of the what is he of the castle and all the archives for high spots, he had like a special place for the Jerry Lawler records.
There at the Cook Convention Center. Naturally, you would have loved to have seen more people. What is it going to take to get the fans here?
Man, you know what? I've thought about this ever since the last wrestling stream, how good that Dutch Mantel interview was, where he was talking about how Buddy Landell and Bill Dundee had kind of stepped on his feelings a little bit, and then he played the guitar to end the segment. That was such a good segment. I keep thinking about it.
Here in Memphis, really excited and really behind professional karate.
Well, I think that we need to have a little bit more media attention, a little bit more road abouters, and people just to get to talking about it. And the main thing is to support our athletes.
It's the PKA World Heavyweight Champion, Anthony Elmore. We want to thank him for being here. Hey, they tell us we're out of time. We want to thank Austin Idol for being here, but most of all, we want to thank you for being here. We'll be back again next week with more of the Jerry.
I think the only person maybe would be San Martino, but I feel like that was predominantly only in the ring. Like Lawler was a territory god in the ring, in the office, in the community. Like, I just think he was a kind of a one of a kind person. I think even more so than like the Von Erichs. I mean, it's just I don't know. Memphis is such a weird place. Like I said, this is my first exposure to it. The videos we've been watching, it's just such a weird territory. Jerry's build looks like he sells tires. McMahon saw these hillbillies and was thinking, I'm taking everything. Yeah. I like to think of Memphis as like, remember that book Moneyball, where about the baseball team who took like all the weird outlaw players and turned them into like a really good team? That's kind of how I feel about Memphis. It looks like that, with like Dirty Roads and all these like Tony Falk and all these kind of cast-offs that they brought together. Even Buddy Landell was like kind of an outlier since he was always causing problems. But they're able to take this stuff that's kind of like shouldn't be able to be a good show and somehow make it into a good show. Maybe Farhad in Detroit. Yeah, exactly. And like longevity too. I mean, the Sheik had a good run, but like Lawler is, I wouldn't say today, but I mean like he still has a lot of relevancy.
Lawler Show. And next week we're going to have a special, not one-on-one, but one-on-two segment that we have live right here.
That's what Grace likes, a one-on-two segment.
The fabulous one.
That's for her saying I was poor.
Okay, we want you to be back then. Hey, don't forget to stay tuned right now for NFL football. The season kicks off today, and we've got Miami at Buffalo, followed by the New York Jets at San Diego. Jerry Lawler saying so long, see you next week.
Oh, do you see that? Producer Jerry Jarrett. Battle Royals with color TVs as prizes. Did you ever hear that story? I don't know where it took place at, but some promoter put up like a boat, and the guy that won the Battle Royal took the boat, and the guy took him to court, but he couldn't admit on the stand that it was fake, so he got to keep the boat. I don't know if that's like wrestling lore, but I've read it in like at least a couple different autobiographies, and I think Cornette talked about it on one of the kayfabe commentary territory episodes. Winners have driven off with car prizes. Look at it. That his TV slot was primetime before football. The show must have rated well. Well, that's the thing. The NFL demanded to go on after Jerry Lawler so that they could get the big lead-in audience. It's weird to say, but like, what did they say? Like some insane percentage of households in like some crazy percentage of households in Memphis were tuned in like every week. It was some like mind-boggling number. Are the Thorpes offering you a finder's fee for the Lolcow show? You played an important part in flagging that for them. All I did was I watched the show, and if Grace got mentioned on it, I told her, like, pretty much every time they mentioned her. But no, I highly doubt I'm getting a finder's fee. Maybe they'll introduce me to Jedi Rich as a as a finder's fee. Get me a new clip source.
We've
I wouldn't take him to court anyway because I think it would be more the Thorpes turning Mark Fusion into an actual A-logger would be a much more interesting story arc, I think, for the viewers. I should ask for a 10% cut from the Thousand Trails lawsuit as compensation. Hey Grace, I called in the favor to Keemstar. I need 10% of the Thousand Trails money. You got to understand though, Joe. I honestly don't see that. I don't view it like I did anything. And realistically, if Grace succeeds, it only benefits me, right? Well, it's a double-edged sword, but it predominantly benefits me if Grace does well.
Hi, everybody. I am Jerry Lawler, and we got a show for you today. We've got some of the heavyweights in sports.
Everyone loved 80s era NWA wrestling in the territories. Oh, yeah. I was too young to like experience more than just WWF when I was a kid, but I've been going back and like trying to dive into the different territories.
With us today, our one-on-one is not a one-on-one interview today. It's going to be one-on-two because we have with us in the studios the Fabulous Ones. We're also going to be talking to the Rock and Roll Express. You're going to have a bad guy interview.
Plus, Joe, never underestimate the calming influence of a constant flow of heavy indica cannabis.
With Ken Patera today, and we're also going to see handsome Jimmy Valiant, Austin Idol, and myself in action. We've got wrestling blue.
But I'll be honest, like it was in my mind, it was inevitable that Grace was going to end up on LolCal Live. I don't think anybody expected him to do like the all-female spinoff, but it would have been a massive miscalculation on Keemstar's part to make a show about female lolcows and not centering it on Grace. Like, who else is even in that space that is reliable? You know what I mean? Like, there are a lot of female lolcows, but they're not exactly... You can't have Jessica, King Cobra's girlfriend, on the show as a host, right? Like, I don't even know who else could lead a show like that. Vegan Patriot is too sleepy. She can't do it. She's sleepy VP. The Rebel Alliance goatee, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, I remember that. Oh, so you were, okay. I think that was a long time ago, wasn't it, E. Gibson?
Bloopers, and we're going to cover a big event in the sports world, the Little League World Championships. All of that and more today on the Jerry Lawler Show. So you stay with us. We'll be back right after.
I think what Grace has to worry about is jealousy from her co-hosts. Becky Boop is used to being the gooner target on LolCal Live, and she cherishes it. She plays into it. They play into it as a show. She's not gonna have that on LolCal Queens. Like, it's not. She's not gonna be the gooner favorite anymore at all.
After these messages. It's time for our special.
They have ounces for $15. It's coming down around me, but I'd probably have to go to Michigan to get like super cheap prices. I like disposable cartridges too. I'm going to the dispensary today. I'm about down to my last bit of this Gorilla Glue.
One-on-two segment for today, a chance for you to get to know our guest a little bit better, some kind of a behind-the-scenes look at him. And our guests today are the Fabulous Ones.
Oh my God. You think she has to worry? Oh, well, I mean, that's not even up. I mean, that's not even. That's just an assumption. That's just a. I mean, that's you take that for granted. But I mean, this is really, in my opinion, and I'm being 100% honest here. I'm not being a simp. I'm not doing anything. I think everybody knows Grace was meant. This show will succeed based on how Grace performs on the show, in my opinion. Nobody else could host it. So, like, hopefully Ben will, well, I mean, it depends. If you want Grace to succeed, hopefully Ben will look at this and say, this is a real opportunity. I'm seeing how much money people are making on LolCal Live. I'm seeing that Tina has a bunch of followers, that she's connected to people with a bunch of followers, that Becky Boop is connected to, you know, creators with a lot of things. I don't know much about Lynx. I watch the show, but I don't watch the Discord episodes, so I don't know much about her. But, like, hopefully he'll see this as, like, the star. This is Grace's stars aligning moment, and let it breathe, hopefully. But if not, then that's going to be a spectacular run of content, probably, either way. But I guess it just depends on whether you're rooting for Grace or against Grace. I'm rooting for just whatever happens. I hope she performs at a high level, but I feel like even if she does that, even if she does everything right, a lot of this is just out of her hands, right? Like, she can't control what Keemstar does. She can't control what Ben does. She can't control what Tina or Becky Boop or Lynx does. So even if she does everything right, there's still a possibility that that things won't work out for her. So I just hope she's able to perform the way she wants to perform, and that it, you know, and that it works. That it works.
Green shirt, new shoes, and I don't know what I am going to. Silk suit, black tie. I don't need a reason why.
As I say all this, you're just imagining one of the Naptown zoom-ins on Ben's face staring into the abyss. You know what, though? What's more important, Joe, when it really comes down to it? They've put a deadline, right? If they don't have their shit together, which if they honor it, who knows? But in theory, they're saying this is the line. We have to make this work, and this is it. I'm not saying that she could never make it after this, but this is a opportunity that was built for her. So hopefully, like, the idea of being able to recline in the RV or in the apartment instead of reclining at McDonald's will appeal to Ben. And I'm basing that off of what they said, not my opinion. Like, they said they were going to go work at McDonald's. I'm not saying Ben should go work at McDonald's, but I think it would be funny content, especially if Grace shot it like the time Trump went to McDonald's. You could see herself sabotaging. She needs to be in the studio with good mics and internet. If she's on the road with shitty internet, Keem's going to... Yes, that's going to be a big issue, because Keem, at least the way he presents on LolCal Live, and I've seen every episode of the main show, like, that's what pisses him off more than anything else. If the content sucks, it doesn't even really seem to faze him. But if you don't show up, if you prioritize other projects over his project, or if you're not, like, if you're having technical issues, in fact, that's how Keemstar gets trolled constantly on the show, because he's so paranoid that he's having technical issues that the trolls can, like, get him to spurg out all the time and tell him that he's muted and shit. South to West, I'm saying Ben said that if he doesn't make it as a YouTuber, he's going to work at McDonald's. I would rather them work at Burger King. That makes more sense to lore-wise, in my opinion. Look at these outfits these guys got on.
I'm crazy about his goddamn man.
I thought they were going to have the carload of women wave them off, and then there was going to be a carload of guys pull up. Okay. OPC Don, wherever you're at, Fish Tank Season 4. It's $1,000 a day to go into the fish tank. Me and you go into the fish tank for a weekend, and we dress exactly like this. We get suits exactly like this.
They gonna run and jump as fast as they can. But every girl crazy about a shot-ass man.
Man, the 80s are wild. The 80s are absolutely wild. Them like, we think we have gender, like, whatever issues now. Look at the 80s. Look at what masculinity looked like in the 80s and then transport it into 2024. And it's just straight up like, it reads as queer culture, in my opinion. And then a lot of the people who were like heavily like sought after by women were like guys that looked like Prince or, you know, David Bowie and stuff like that. Like, I guess every generation has like their battles with these same issues. Who's my favorite 80s wrestler? My favorite 80s wrestler, if I got to be honest, is Hulk Hogan. I mean, that's who like that's who I was like super into. But like Coco Beware was like, I always love seeing Coco Beware. I always love seeing Bad News Brown, Terry Funk. You want Tank Rats? Yours was Jerry Lawler. That's a good pick. Oh, they didn't want the guys when they were hanging out in just their jeans. They wanted them, they needed them in the full look. That makes sense now. Don't forget, Lauren Boebert thought this guy was her dad for the first like 30-some years of her life. You were a kid back then. You always liked the heels. I always thought the heel fans at the live events were funny. Like at Crockett, they always had like that little group of the guys who would dress up like Ric Flair.
Top coat, top hat, I don't wear it 'cause my wallet's back.
God, this may be one of the best promos I've ever seen. This is like a whole journey.
Well, that is some kind of video. Steve Kearns, Stan Lane, thanks for being here with us today. That's the first time that I've seen that, and that was exciting.
Took a long time.
Did it? It took a lot of
So tell us about the Union Jack shirt you're wearing.
A lot of hard work, Jerry.
Yeah. That
Stan's part was really tough.
Look at these two guys, man. Classic. These are classic 80s wrestlers. Like, if you put it into like AI, they would put out Steve Kearns and Stan Lane.
I can imagine. Yeah. Well, listen, because of that video, let me get right into the meat of the interview here today.
Wait, hold on a second. You were lucky to see Flair, Rhodes, Harley Race live back then. I've seen all those people live, but I didn't get to see them live like during their heydays. Like I saw Dusty Rhodes wrestle in like rural Indiana in the like early 2000s, and I saw Harley Race in St. Louis. But he was after he was like, I don't even think he wrestled. I think he just was managing, so I don't even think I got to see him wrestle. But I got to see Flair like when he was in WCW and WWF. Yeah, I think it was still WWF.
One of the questions that we get from all of the young ladies that write us about you guys is, are the Fabulous Ones married?
Hey, I'll answer that, Jerry.
Stan Lane, Cornell. Okay. Go ahead.
I'll answer that. No, we're not married, Jerry. As a matter of fact,
Now, Stan Lane also loved the Rats, and he had a reputation, according to the books, that he would take, like he didn't need to have first pick. So like he didn't mind being the guy who would take like the friend that the other guy didn't want. So he was a bro.
yeah, we'd like to be. Any rich girls out there, call 1-800-224-1010. No, we're not married. We're just having a good time and doing it all.
Two good-looking guys from Florida. What part of Florida are you guys from?
Just two good-looking guys from Florida. Let's get to the meat of this interview.
I'm from Tampa and Stan's from Vero Beach.
Delray Beach.
Delray.
Opposite coast.
Okay, that's great. Let me ask you this question. Pretty girls on the videos and everything. I've been around wrestling for 10 years, watched it all my
Finally, some rat talk.
life. I've never seen a tag team take an area by storm like you guys have. Without a doubt, naturally your popularity with the girls is unrivaled. Do you ever have any problems at all with?
I disagree with that. Unrivaled. I mean, on the tag team, Ricky Morton definitely more. Bill Dundee definitely more, I would say.
Some of the girls' boyfriends who may be just a little bit jealous when they come to the matches and seeing their girls kind of go crazy over the fabulous ones? Okay, Steve Kern.
Let me take that one. Well, we've been real fortunate, Jerry, I believe, since we've...
You know who else had a bunch of crazy rat stories was Too Cold Scorpio. What was his name in Flash Funk when he was in the WWF? He was friends with Todd Gordon back in the ECW day. Yeah, the Rockers, definitely. Oh, my God. He was friends with Todd Gordon back in the day. New Jack and a bunch of other, ECW guys had a bunch of... And Too Cold Scorpio had a bunch of crazy rat stories.
Been the fabulous ones. We do have a lot of women fans, that's true, there's no hiding that, but...
You think Ralphus got a lot of rats?
At the same time, we've got a lot of men fans, too, and we got a lot of kids. I mean, I think that we get the total crowd when we get out there is because we try to give them excitement, as much excitement as we can. I know that we try to dress good and we try to look nice and present ourselves as real professionals, but at the same time, the bottom line is wrestling.
If I was there, I'd tear that shirt off of him for wearing the shirt of the enemy.
And we are wrestlers, and we get out there and we're trying to do something that...
Did he forget 1776?
Let's compete, and that's what it's all about.
Or is that Australia flag?
Competition. So we've been real fortunate. I don't know about Stan, but I haven't had too much trouble.
You don't believe all the Too Cold Scorpio stories? I believe the sex stories. I don't believe the fighting stories. Like, remember he has that story about him and Hawk getting into it over in at that weird show in Korea? Or no, was it in Korea? North Korea or China or wherever it was at. Like, that story is really sus to me, but I believe the rat stories because he's got a pretty big reputation. Jericho has stories about Arn Anderson going to tell Jericho to get your boy. He's ganging rats at the truck.
Trouble.
Ralphus is ganging rats in the truck.
Quite a bit of trouble, Jerry. Is that? I didn't mean to talk to you about that. No, that's not that bad. Just like Steve said, we're out there. It's all serious.
Yeah, I don't believe that story. I'm sure they got into a fight. Every version of it I've heard is that Hawk was completely pretty much out of it, and it was just Too Cold Scorpio trying to get some clout. I don't believe that story, but the rat stuff I believe just because I've heard so much stuff. I knew, in the mid-2000s, I don't remember what the guy's name was. He was a regional indie wrestler. He told me this story that everybody, when they'd go to the motels, would put the remote control inside the rats. And so he told me to make sure that I always brought a Ziploc bag to put the remote in, to use the remote, because that's what wrestlers at that time, that was a thing they did with the rats, is they would put the TV remote control in their clown pocket, not the prison pocket, the clown pocket.
We're trying to have a good time. That's the bottom line.
Well, that's great. You guys, I guess, do that better than just about anybody I've seen. Speaking of having a good time, I know with your guys' schedule, that's getting more and more difficult to do. I guess in the past, we all realize wrestlers at one time used to. Well, the only thing they had to do in the day was maybe show up at 8 o'clock at the matches at night, wrestle, drive to the matches, wrestle, and drive back home. You guys now, with the kind of stuff that you're doing now, you not only have to wrestle, you have to have time to do things like your videos.
Steve Kern was one of the main doinks, right? I think he was the second doink. There was Matt Bourne, and then he was the second doink. But I don't know how long he was doink for. But yeah.
Photo sessions, you've done commercials.
He was also Skinner, which is really crazy to think about. I'm pretty sure he was Skinner.
Is it your schedule's got to be demanding? I mean, is that tough on you guys? How do you find time to do all this stuff?
Well, we don't. No, to tell you the truth, our telephone starts ringing about
I mean, you got a guy that's been a playboy, separating cheeks all over the Mid-Atlantic, Georgia and Florida area, and now you got him playing a clown and a like Crocodile Dundee knockoff with like tobacco juice running out of his mouth all the time.
8 in the morning, and we get up and we're.
Bourne was the best doink too, I think, because he was so nuts. He had a great Dark Side of the Ring episode, and he had that crazy fight with Hacksaw Jim Duggan when they were like in their 50s.
We're going.
And he shot on him in the ring. ring
all day long. It's just a matter of trying to work out first. That's the most important thing. Staying in shape. But then, like you say, it's the photo sessions, the videos, the commercials, the personal appearances. It's just like a 24-hour day job.
Yeah. Well, listen, we talked about, the whole bottom line of the thing is the wrestling. The competition, and we might as well say it, since you guys came into this area, this has become a tag team-oriented area. The competition seems to be at the...
Yeah, I think Matt Bourne's an excellent wrestler. I think he had amazing... Well, like, the guys who had psychology are usually my favorites, and he had really good psychology. I even like that weird shit he did in ECW where he was, like, half himself and half Doink the Clown. That was at least, like, kind of creative.
The highest level it's ever been, tag team-wise, and I think you guys are responsible for that. The name that you've made, a lot of the teams...
Separating cheeks marks off to a strong start on a Tuesday morning.
A lot of the top teams know that if they can come in here and knock off the fabulous ones, they're going to make a reputation for themselves.
We need to... Oh, Matt Bourne was definitely underrated. Buddy Rose, to me, is one of the most underrated guys ever. VHS tracking needs to be adjusted. Yeah, definitely.
Who's some of the guys that have given you some of the toughest?
Isn't it wild to think that the only reason, like literally, the only reason we're watching this is because somebody taped it off a TV. Like, they recorded over these tapes, like, so often. There may be masters of these, I don't know. I couldn't find any reference to them, but I'm assuming most of the surviving stuff is the shit that people recorded off the TV. Like, because so somebody in 1983 hit record, and, like, because of that, we get to watch this episode. That's, like, I know I'm really high, but that's pretty mind-blowing shit. Like, if he just would have been like, fuck it, I never want to watch this again, like, we wouldn't even be able to see it. Or we'd have, like, a worse version of it, could be.
Those matches.
Oh, well, I think, just about every team we faced, right back into the first one we started with was the New York Dolls. That was one of Jimmy Hart's original teams. I think that it's been a tough road all along, and that's because it's like, when Jackie Fargo gave us the name The Fabulous Ones, I think that's kind of like that old song, A Boy Named Sue. Because it's that right. Fabulous title, you've got to go out there and you've got to live up to it. And with Jackie Fargo's reputation in here, it's been just one team right after another. We could go on. The Moondogs, the Assassins are in here in this area now. The Sheep Herders, the Grapplers. I mean, it's been one constant struggle right after another, and it hasn't been getting any easier. And Jimmy Hart's been dishing out a lot of money, but I know you've been faced with that for the last years, so... The competition is hard and it is tough right now, but we couldn't label one team as the toughest. I think, each time it's something different. It may be like the Bones with the Moondogs, maybe like a loaded boot or a manager assistance, or, it's just one thing or another, but at the same time, it's a lot of competition.
Well, listen, fellas, we're just about out of time for this segment, and, the time runs by so fast.
I'm not ready to go yet, Jerry.
I know you're not.
Can you imagine, like, they had you like when they keep the old ads? Oh, I do too. I try to find those when I can. I think it's funny that these guys are probably like in their 20s, and to me they look like they're in their 40s. And they have those like weird, like we were watching on the Memphis, at the actual Memphis program, they'd have like those win a date with whoever, and they had like the age limit and said you had to be single. But then when Buddy Landell did his, he said just throw all the rules out the window. I feel like these guys would throw the rules out the window.
I'll tell you what we want you to do. If you'll promise me that.
Especially Steve Kern, his book is so, I mean, it's really good, but it's also really dark. Like, he has a lot of, like, really, he's got a lot of dark views on life.
That in a couple of weeks you guys can come back and book us. I know there's a lot of more stuff.
This is from 1983. The block of episodes we're watching are from early September to early October.
The people would like to know about you. We'll wait for some cards and letters, some more questions come in. You guys will come back. Will you do that?
Love to.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for being here.
Cards and letters coming.
There you go.
Like, there were really parents back in this day who would send, like, and they'd always say they had a chaperone or whatever. But, like, I remember storylines of, like, where like 16 and 17-year-old girls would win, like, dates with the Rock and Roll Express and shit like that. Like, it's crazy to me that parents just rolled with that kind of stuff. Well, I guess, though, you hear stories about it, about shit now, but not like a... It's usually like something like Steven Tyler. Well, I guess Steven Tyler would have been back then too when he had that weird exchange with that girl's parents.
Fabulous ones, and we'll be back with more of the Jerry Lawler Show right after this.
Yeah, 32. He looks like at least 10 years older than that. Like, I can't imagine you're like, even if you're like 18 or 19 and you get like the win a date contest and that's the guy you go on a date with.
Well, we're back, and it's time for our bad guy interview. We're going to visit today with a gentleman via closed circuit that I know very well, maybe too well, at least inside the ring. Here's Mr. Ken Patera. Ken, I've got a couple of questions.
Never forget that Ken Patera was arrested for having a spurg out was that at a McDonald's where he threw the boulder through the window?
I want to ask you, these are not necessarily posed by fans, but it's something that's been on my mind since the first time I stepped in the ring with you.
Especially if you know that these are like professional athletes that are like touring the country and you're just like, oh yeah, honey, no problem. We'll let you off school today so you can go on a date with Ricky Morton.
Without a doubt, the strongest man that I've ever wrestled. You want gold?
Cornette has said on a podcast, I literally just heard it. I was listening to some old ones. He said he was talking about Art Barr. Remember Art Barr, the Love Machine? He got in trouble for a relationship with an underage girl, and Cornette basically said that if you went back in time and you tried to cancel every like 80s, 70s, and 80s territory era wrestler for that crime, that you would have to arrest everyone but Ric Flair. Everybody looks insanely old in the 80s to me. Patera's always denied that he did that. Yeah, it was crazy.
Gold medals in the Pan Am Games. You represented the United States in the Olympics.
You met Tony Atlas at the airport as a kid. I love Tony Atlas. His voice is so great. I always say the same thing. I think about him in the Vince McMahon documentary, and Bruce Pritchard's like, Pat Patterson is a wonderful man. He's never done anything wrong to anybody. He's a good soul, a good man. And then Tony Atlas is like, yeah, he used to come into the shower and he used to touch my pecker. He grabbed me by the pecker.
You won network competition of the world's strongest man. With all of these physical attributes and the skills and abilities that you possess, why do you resort to the wrestling tactics that you use, and why is...
Like, maybe in here any more than anywhere else in entertainment, you have to be able to separate the art from the artist with pro wrestling, because I mean it was like a Mos Eisley Cantina type situation like for a long time.
Associate with a jerk like Jimmy Hart?
Well, to answer your first question, why do I resort to the tactics that I do? Well, because they're winning tactics. Whatever I can do to win a match, I'm going to win it. Nobody considers who took second. Everybody's interested in who won the match, and I always win the match. And to answer your other question, don't you ever refer to Jimmy Hart as a jerk or any other derogatory name from now on if you want to continue talking to me. Jimmy Hart's a very well-read person. He's a very dear friend of mine. And the reason I associate myself with Jimmy Hart...
Jimmy Hart is an intellectual, okay?
Because he's also a winner. Everybody that's associated with the Jimmy Hart family...
He does kind of look like Enzo, like modern-day Enzo.
...are winners. And that's why I associate with Jimmy Hart.
Well, that doesn't really answer the question of the fact that with a guy that has the strength that you have, I would think that you could win 90% of your matches just by out-muscling your opponent.
I was pretty scared of Ken Patera when I was a kid because the promos they had for him back then were crazy. Like there's one where he gets up against he puts like his back up against a brick wall, and they bring a van up and he puts his legs up on the van and they floor it and he has to hold the van back. So he looked like Superman to me, and then he would blow up the hot water bottle. Like, he was doing all this crazy strength stuff, and I was like, man, this guy, Hulk Hogan is, like, cooked. When I saw the Van shit, I was like, Hulk Hogan is cooked.
Why blatantly break the rules? And I don't think you need a guy like Jimmy Hart in your corner. It's like a crutch. What do you have him there for?
No, it's not a crutch.
Yes, win if you can, lose if you must, but always cheat. That's what I always tell the Thorpes.
Jimmy Hart is a very dear friend of mine, as I said before. And of course I could win 90% of my matches. But I want to...
Jimmy Hart wrote and sang, I keep on... Yeah, from the Gentrys. I've always heard that gave him the, like, financial freedom to pursue, like, his like, wrestling ambitions.
Win 100% of my matches. And I don't only want to win them. I want to win them by hurting people and put them in little agony, as I have...
See, I like that from a heel. He's like, okay, winning is a given. I'm going to win my match. I want to make sure, like, that I hurt this guy. I want to put him into agony. He sounds like Mr. Medicare. He's going to put him in agony.
Have you, Austin Idol, a few other people around. When they get out of the ring after wrestling Ken Patera, they know that they haven't only been in a wrestling match, that they've been in a brawl, a street fight. And that's why I pull all the rules out. I throw them all out the window. Because Ken Patera has always been a winner. Like you said, I won 4 gold medals in the Pan American Games, represented the United States in the Olympic Games. And I'm going to continue on being a winner. As everybody can see what's on my T-shirt, Sports Palace, San Francisco, California. That's where the Olympic weightlifting coach Jim Schmitz resides, and that's where I go to do most of my heavy training.
Wow, doxed.
And to keep the level of strength that I always maintain, I have to train diligently and under proper supervision. And that's why I am the #1 athlete in the world today, because, like everybody knows, the king of sports is wrestling.
How long is this going to go on? Every time I think it's over, he gets like another burst of energy.
I'm the international champion. I've held almost every belt there is. And every time I get in the ring, I strive for perfection, and that's #1. Whether it takes to break a few rules, I'll break a few rules. And talk about somebody that breaks a few rules. Just consider your own tactics, Jerry Lawler. You're not perfect by any means.
Well, you talk about, you may be the international champion, but I think that's only in your own mind. You know, I think you're not necessarily recognized as the international champion. That's a controversial decision, and I don't think that you can claim that title.
Hey, like I say, if I say what I say, it's true.
Remember when he came back as like a good guy and teamed up with Hulk Hogan, and he had that weird ass singlet with like it was like blue with red stripes and like the little weird, it had some like weird little raised parts to it. And he had like long brown hair and looked like a complete goon. Like you wouldn't want to mess with this guy. You'd avoid this guy.
You can bank on it. You can take it to the bank. If I say I'm the world champion, you take it to the bank. If I'm the international champion, the tag team champion, whatever I say is the gospel. And you can bank on it. You can take it to the bank.
This is what Ben told the judge. He cut this promo on the judge. Whatever I tell you it is, no matter how improbable it is, it's the truth, and that's what you have to accept.
It's good.
Yeah, well, okay. You've successfully been very good at avoiding my original question. So anyway, I guess we'll have to thank you for being on the Jerry Lawler.
Well, the only reason you had me on the show, and the only reason I agree.
Well, he's going to get every second of screen time that he can get. This is great.
To be on your show is to up the ratings anyway, because I heard that the ratings were so poor that you couldn't get anybody to watch your program. But once they hear that Ken Patera is going to be on the Jerry Lawler Show, your ratings are going to skyrocket.
Okay, well, thanks for coming by and helping out our ratings.
If I ever go on Thorpe TV again, I'm going to do this promo about how the only reason I'm coming on is to boost the ratings.
Maybe we can substantially make our own ratings without Ken Patera in the future. Let's go on to something a little more pleasant right now. You know, last week we talked to a young lady by the name of Kim Five-Ash on the telephone, and Kim had a question that she wanted to ask the Rock and Roll Express. It goes like this. How old are the two members of the Rock and Roll Express? Also, how did they join together as a
Oh my gosh. Look at Ricky Morton.
team and become interested in wrestling? Fellas, how about your answer?
Thank you, Jerry, and thank you, Kim, for especially writing in. You want to answer the first question, you want to know how old I am. First, I'm 23 years old, and Robert here's...
I cannot believe how young they are here. Holy shit. This might be the oldest footage I've seen of them.
47. He's married and got 16 kids.
The ring rat.
And for the second question is how me and Robert got together. Well, Robert called me up and wanted to be with the greatest wrestler in America today. So here we are today, the Rock and Roll Express.
Well, Kim, before we go any further, how can you believe somebody's wearing a red and white shirt with stars on it? Well, first of all, I'm 25 years old, and what are you, 14? Well, Kim, that makes him underage, so come on and see me, baby. The Rock and Roll Express.
I like to say...
Who wrote his promo? What a bunch of crap. What's he even talking about?
Hi to all our fans out there, and especially all the girls. When you're riding
I was wondering that too, all these flag shirts. Maybe it was like a trend.
in, don't forget to put your phone number at the bottom of the letter. Would appreciate it very much. Thank you very much, Jerry. See you later.
Okay, well, thank you guys. I guess that answers your question, Kim. Hey, we have been getting a lot of mail, and we want you to keep on sending the mail.
Reminds you of a young Matt and Jeff Hardy. Remember, well, obviously you do remember when they were jobbers, but I think the first time I ever remember seeing them was when they did I think they did a handicap match with Kane, but they like really sold their asses off for him. And then they started doing like, they were wearing those like, they almost look like those Christmas pajama pants, those like red, like plaid.
We want to thank Brian Whitaker from Horn Lake, Mississippi. Brian sent a bar of soap for Andy Kaufman. Thank you, Brian, for that. Also,
sent a bar of soap.
Joyce Klein sent us a great poem about Andy Kaufman. And Chris Moore from Bartlett sent in this week's picture.
What a content cuck. Oh, what a wonderful poem sent in. And then we don't even get to hear it?
And I believe it's of Lawler's Hunting Paradise. So, Chris, we want to thank you very much for that.
Oh yeah, we can't hear the poem, but we can see this shitty artwork. Thanks, Jerry.
Tell you what we want to do right now. We want to go to the telephone. We want to speak to a young man by the name of Barry Joe Maxwell. Barry, are you on the line?
Uh-huh.
Doxed.
Barry, how you doing today?
Oh, pretty good.
Well, that's great. I understand that you had a question that you wanted to ask me. What is it?
How did you get the people to call you the king?
How did I get the people to call me the king? Well, I don't know. How does the Pope get the people to call him the Pope, you know? I am the king, and they just naturally call me
Listen, kid, you had one opportunity. You asked a terrible question. He should just hang up on him.
that.
Oh,
Okay?
okay.
No, I'm only kidding, Barry. That name came about, well, I'm not kidding about being the king. I am the king. But that name came about several years ago when I was wrestling against, at the time, Jackie Fargo. And I just made a little statement in an interview about him being the king of Memphis, and that I was going to dethrone him and become the new king. And I happened to win that match. And ever since then, the fans around here have referred to me as the king.
Oh. Well,
Okay.
you're good enough to be the king, so.
Okay, thank you,
Be great if the kid at the end was like, Andy Kaufman's the real king.
Barry. Thanks for writing in, okay, buddy?
Okay.
All right, talk to you later. Bye-bye. Okay, tell you what, we got to hurry on and take a look at these messages, and we'll be back with more of the Jerry Lawler Show right after this. There are a lot of stars in professional wrestling. Well, a baseball team from Marietta, Georgia has just won the Little League World Series, and it made them instant stars. Let's take a look at it.
The end was only the beginning. When the final out was made and the Little Leaguers from East Marietta had defeated the Dominican Republic for the World Championship, the cheering started, and it hasn't stopped yet. Tears of joy flowed from team members in Williamsport, Pennsylvania, as they basked in their accomplishment. Their Georgia homecoming on Sunday was just...
You think he sent in some, he paid somebody to put him over? What's up, Randy? He should... I think I've talked about this on stream before, but one time speaking of Jerry Lawler talking to kids, somebody bought a cameo from him and was like, hey, could you, my son's really young, but he really likes you, could you take some video of like some of your collectibles from your career? And he did like a crazy, like, it seemed like it was like 15 minutes long, and he was like detailing every item that he was it was like a complete tour of Jerry Lawler's like memorabilia, but it was on like a Cameo. It was really crazy how much time he took, like in information he put in it.
Just as emotional. Thousands greeted their return at the Atlanta airport, a welcome that stunned the young champions. Sunday was completed with a hotel reception where the 11 and 12-year-olds were congratulated by friends, neighbors, and of course, family. Today it was time to put away the balls and bats and get back to school. But a hero's welcome awaited the members of the world's best Little League team. At another school, team members were cheered in class.
Look at this disrespectful person. He gets to break the rules because he won a baseball game.
Mountains of praise for a group of kids that went from being just another Little League team to the world's best.
I didn't think it'd be anything like this. Like when we got home, there was all those people at the airport, all like that. I knew there'd be some people, but I didn't think there'd be near that many. I like it.
More receptions and a guest appearance at Wednesday's Braves-Cardinals game is being planned for the team.
Wow, what's going on here? What in the world? We gotta examine this school's funding.
Champions and enjoying every minute of it. In Atlanta, Harmon Wages for NBC News.
With all that attention from the girls, those guys look like future fabulous ones. Tell you what we're going to do right...
Wow, what an absolute roast.
Right now, we're going to take a look at some action from the Mid-South Coliseum. Myself, Austin Idol, and handsome Jimmy Valiant against Ken Patera and the Assassins.
Lawler got loose from the rope. And handsome Jimmy, Austin Idol, both doing well. Covering up Patera for just a 1 count. Lawler and Idol after the Assassins, and Jimmy Hart trying to stay out of...
Hope Jeff Jarrett's not the referee in this match.
The way of anybody. And there is the count of 3 with Austin Idol and Jerry Lawler teaming up on the Assassins. 11 minutes and 53 seconds. The winners, Idol, Valiant, and Lawler.
And remember, that was no disqualification, so all of those things were legal there. That was action from the Mid-South Coliseum, but you know, we wrestle...
Is that all that's stopping you, Jerry? Are you just basically Dark Bert? The only thing stopping you from hitting your opponent with a weapon instead of settling it with your wrestling skills is that there are rules against that? That doesn't speak highly of the character of the King, in my opinion.
So all over the country, and of course it's impossible to be in every city every week to make television interviews about the matches, so what we have to do is film them ahead of time. And you know who you're going to wrestle, and you sit down and you think about...
Oh, this is kind of neat. This is like a little behind the scenes.
...the match, and you think of something great to say about the match or your opponent, and then you try to do...
Jimmy Hart was the ref? That makes sense. Well, Jeff Jarrett's the reason that last stream got taken down, is why I don't want to see him.
Do it, but it doesn't always come out that way. Let's take a look at some of these wrestling bloopers.
Coming up Wednesday night in Evansville, you will see Tommy Rogers.
Thank you very much. I've heard a lot about Evansville, Indiana.
Notice who's in all these bloopers, don't you? Old Dave Brown.
I've heard a lot about Adrian Street. I'm just looking forward to getting that ring with Adrian Street. You better be prepared, boy, because I'm going to give you the wrestling life.
Then the main event of the night, the international title is on the line. Austin Idol will be going against Ken Patera for the international belt.
You know, and I can't wait till I tell you. And if you think I'm lying down, then don't bother to show up in the Louisville Gardens. That dude cost me and Jerry Lawler the world's heavyweight tag team titles. I'm telling you right now, there's an old saying.
Can't remember what it is right now.
Well, you know, in the 22-man battle royal, there's a lot of top guys, and Bobby Fulton, you know, I may be in the 22-man battle royal, you know, there's a lot of top guys. I might be the underdog going in, but, well, you know, in the 22-man battle royal,
there's a lot of men in there and a lot of top men, and there's a lot of guys least expected to win. Well, I think I'm one of them, but I could just surprise all of you.
And we want to tell you about it.
Did you see him be like, am I done? Am I done? Wow, that was painful. Good for that guy, though, for sticking with it. I mean, he tried to tough it out.
At a special concert that'll have Jimmy Hart and the Gentrys of the... hold it, Al. We'll be around to you in just a minute. Jimmy Hart and the Gentrys with a special...
Well, there's a little behind-the-scenes fun there on wrestling. Tell you what.
But on a more serious note, Andy Kaufman has died.
That's just about going to wrap things up for this edition of the Jerry Lawler Show. We want to thank you very much for being here, and we want to see you back here again next Sunday morning at 11 a.m. right here on Channel 5. Stay tuned today because big action coming up in the NFL. Some great games. A big NFL doubleheader today featuring the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it looks like they're still pretty awesome. They're going to be going against the Green Bay Packers, and then that's going to be followed by the New England Patriots at the Miami Dolphins. An NFL doubleheader right here today on NBC, okay? You stay tuned. Don't forget, we want to see you right back here.
Yeah, that was really cool to get to see those. I've seen a lot of them, but I didn't get to see them at the time like this, and I had to find them on on the internet and shit. But there's so many great Mean Gene ones. They could do a great compilation for the if you're not familiar with the WWE Vault YouTube account, you should go and check it out if you like wrestling. They upload so much shit to that account that's just really, really cool.
Next Sunday morning, 11 a.m. for more of the Jerry Lawler Show right here on Channel 5.
Join TV5 tonight at 10:30 for Tales of the Old West on Rawhide. Then at 11:30, watch Steve McQueen in Wanted, Dead or Alive. Next on TV5, it's doubleheader football action with Pittsburgh Steelers against the Green Bay Packers.
We just heard that. Gosh, look at this. This is like when that time Ben got arrested for taking a walk. That's got this kind of vibe. It's mixed. It's Ben getting arrested for taking a walk mixed with that Bigfoot, that famous Bigfoot footage. Yeah, it's called WWE Vault. It's a bunch of they post entire house shows, entire old VHS tape things bloopers, bleeps, and body slam, shit like that. I don't know if they have that specific one, but the old compilation tapes, dark matches. I think they just posted CM Punk against Amazing Red, the full dark match.
Hi everybody, and welcome to the Jerry Lawler Show. We've got a great show.
I think Gorilla Monsoon is my all-time favorite, good guy commentator. But it's weird because if you go online, there's so much negativity toward him. I guess people thought he was really corny and kind of dated or whatever. But to me, he's always when I think of if I were to if I were to imagine a wrestling match, he would be the one calling it for sure.
For you today, I know you're going to like it. We've got some people here today that I didn't think we'd ever have on this show. One, Jimmy Hart. 2, Aunt Eloise. I know everybody knows Aunt Eloise.
Oh shit, Aunt Eloise on the show. You did a show back on Justin TV. Oh, nice. That's really going back. That's the pre-Twitch.
And Bill Dotson's from Radio 79. She's going to be...
I got to grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Making one of her rare TV appearances right here today on the Jerry Lawler Show. We're also going to have another, not one-on-one, but a one-on-two segment today featuring the Rock and Roll Express. We're going to take a look at my softball team, Lawler's Army, see some of the Cleveland Browns in action, and a lot of other things. Today on the Jerry Lawler Show, all right after this. There's one tag team in this area that whenever you see them appear, there's going to be guaranteed action. That's the Rock and Roll Express.
Well, listen everybody, let me tell you about the rock and roll.
found WWE Vault looking for Arnold Schwarzenegger slaps Triple H. It's got some like just really cool shit on there. They also do like really long compilations, which we can't watch on here, but like they have a really, really good like 3.5 hour Macho Man compilation that's like rare interviews, rare matches. But we could watch it on Twitch sometime. I don't think I've never had a Twitch stream taken down except for Alex Jones. And that wasn't a copyright issue. That's because they didn't want me spreading misinformation or whatever, I guess. Conspiracy theories.
She rolled over bed hoping that she gets Tchaikovsky back. Oh, she loves that driving beat. She goes dancing on down the street. She said, oh, whamma, lamma, bamma, lamma, rock and roll is king. Oh, let those kids are play.
Like this was a 10 in the 80s. Like this is the second biggest rat getter in wrestling history.
Play for me, oh, let that song ring out. That's how.
Boy, these music video things are so bizarre. They're such great like bizarre time capsules.
Well, when she goes around and I'm listening to the radio, she says you can't do that 'cause all I wanna do is rock and roll. Now here I'm gonna stay when that music starts to play. She says, whamma, lamma, 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 rock and roll is king.
It's non-stop action with the Rock and Roll Express, and we're glad to have you guys with us today on the Jerry Lawler Show. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Rick Morton, Robert Gibson. First of all, let's get the kind of the formalities out of the way. How about telling us first how old and your hometown and that kind of thing?
Okay, I'm 23 and from Music City, Nashville.
Nashville. What about you, Robert?
Yeah, I'm 24, Pensacola, Florida.
You guys answered that question last week on the show, but I think you said he was 14, you said he was 47, so we just wanted to get it all cleared up. How many kids does he really have? He doesn't have 15, does he?
No, 12.
12, okay.
Yeah.
So Ricky Morton is 1 year older than Grace. That fucking cracks me up. I don't know why. It's just funny.
That's what I wanted to know. Listen, Rick, you at one time, just a short time ago, were a tag team with Ken Lucas. Robert, we know that you had been a tag team with your brother Rick for years, and a successful one, I might add. How did it come about?
I kind of view Gordon Soley like I view Joey Styles. Like I think they were good at what they did for their specific like product type, but like I never liked Joey Styles in WWF or WWE, and I don't think I would have really cared. Like I don't think I would have cared for Gordon Soley in WWF because it was so fast paced, and he was more of like and I mean he's a great commentator. I'm not saying any different. He's one of the best, but like I just think his style wouldn't have worked very many places outside of where he worked at. Like I think he would have had issues keeping up in like a WWF circus type environment.
You guys getting together and forming the Rock and Roll Express?
Well, Jerry, me and Robert's been close friends for a long time, and no matter
Robert Gibson was your dad's name, so you never liked the Rock and Roll Express though.
where we was at, like I was in Texas and he was in Florida, we always stayed.
I bet if a lot of people that grew up in the Carolinas, Georgia, wherever Mid-Atlantic is, like a bunch of those people probably have Robert Gibson as their dad's name, given the volume of, as Joe Shabatoni would say, the volume of cheek separating going on is was pretty astronomical.
In touch with each other, and then I come back to this area, back to my hometown here in Memphis. Well, Nashville, but my hometown where I wrestle out here in Memphis, and so I stayed in touch with Robert, and I'm
Hey Joe, when they show the set again, this is really similar to what the set I'm making to read Ben's mom's book on. Like but I've got like red leather lawyer chairs instead of like these dumpy chairs they have. But this is the like aesthetic I'm going for with the set for that segment.
Tag team wrestler, and Robert is too, and so we got together and I talked to him, and We got the gym, you know, Rock and Roll Express, you know, working out the rock and roll, and we just put it together.
I know, in the dressing rooms everywhere. The rock and roll is blaring thanks to you guys, but I like it. That's great.
Okay.
The thing has really been successful for you guys. Like I said, creates a lot of excitement wherever you go. The music, the dress, and everything. It's 1983 without a doubt.
Okay.
Now, Robert.
Yeah.
I know you really well behind the scenes. You're not a shy guy. You know, you're an outgoing guy, but you don't talk very much. What's the problem? Why is it?
Well, Jerry, you know, I've always.
Okay, so Mid-Atlantic is it was just basically the Carolinas. Yeah. I get it mixed up because I get some of the territories in that mixed up because like so many of them share so much talent that I kind of like go back and forth. I don't know why I thought of this just now, but you know how they make all those weird movies where it's like some combination of two things? Why have they ever made a movie about like a clown pansy, like a chimpanzee clown? I don't know why I just thought about that. It came into my mind very clearly. It was just like clown pansy.
Got a lot of things.
No, let him talk.
Well, you know, I've always got a lot of things to say, Jerry, but being the gentleman that I am, I kind of...
Like, I feel like Georgia Championship Wrestling shared a bunch of talent with Mid-Atlantic. I think it was even the same bookers and everything. I don't know.
Step back and let Ricky talk first, and he just takes everything right out, you know, everything I'm going to say, he just talks about everything.
All right, well, this is your golden opportunity in an open forum here today. You can say...
Okay, so that's my issue with how I'm viewing it. I need to be viewing it chronologically that Georgia Championship Wrestling leads into Mid-Atlantic. And I'm thinking that in my weed brain, I'm thinking all of these territories are simultaneously running because I'm like fantasy booking everything.
I know you got a lot of things you want to talk about. You can say it all right here. What would you like to say?
Well, I'd just like to say...
Jerry, you know that.
Oh, there he goes.
There he goes again. Okay, listen. You know, a lot of tag teams, the guys are partners in the ring. They wrestle together. But once they get out of the ring, away from the arenas, they go their separate ways. I know that you guys do travel together. You're together a lot. What's the story? You guys, close friendship, right?
Oh yeah, you know, we're not.
If I see Clown Pansy on Tubi in the near future, I'm gonna need a 10% finder's fee. I can't get burned on this one too.
Nothing. We both get into the same things. You know, we get up in the morning, go work out. We like to get to the towns early, you know, and get there and meet all the fans early and have a good time.
And listen to rock and roll all the time, right?
Yep, riding their car.
Oh,
100
man.
watts.
I saw you guys driving. The hair was going back. That's from the speakers, huh? You didn't have the windows
blast
down.
in the car.
Okay,
Shatterproof windows.
All right, I want you guys, you know what seems to happen on the show? The time goes by so fast. I want you guys to promise that you'll come back because we want to get really in deeper to the personalities, let the fans know you guys a little bit better. But we're almost out of time now. One thing I do want to give to you guys is each week on this segment, I do a caricature of my guests. And I have one, and if we can show it now that I did.
Like, that's really good, I think. I mean, they're completely readable as the people that they are. I don't know about the guitars, but... So Barry Horowitz won a title in Florida. Mid-Atlantic was still there, but after Georgia Championship Wrestling went down, it kind of moved, but they all shared talent. Okay.
Of the Rock and Roll. Can we widen out there and get the little shot there? That's the Rock and Roll Express.
All right.
Like that?
Uh-huh, sure do.
What am I doing sitting here on the talk show? I should be out drawing somewhere. And last week, real quick, I want to take this opportunity. Last week we had the Fabulous Ones here, and things were so exciting. I didn't get a chance to show theirs. I also, of course, did a...
If you can hear the air raid sirens, just ignore them.
Caricature of the Fabulous Ones, and there that is. Okay. Tell you what, fellas, thanks for coming, and we want you to come back again, okay?
Appreciate it, Jerry.
We'll be back with more of the Jerry Lawler Show right after these messages. Well, we're back, and we want to welcome you back to the Jerry Lawler Show. They told us in the beginning that we're going to have to give the bad guys equal time, and this is the time that I've been dreading since the day one of this show. We've got with us today, all I can say.
Yeah, he kind of reverse caricatured them. He made them like the pictures more flattering.
Is Jimmy Hart. Hart, I can hardly stand to look at you, much less hear that wimpy laugh of yours, but we've got you here on the Jerry Lawler Show. Is there anything that you'd like to say or talk about?
Well, first of all, I feel like I'm on the Johnny Carson show. You know, everybody knows that several years back when I had my group together, the world famous Gentries, I was on the Johnny Carson show. But I felt like this is the Johnny Carson show. I'm in the back in the green room, and I was so bored back there. I thought I'd write a little song. You know, and Lawler, this goes out to you, and to the Fabulous Ones, and the Rock and Roll Express, to all of your fans. And it's probably going to be my new single.
Wait a minute.
No.
You're not going to try to sing here today, are you?
I don't want to hear that. I'm not going to sing. Don't worry. I'm not even going to give you the privilege of singing because I get paid a lot of money when I sing. But I'm just going to read the first line. It goes, when she walked into the room, all the guys went, ooh, and the floor.
Can you hear that? Does it come across at all?
Floor began to shake. She started doing jumping jacks and the floor started to crack. Even Richard Simmons couldn't get this girl in shape. She had hippo hips. That's like your friends, baby. They all got hippo hips, man. But, a lot of people do ask me a lot of things. They say, where does Jimmy Hart buy his clothes? Well, I'll tell you where Jimmy Hart used to buy his clothes. I used to go to Chelsea Limited, but you know why I had to quit going there? Because I am a trendsetter. That's right. Everybody wants to know where I get my ties and my jackets. Chelsea...
Hulkster in heaven.
Used to be the place, but you know why I quit? I'll tell you why I quit. Because the Rock and Roll Express found out about it, and they started going down there. So did the Fabs, and so did probably you be next, Lawler. But, that's okay, because like I said, I am a trendsetter. And a lot of...
Yeah, my mic's low. I just wondered if it picked up the, I didn't know if it could pick up the siren or not.
A lot of people say, what do you do in your spare time, Jimmy Hart? Well, I don't have much spare time, but one thing I do is I do a little radio show on Rock 103 Radio every Tuesday morning, the Jimmy Hart official wrestling report, where you can hear the truth and nothing but the truth right there. And there's rumors going around that Ron Olson's trying to get me to be his new sidekick on FM 100.
There's rumors going around, Jimmy Hart, if you'll let somebody else squeeze a word in edgewise. There's rumors going around that that show is never the truth. As a matter of fact, somebody said, you can know when Jimmy Hart's lying, if his lips are moving, he's lying. Well, instead of talking about where you buy your clothes or where you
No, I hope not.
do your radio shows, let's ask a few questions that the fans really want to know about. Let's ask about the future of the family. Don't you realize that the family members are
If the stream goes down, if from a missile strike or something, just somebody try to find out who Dagny was and continue on the detective work.
dropping out left and right, and the guys are finally seeing you for what you are, and the way you're taking advantage of them, and how they're leaving the family in droves?
Man, I don't know what you're on or where you've been, but why don't you take a look around, leaving in droves? Sure, Bobby Eaton left. Big deal. He's a loser. He's always a loser, man. He ate me out of house and home, him and Coco Ware. But look who I've got. Stan the Man Hansen, the new...
I'm not down with the Coco Beware hate.
International champion. Then I've got the Assassins, the World Tag Team Champions. Then I've got the Grapplers. Hey, the Southern Champions. Buddy Landell's got the Mid-America Championship belt.
I'll tell you what.
I can go on and on, baby.
Listen, you know what's so good about this being my show, Jimmy?
No. I know what you're going to say. You're going to cut me off like you did Ken Patera and like you Jimmy Cornette. No, you're not cutting me off, baby, because I'm leaving. Bye.
Well, good. Don't let the door hit you in the rear end on the way out. Hopefully that'll be the last time we'll have to have Jimmy Hart on the show.
Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord separated you.
What we're going to do right now is we're going to make our weekly phone call. We're going to talk today to Renee Wells.
If it turns out I'm definitely not D.B. Cooper.
Up in Dyersburg, Tennessee. Hello, Renee. Are you on the phone? Hello, Renee.
Hi.
Hi, how are you today?
Fine.
Okay, Renee, we got your letter. We want to thank you for writing the Jerry Lawler Show. We understand that you have a question you'd like to ask Terry Taylor.
Yes, I would.
Would you want
Imagine being a kid and giving a shit about Terry Taylor.
to know?
I would like to know how long he's been wrestling professionally and what he'd like to accomplish most of his career.
Okay, those are very good questions. What we're going to do, Renee, is we're going to have Terry on here next week and answer those questions for you, okay?
Okay.
So you be sure and watch next week, all right?
Okay.
Okay, Renee, thanks. We'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
What a clickbait. A shame Jimmy never managed The Godfather. They'd be an unstoppable team.
Okay, now we're going to go to the viewer mail, and we want to quickly show the address. We are getting tons of mail, and we appreciate it. We're going through every bit of it. So if there's a little bit of a delay in seeing your letter or hearing about your letter on TV, just be patient. But if you want to write to the Jerry Lawler Show and have any question that you'd like to ask any wrestler, this is the address, 1960 Union Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104. And our question today is from Penny Carroll, who is also from Dyersburg, Tennessee, and Penny is 8 years old. And her question is for the Fabulous Ones.
Oh, boy.
It says, outside the ring, do you guys really like the Moondogs? Now, A lot of people who actually think that the wrestlers are all friends on the outside.
Who would want to hang out with the Moondogs? If you don't know who the Moondogs are, they look like hill people. They wear like jean cut off shorts and that's it. And they have like, imagine like what Kim Patera looked like, but like way bigger hair and crazier beard. And they like chew on a gigantic, like some kind of bone.
Outside. What about it, Fabs? Do you guys like the Moondogs?
Well, thank you, Penny. That's kind of an unusual question, but apparently have kind of a short memory because not too long ago, Stan and I faced the Moondogs many times in the ring, and outside the ring, we didn't think about it too much, but inside the ring, there was a lot of...
Did he just say maybe this girl doesn't have a very good memory?
Bloodshed, and I got injured earlier in the season.
Wow.
And ended up coming back trying to kill him with a 2x4, so...
An 8-year-old girl asked this question, and first he insults her memory. Now he's telling her about bloodshed, attempted murder.
Let me just get back to your question then. So I'll start with asking Stan Stan, do you like the Moondogs out of the ring?
No.
Do you like the way they wear their hair?
No.
Do you like their bones?
No.
Do you like their designer...
Yes, yeah, there was like a rotation of Moondogs. One of the Moondogs was an original member of Demolition with Bill Eadie, but got replaced by Smash, Barry Darso.
Jeans from Orson Welles?
No.
Do you like anything about the Moondogs?
I mostly remember Moondog Spot and Moondog Rex because they wrestled in 80s. They were like the main Moondogs, I think, in the 80s WWF.
Outside the ring or inside the ring?
Not really.
Okay, well, that kind of answers your question, Penny. We don't really particularly care for the Moondogs inside the ring or outside the ring, and we'd kind of like to see them leave.
Okay, Penny, I hope that answered the question for you. We want to thank you for writing in. We also want to thank, his name is Ronnie Griffin. Ronnie sent us this great picture, a great drawing of me pile driving Andy Kaufman. And if you have some...
That's a good picture. I mean, you can tell it's clearly readable. Wow, good work.
Budding artists out there or some drawings you'd like...
I bet you he still got it. I bet you it's like in a really nice frame, like put somewhere with like all the rest of his Kaufman stuff. That's amazing.
To see on television, you send those along also to the Jerry Lawler Show. Hey, tell you what, we're going to be back right after these messages for more of this show. Welcome back to the Jerry Lawler Show. You know, one of the questions that gets asked most often in the letters we receive is, what do the wrestlers like to do most in their spare time? Well, in my case, I like to get together with 9 of my...
I'd like to see Ben do a show like this while Grace is in Florida.
...friends and play softball. We've got a team. We do benefit ball games, and we call ourselves Lawler's Army. One of our outfielders and our leadoff batter was none other than referee Jerry Calhoun. Then, of course, myself, the king. I play first base and bat second. Then Robert Reed, another one of our outfielders, bats third, and quite a hitter that he is. Terry Pressgrove, our cleanup hitter, plays second base. Then Roy Henderson, another outfielder, bats fifth. Then young Mike Mashburn, who was my next-door neighbor all my life. He's our catcher, and he bats in the sixth position. And then Bobby Goss from the Shelby County Sheriff's Department is our third baseman, batting seventh. Rudy Favetti, our shortstop, the eighth batter. And our ninth batter, another outfielder, Chris Ellsworth. And then Jimmy Hampton rounds it all out. Jimmy's our pitcher, and he's our 10th batter. You know, we kind of have...
Is he just at his crib? What's going on?
Jerry Calhoun on the team is just sort of the mascot, just kind of around for laughs, you know. But lately, he's become quite a jinx. We want to show you a piece of video now from a game that was held a couple of weeks ago in which a fly ball was hit to the outfield.
I don't love the Moondogs, but I do think they could put on a good match. And if it's like if they're in a brawl against a team that can brawl with them, I think it could be a good match.
Clearly, well, short outfield, I say, because it was clearly a job for the second baseman to catch it, Terry Pressgrove. And what happens, watch this film as Jerry Calhoun wanted to hog all the balls, trying to be a big shot and grandstanding, comes running in from the outfield, and look at this collision. Now, what happened on that was, well, what resulted...
Is Jerry Lawler using his TV show to settle a personal issue that came up during a softball game?
Was the fact that Terry Pressgrove, our star hitter without a doubt, wound up with a broken leg, broken in 3 places. his left leg. Now, if you didn't think, let's slow that down. Let's run that back and look at that again. I want Calhoun to take a good look at this in slow motion. Well, it's quite a tragic thing, and we're here. I'm here with Terry.
So, is somebody worth? Is it true that they just declared martial law in all of South Korea?
Pressgrove and Terry, I better than anybody know how you feel, and exactly how you feel, because Calhoun, the jinx that he is the same man who broke my leg.
Well, Calhoun, you know.
What an interview this is! Wow.
No, he just
he's in the wrong place at the wrong time, is all I can say.
He needs to find another sport.
That's exactly right. Terry Pressgrove, for anybody that doesn't know, played in 1977 and 1978 at Memphis State University. During those years, he held the home run record, the RBI record, and what else? A couple other records, right?
Just a career home run record and the RBI record.
Go ahead. Don't be modest, man. Be like me. Tell them how great you are, or were, before Calhoun did this.
Well, before Calhoun did this, I was the best.
Without a doubt. We were looking forward to the game. You know who is probably especially happy about this? Johnny Dark.
I hate Johnny Dark's team. I wanted to beat them so bad. And now look what Calhoun's did.
Well, I know that you're going to be there for the game. We got a big game coming up with Johnny Dark's team Thursday night at Toby Field. I want you there on hand, and I want you to take a look at this too. Calhoun had a few words to say about what happened to your leg. Let's take a look at this.
Kicker's going for me now. 2 broken legs, Lawler's and Terry Pressgrove.
Terry, after I heard that, I tried my best to defend you. Take a look at this.
And
what even is this?
And Calhoun ranks up there with cancer and heart attacks as one of the 3 great cripplers. Well, Terry, not only did I try to defend you, but you can just see, keep watching, you'll see just how popular Calhoun is on the team.
Let me tell you one thing about me. I play first, second, short, third, and I'm great. I am a 1,000 hitter.
Well, Terry, what's the outlook on the leg from the doctor now?
He said I'll be 2 months in a cast, and hopefully by then I'll be able to go back to work.
Well, the baseball season's almost over anyway. We'll get them next year, right?
Oh, yeah. We'll be there next year.
Okay. You got anything you'd like to say to kind of wrap this segment up?
I'd just like to say one thing. I hate you, Jerry Calhoun.
Well, Terry Pressgrove, along with about 300...
What an interesting segment that was.
100,000 wrestling fans feel the same way about Calhoun, but he's trying to do better. What we want to do right now is we want to take a close look at somebody who is absolutely never on television. That's because she, along with Bill Dotson, is on WMC 79 radio every morning from 5:30 to 10 a.m. And here's an interview we did with Aunt Eloise.
Okay, so I looked it up, or somebody sent me a link. It says South Korean President Yoon Suk Yeol declared an emergency martial law Tuesday, accusing the country's opposition of controlling the parliament, sympathizing with North Korea, and paralyzing the government with anti-state activities. Yoon made the announcement in a televised briefing Tuesday, vowing to eradicate pro-North Korean forces and protect the constitutional democratic order. It wasn't immediately clear how Yoon's step would affect the country's governance and democracy. The move drew immediate opposition from politicians, including the leader of his own party, Han Dong-hoon, who called the decision wrong and vowed to stop it with the people. Opposition leader Lee Jong-myung, who narrowly lost to Yoon in the 2022 presidential election, is calling it illegal and unconstitutional. Through this martial law, I will rebuild and protect the free Republic of Korea, which is falling into the depths of national ruin, Yoon said during a televised speech invoking South Korea's formal name. Wow, that's pretty intense.
Haggard with Bill Dodson and Aunt Eloise at Beth Catherine, WMC Memphis. Here's Kathy Thurman.
Oh, you sweet thing, you.
Well, folks, I'm very excited about the fact of having, without a doubt, the top morning radio team in Memphis on the Jerry Lawler Show.
Too kind, Jerry. You're too kind.
Well, Aunt Eloise, you know, for years now, people have wanted to see Aunt Eloise on television. I realize you don't make many personal appearances. You don't do much television, so it's just an honor to have you on my show today, and we're looking forward for the people out there to get one of the first glimpses of Aunt Eloise here today.
Well, thank you so much, Jerry. It's good to be on the program. Bill and I have been wanting to be on your show ever since it's been on the air.
Well, I want you to realize this, and you too, Bill. Now, you know, when you guys are on the radio in the morning, a lot of people don't get to see your face. Now, after this exposure, everywhere you go, you're going to be recognized. People are going to be coming up, autographs. They're going to be bugging you. Can you handle that?
I don't know if we can or not, Jerry. It's going to be tough.
Tough job, but somebody has to do it. Huh?
Somebody's got to, and I guess we are the chosen ones.
What is this?
Butter bean.
This is a butter bean?
Yeah, it's on steroids.
Now listen, Eloise, what?
I'm not trying to bring the mood down, but like I like it when I'm watching like some of these older videos and like something historical happens and the people reference it. So like that's a pretty big deal, like South Korea declaring martial law. And I found out about it while watching the Jerry Lawler Show 41 years after it was made.
What this means is you're not going to be able to come down to the Coliseum on Mondays at wrestling without the people knowing who you are, without them recognizing you now.
Well, that's okay, Jerry. I don't mind. I've always wanted to be on TV before.
Is that right? Well, yeah, I see you down there. Some of your favorite wrestlers, naturally, the fabulous ones.
Oh, Lord, I get a heart attack when you talk about the fabulous ones. Oh, they're so handsome. Oh, Lord.
Well, I see you hanging on them every week as they go back and forth to the ring down there.
Well, they ain't as fast as you are.
Oh.
I can't catch you, but I can catch them, cut two of them.
Well, what about now, a lot of people wonder about yours and Bill's relationship. Are y'all just good friends, or?
We're the best of friends. We have a real good working relationship, as well as a good relationship when we're off the air. So it works out real fine.
Well, yeah, Bill eats up my leftover possum all the time. He loves possum. That boy, you got to drag his head out the possum pan.
Never had to throw it to the dogs.
No, he got to throw it to the dog. Billy, eat a possum. You like possum too, don't you?
Well, I've tasted possum. Let me put it that way.
Have a butter bean, Jerry.
I'm going to take this home with me. You know, Jimmy Hart has his cane. I could use this to offset some of those canes. Where'd you get this?
The Moondogs. They give me this, I got a bone, and I gave them this. Pretty good deal, I thought.
I think that's a great deal. Now, as I said, 5:30 to 10 o'clock every morning, or Monday through Saturday.
That's right. We get up before the dogs do.
Well, that's great. Without a doubt, in Memphis, the top morning radio team, and I just appreciate you being on the show. That's swell, and
that's radio business.
Just radio business. Okay, I guess this is the big moment. The time is here. It's finally arrived. We want you to turn around and give Memphis a glimpse.
Are you sure you want this?
Well, I know I do. I'm just. Are you sure?
Is my makeup in place?
Well, let me just say this. For a show that is predominantly about wrestling, I think she's dressed appropriately, don't you?
I would say so, Jerry. I would really say so.
We'll be looking at that camera?
That's the camera, right?
Turn around and look.
Just turn around, Eloise.
Get ready, folks.
Come on,
Don't hide your face.
She got the butter beans from the Moondogs. I don't know who she got the wrestling mask from, but we want to thank Bill Dotson and Aunt Eloise for being on the Jerry Lawler Show. We also want to thank the Rock and Roll Express, the Fabs, and we don't want to thank Jimmy Hart, but he was here anyway. And that's just about going to wrap things up today. We thank you for being here. We want you to stay tuned now for Pittsburgh Steelers versus the Houston Oilers, and then at 3 p.m., the Rodeo Pro Tour right here on Channel 5. Jerry Lawler saying we'll see you back here again next Sunday morning at 11.
Like, I think this is a really good show. Like, it's really entertaining to me. There's, like, enough variety. It moves at, like, a good pace. He's even doing the thing at the end, like the newscasters do, writing on the piece of paper in the dark. I think this video here is just so cool. I think it's hilarious. Oh, shoot. I missed the one of him like looking over the lake with the sunset. That was really cool too.
Hi, and welcome to another edition of the Jerry Lawler Show. We've got a great show for you today. I want you to stay tuned because we've got, on our one-on-one interview today, Dutch Mantel. We're going to have a visit from Terry Taylor, Jimmy Valiant. We're going
Dutch Mantel on the show. All right, let's go.
to have the Bruise Brothers here in a bad guy interview. And we're also going to get to that Cleveland Brown special that we didn't have time for last week. All of that, plus professional boxer Sonny Barch. All that today, right here on the
My God, what a lineup.
Jerry Lawler Show. And we'll be back with it right after these words.
Coming up, a Dutch treat.
You know, there's been a lot of big-name wrestlers in this area in the past from the state of Texas. One of the most famous ones that I've ever seen is none other than Dutch Mantel.
But you can't deny how good he looks. Couldn't find another on the cover of the book. Believe me, I've almost loved him once or twice. But don't be fooled by his innocent smile. Clever as the devil and just as wild and crazy. But a little crazy kind of night.
What a look that was. Like a polo shirt tucked into Speedos, and he's just walking around.
He's a heartache, looking for a place to have fun.
Yeah, he's either from they either bill him as from Dirt, or what's the other one? Oil can, oil trough, something like that.
Looking for a little action, living for the moment, not for love. He's a heartache, looking for a place to have fun. And forever
They got to put Dutch in next year. They got to get Dutch in the Hall of Fame. He's got to go in while he's alive. I think it would really mean a lot to him.
satisfaction, if you try to hold on, he's gone. Well, I might as well tell someone else.
I think it's. I mean, I know that some people you can't help it, like they died before the Hall of Fame was put in or whatever. But I would think you would want to prioritize people that were, toward closer to the end of their life, so that like posthumous inductions, if they're absolutely necessary, I understand. But otherwise, man, get them in there while they're alive, so they can get that last they live there. They put all their energy and their time and all those years and their bodies into like this thing. Let them go out one last time and hear the crowd and let people hear their name, while they're still alive. I just don't understand why they wait on so many people. It's not like they vote on it, they can just say like Dutch is gonna go in next year.
Myself, not likely, but I wouldn't mind just one more night. If he wants to hold you, let it be. Don't pass up the opportunity to know him. You won't forget him all your life. But whatever you do, be wise enough not to fall in love, 'cause he's a heartache, looking for a place to have fun, looking for a little action, living for the moment, not for love. He's a heartache, looking for a place to have fun, temporary satisfaction. If you try to
Is this like the extended cut of the song?
hold on, he's gone.
Well, he's a guy that's given a lot of opponents heartaches, that's for sure. Dutch Mantel, I want to welcome you to the Jerry Lawler Show.
Well, thank you, Jerry. I was wondering when you was going to ask me to appear on your show.
Well, come on.
Others preceded me,
Yes,
but I'm
that's-
here.
In other words, you should have been the first guest.
No, not necessarily, but I didn't think it'd take it this long.
Okay. Well, anyway, we're glad to have you here. And before I get into this one-on-one interview, I want to congratulate you and Coco Ware on becoming the new Southern Tag Team Champions last week.
Well, thank you, Jerry. I think the grapplers took us a little lightly. See, me and Coco, I guess you'd call us a ragtag team. We were just thrown together.
That does they do have a ragtag feel to them, but it's okay because Dutch is like the more grounded, not a brawler, but like, a punch and kick kind of guy mostly, and then Coco's like the high flyer.
Yeah. But I want to get back in the championship picture, and I talked to Coco, and he talked to me, and I said, let's give it a shot. And the grapplers took us lightly because of that, because they're an established team. They've been together, 4 or 5 years.
Sure.
and they got their teamwork down. They thought, I guess they respect us as individual wrestlers, but as a team, I think they took us lightly, and by taking us lightly, we stripped them of those Southern Tag Team belts.
Well, that's great. You know, as you said, I guess, well, maybe not Coco, but yourself, you're predominantly known as a single wrestler. Is there a big difference to you? Do you prefer wrestling's single matches, or of course now you've been very successful as a tag team wrestler?
Well, I prefer single matches because I think I'm more at 100%. Because when you got other people in the ring and you're depending on the guy, if he gets down or you get down or whatever, it makes it more difficult. I'd rather be in there by myself, and I win and lose on my own merits. If your partner loses, you can always say, well, he lost or whatever. But if I lose, hey, I just got beat. And if a guy beats me, a guy just beats me. And I have no one to blame, no excuses.
That's true.
And the next time I go out and I try to do better.
Base Dutch.
Among the wrestlers, at least, this is something the fans may not know, or maybe they can pick up. You're kind of known as a loner type guy. A lot of the guys travel together, have close friends and everything. You're a loner. Was there any sort of reason for this?
Well, when I was in the Army, when I was over there in Vietnam, I stayed to myself because
Dutch was all around good. He could work, promo, book. Yep, absolutely, yeah. And he was also really good at getting his knowledge across to up and coming talent. I think he had a huge impact on, especially on women's wrestling, but in a lot of young wrestlers in general during his time in TNA.
I couldn't depend on anybody else to keep me alive. See, I went to Vietnam.
And then he was one of the main bookers down in Puerto Rico too, which that's another territory I'd like to watch more content from.
Protect you, Jerry, so you could be free.
I appreciate that. I really do.
This country could be free and everything, but
thank you, Dutch.
And I went over there as a
All right, Gibson. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it.
Loner, and I said, I'm going by myself, and I hope I'm coming back by myself, and thank God I got back. And I thank God every day that I'm still living, because I lived through that hard time of my life. And same way with wrestling, because if you ride with a guy or you ride with other wrestlers and you tell them certain techniques that you do in the ring, eventually, mark my words, down the road, you're going to have to wrestle them somewhere. And if they're smart, they're going to listen to what you've said before. If they know your strengths and your weaknesses, then they're going to turn around and use it on you. So just watch what you say and just go on about your business, and I think in the long run, you'll be a lot better off.
Earlier we talked about the grapplers. They, of course, are from the state of Texas. You Dutch are from Oil Trough, Texas. A lot of top wrestlers have come out of the state of Texas. Wonder why that is. The Funks.
Well, Jerry, you know as well as I do, the state of Texas is a wide open state. Texas will drive you nuts if you stay there long enough. And it is noted predominantly for putting out, world champion wrestlers actually. And you know as well as I do, you've wrestled most of them out of the state of Texas. You wrestled Dory Funk, so have I. Terry Funk, you wrestled him. And now Stan Hansen's in here trying to make a big name for himself. The grapplers are here. They're all out of the state of Texas because I think it started back maybe in Amarillo.
Tito Santana, Terry Blanchard. Who else was out of Texas around this time? The Von Erichs, Gino Hernandez, a lot of the homegrown, tons of homegrown talent.
Years ago with Dory Funk Sr.
You know nothing about Puerto Rico other than what happened to Brody. I mean, I have a little bit more than that just because I've seen some matches, some of the death match type shit down there. But I definitely like to see more of the regular wrestling cards, not just the death match.
Senior.
And maybe some other names that the wrestling fans wouldn't be so familiar with, but Bruiser Brody, a big guy.
Tito Santana has to come. We need to find the interview of the people talking about Tito Santana building the fence around the rats for the rat episode.
About 6'4", 290. He's out of the state of Texas. So
Tully Blanchard was just in here.
You wrestled Blanchard.
Yeah, Dusty.
Yeah, sure have. And
Texas has put out a lot of great wrestlers, and I'm
Barry Windham, maybe.
Proud to be one of them. And I just hope that maybe in the Texas Wrestling Hall of Fame that I'll be included in it somewhere.
Well, I've wrestled as partners with most of them and against most of them, and I got to say, Dutch, that you're right up there with the best.
Well, I appreciate it.
One of the bad things about this show, Dutch, is that you don't have a whole lot of time. I don't ever have as much time as I'd like to have, and I've enjoyed.
Me back.
That's what I was fixing to do. Give me a second here. I've enjoyed having you here, and I want you to promise me that you will come back. Now, there's the invitation. Will you do that? Okay, and I've also...
Tito and Steamboat were your favorites as a kid. Two of the best, pure baby faces, I think.
Also done a caricature of you, and I'm going to give that to you just a little later, and the people will be able to see that a little later, too, okay?
All righty.
Thanks for being
here. Good one?
Well, you were okay, Dutch, Okay. Tell you what, we'll be back with more of the Jerry Lawler Show right after these words.
I love the set.
With more of the Jerry Lawler Show, and week by week, this is getting to be my least favorite part of the show. This is the segment in which we have to interview the bad guys and give them equal time. And today we have with us the Bruise Brothers. There they are, all smiles. Listen, this is not going to be
Dude looking like young Kimbo Slice.
funny. We're here to ask you guys a few questions, and what I'd like to do is at least a little civil behavior out of you two guys, okay? The one standing is Pork Chop Cash, former Dream Machine sitting there. And Dream Machine, at first I want to ask you a question. You know, you've been in and out of the First Family as far as being managed by Jimmy Hart. You know, once you were out of the family, what was the reason or the purpose, or what was your thinking behind going back?
Yeah, pretty... I think Hogan squashed... didn't he always squash everybody else's dreams, kind of? I remember an old issue of one of the After mags had like a whole story about how Hillbilly Jim, Coco Beware, some of the other, like, you know, Tito, like the consistently good guys were kind of being screwed over because they didn't want to challenge their friend to a match, so it was kind of like stymieing their career a little bit. And I remember as a kid, I thought that was like such a deep think piece, and it was like really getting inside my head, like, is Hulk Hogan the bad guy?
Back into the family.
Hey, man, let me tell you something right now, Lawler. I don't want to be here. I think it's a big joke, and I think you're a joke. First of all, hey, you're not the FBI, you're not the IRS, baby. Hey, you don't ask me nothing. I'll tell you what I want you to know, and that's it. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, you know, if that's going to be the attitude, then I guess it will be a big joke. Maybe we don't need you here. The only reason you're here is to answer a few questions, or if you've got anything on those minds of yours, say your piece. If you got something
hey,
you'd
brother,
like
the
to
only
say.
thing I'm saying, I think the Bruise Brothers are the hottest tag team right here in this area right now. I think we have been overlooked, and I think Jimmy Hart is the guidance of the First Family, and I think he's what's happening, baby. That's all I got to say to you, man.
Well, you guys got a shot coming up at the Southern Tag Team Champions. Now, if you're the hottest tag team in the area, as you say you are, and with Jimmy Hart proven to be the distraction that he has been lately around the ring, there you go. Now, it looked a lot better there. Just put it down over his face. If all that's true, then you guys should turn out to be the new tag team champions. What's your outlook on that match?
Hey, I think we will be the new tag team champions, man, because I think Dutch Mantel has stayed too long in Vietnam, and I think Coco Ware is burnt. But I think I got my main man right here, Pork Chop.
Dutch Mantel spent too much time in Vietnam, and Coco Beware is burnt.
Cash, I think we're moving the grooving up tight and wanting to fight. That's
anyone who was a face back then had the money machine that was Hogan to compete with. Yeah, I mean, I understand it. Yeah. I mean, I know why practically it happened. It just, like, there were a lot of great storytelling opportunities. I mean, I guess we eventually got, like, Macho Man, but that was kind of a different thing. That was a guy I always wanted to see him go up against, but he was a former bad guy, so it wasn't really the same.
That's what I think about it, King.
Well, you know, Pork Chop Cash obviously trying to impress us all there with his body.
Show him that body, baby. Show him them 20-inch arms. Show him that arm just one time. What do you think about that, King, huh? You know, a lot of your arms is 20 inches, man, from here to here.
I wonder if Hogan and Coco Beware ever had a match, like even on a house show or something. I think that would be a really interesting match. But I think Hulk Hogan's style is interesting, so I like to see him in, like, different matchups.
That's fine. That's fine. Laugh it up now, you guys. You know, your time is coming. What I'd just like to ask Pork Chop
Hulk Hogan versus Necro Butcher is like my all-time dream match.
Cash, one question. With all the time that you obviously have to spend in the gym, how much time do you have to spend concentrating on your matches?
Well, you know what I'm saying? Anytime you're wrestling, Coco and Dutch Mantel, why we have to think about that? You know, Coco Ware, he don't even know who we are.
He was here in Memphis, I think.
He finally trying to find himself. See, I know who I
am. He was there in '86 that we watched not too long ago. I'm pretty sure he was on some shows.
That's right, you tell him.
Yeah, I think we looked it up, and he goes into WWF at the end of '86, so he went pretty close, like Memphis to straight to WWF.
And what he wants to do, he wants to wrestle the Bruise Brothers. He's trying to make a name for himself.
I knew they were tag team partners. I like them as a tag team too, because they were two of my, like, they're two, like, I have a lot of nostalgic value to that tag team, but I think they'd be a fun little tag team match.
My brother,
You starting off the wrong
I'm
place.
sorry, like a fun, like, 1v1.
You should have started someplace else, because there ain't no way you're going to make a name of yourself with the Bruise Brothers.
Okay, well, that's fine. You guys have said your piece, and since it's such a big joke to you, you guys can go on about your business now.
Well, good.
Okay, that's fine. So we had a chance to talk with the Bruise Brothers, and as I...
He should cut... He should have cut him off like Ben cut that one guy off in the VC that one time.
I said, not always a pleasant interview. What we're going to do right now is something that is a little more pleasant. We're going to take an opportunity to answer some of the viewer mail, and our letter this week is from Renee Wells of Dyersburg, Tennessee. It says, Dear Mr. Lawler, my name is Renee Wells, and my question is directed to Terry Taylor. I would like to know how long Terry has been in professional wrestling, and...
Well, you guys have said your piece, so now find a bridge.
What he would like to accomplish most in his career. Well, here's Terry to answer it for you, Renee.
So this is the answer to last week's letter.
Thank you for writing in, and in response to your question to how long I've been wrestling 4 years in September. It was the 29th. I'll never forget the date that I started. It was in Florida, and I'm just happy to be able to do something that I really enjoy doing. And you're asking your question, another way to phrase it is, what are my goals in this business? And in professional wrestling, I really would like to feel...
He looks really young here, too. Wow.
...that I am respected by the fans and also by the people that I wrestle against also.
If you could go back in time, would you warn Terry Taylor about the Red Rooster? I mean, he had to know it was a bad idea.
And it'd be silly for me to say that I don't want a chance at the World Championship, because that in itself is a goal that I think everybody in professional wrestling wants. The ability or the chance to see that you can wrestle against the best and see how you do.
Have you ever heard Bruce Pritchard try to defend the Red Rooster gimmick? He's like, it's not an insult. It's Vince just took a look at him and he said, hey Bruce, this guy's, he's cocky, he's got a swagger, he's like the cock of the walk, pal. He's like a rooster, a red rooster. It's like, dude, you're so full of shit, Bruce.
The World Championship is how you measure your ability in this sport, and that's what I would like to do, is wrestle for the World Championship at least one time in my career. Thank you for writing in.
Well, thank you, Terry, and as he said, thank you very much, Renee. We want to take an opportunity now to talk to, on the telephone, Becky Watson. Becky, are you there?
Yes, I am.
How are you today?
I'm fine.
Okay, thanks for writing in to us. I believe you had a question for Bill Dundee. What was that?
Yeah, I did. I know he's had several tag
Oh, no.
team partners, and I would like to know which one does he feel that he had the most success with.
I see. Okay, well, that's a very good question. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We'll have Bill Dundee right here on the show next Sunday answer that question for you. Okay, Becky?
Okay, thanks. I'll be watching.
Okay, thanks for calling.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. All right, thank you. Also, if you want to write in to the Jerry Lawler Show, our address is the Jerry Lawler Show, and, well, it's care of WMC TV.
Look at his face. They fucked it up and didn't get the address put up on the screen.
Memphis, Tennessee, 38104 is the zip code. And we're getting an awful lot of mail and some great pictures also. Our picture this week was sent in by Leo Bruce of Jackson, Tennessee. And it's a picture of yours truly.
Wow. Becky the Rat.
It says, eat your heart out, Jimmy Hart. Thank you very much, Lee. That's a very, very good picture. Good potential there as a commercial artist one of these days. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to be back with more of the Jerry Lawler Show right after these words, so you stay tuned.
Coming up, punches and prizes.
Well, we're back on the Jerry Lawler Show, and, ever since I got my own show, I've noticed a little bit of jealousy from some of the other wrestlers. I think there's quite a few of them that think that they should have their own show. So what I've done, I've gone out and given some of them an opportunity to see what it would be like. And one of
Oh my gosh, Grace should do an introduction to her. She should do a super comp, right? Take all of the episodes of her reacting to Ruby and Ava's Vegas stream, but do an introduction like this, where she's like, everybody thinks they can be a streamer. So I had people go out and see if they could do it for themselves, and then he's going to show some botched footage here, I would think.
One that we're going to see today is what it would be like if handsome Jimmy Valiant had his own TV show.
You know, Kingfish Lawler's got his own show. You know, Handsome Jimmy wasn't minding his own show. You know, I'm right out here at Overton Square, and the very first person, I'm gonna practice a little bit. The very first person that walks by here, I'm gonna talk to. Well, here comes someone right now. How you do, sir? Well, Dave Brown. David Brown, you have a lovely daughter.
Oh my God. Jesus.
How you doing, brother? How's the weather? Chilly today and hot tamale. I understand that, brother. Ask me a question. Any question you want to ask me? Give me a kiss. All right. Well, feel good. Give me my show. Kingfish Lawler. I want my show. My show.
Well, maybe, I think maybe Handsome Jimmy better stick to wrestling. And speaking of wrestling, and speaking of Handsome Jimmy, we have a short match, so let's take a look at Handsome Jimmy in the ring.
There you hear it. You know what that means. The Boogie Woogie Man, Jimmy Van. Here is the Boogie Man. One and only. There is no other. And the Hucker Man, Jimmy Van. Only the Boogie Man. He can strike fear in the hearts of many a wrestler when he wants to.
Feel good today. Well, give me about 20 seconds out here, brother.
Now, this is what I'm talking about with how he would it was all like one big dance, like an interpretive dance routine, like combat dancing.
All right, you heard it. He goes up, he goes right in. Fuji goes right after him. Kicking him in the midsection. High right hand by the Boogie Man. Takes him, whips him out into that turnbuckle. Puts him across. Forearm to the side of the head. Grabs him, whips him across into the ropes. Comes up. Elbow down on that mat. Fuji goes. Drops an elbow on top of him. Down on that mat. That's it.
I mean, perfect. What more do you need? Right? What more do you need? You don't want to see Jimmy Valiant put on a hammer lock on somebody for half an hour or do lucha libre. You want to see? You just want to see him.
Your winner. There you see the Boogie Man, the Boogie Woogie Man, Jimmy Van. Knocks him down. Goes for the pin.
And like, if people got this, just say like people in the territory got tired of it. Well, that. You could just go work somewhere else for a while, and once you were gone for a while, they would miss you. Like, he was hugely over. So I don't think that... We had this argument a couple streams ago, I think, where we were talking about 911 and ECW, about how they said that, like, he couldn't just keep coming out and just choke slamming people. And Todd Gordon thought that was bullshit, that as long as you kept it interesting, that would, like, protect him from, you know, losing his mystique or his aura or whatever.
And your winner, the one and only Jimmy Valiant.
But he would get, and sometimes in some of those feuds, though, he would have like they would devolve into like blood-soaked brawls. So like when he needed to, when the situation called for it, he would kind of he would put in more, like, make it more of a fight.
Well, that's the Boogie Woogie Man, Jimmy Valiant, making short work of one of his opponents. We've got a gentleman in the studio with us now who's also made short work of a lot of his opponents. Professional boxer from Memphis, Sonny Barch. Sonny, it's nice to have you with us today, and we want to talk to you for just a second about an upcoming fight that you've got. But before we do that, we want to just take a quick look at some video of Sonny Barch in action.
Sure.
Okay, Sonny, if you could tell us real quick.
Wow.
Quick, who was that you just knocked out there?
I believe that was Leroy Greer out of New Orleans.
And that was the first round also.
Yeah, first round knockout. I believe it lasted 56 seconds or so.
Great. You've been...
Is this the guy off the paper towel packaging?
Professional since 1982. What's your record now?
14-1.
14-1.
14-1.
Keep in mind, he just said, so you've been a professional boxer since 1982, and we're in 1983. So that's a nice way of not just saying, like, so you've been a boxer for about a year. Instead, it's like, oh, so you've been a boxer since 1982.
14 knockouts, 11 in the first round.
11 knockouts in the first round. That's
Wow.
Great. You're going against, well, it's going to be Tuesday, this coming Tuesday.
Tuesday the 27th, Charles Atlas. That was my only defeat, as a matter of fact. That went 10 rounds back last April. I broke my hand in a couple of places, and it was a pretty tough fight.
Need more stuff like this where kayfabe is kept, but it's outside of wrestling, like TNT for all the nonsense. It's nice. Oh, yeah, for sure. I love the vibe of this show. Like, I think it's giving it's giving a wink to the crowd, but it's not like just coming right out. But like they're also like keeping that little veil, just enough veil of kayfabe to keep it, and it's like tied perfectly into the wrestling promotion. Then you have all these like interesting community things. I think it's a really like a genuinely entertaining show, but it's also got like such high nostalgia value too.
Well, let me just say real quick, we've got some video from that.
All right, Cayman Rob, appreciate it. You like it all? Yeah, I go through like phases where I'm really into like one thing or another. Like I'll go back and revisit like 2 years of Ring of Honor for like no real reason. I'll just get a fixation. But I like to watch just about every style and era.
From that match, if we can roll that, look at this. It looks, Sonny, like you've got the guy, in trouble. You landed one really, really fine shot here and had him on the ropes, but then sort of backed away. Now you said, was that where you hurt your hand, or what happened?
I think that left hook was when I injured my hand, but now on up in the 4th and 5th round, it started swelling on me, and that's when the pain really came. And really, that's no excuse. It was just mind over matter, I guess. I've learned a lot since then, and I think there'll be definitely a...
You weren't trying to carry the fight or anything like that. I mean, I've done that myself. I've been against guys that, I thought had absolutely no chance whatsoever and didn't go for a quick win, and they come up surprising me a little later. Do you think that could have been the case?
To be honest with you, we were trying to go 6 rounds.
Like, just like this, having this conversation and Jerry Lawler saying, hey, this is kind of like when I was in wrestling, this happened. Like, that gives legitimacy to, like, it gives credibility to Jerry Lawler, but, like, to wrestling, too. It makes it's being treated like it's a real, athletic contest.
Rounds or so, just for the exposure. I haven't, at the time, I was 10-0 with 9 first-round knockouts, and we needed some exposure for the PR.
And wound up losing the match.
Yeah, it was a shame.
Well,
but,
this coming Tuesday night down at the Rivermont, you can rectify that whole situation.
No doubt about it. I don't believe he'll go more. He won't go past 3.
Okay, well, we'll be looking forward to that. I also want to talk about, you're looking, or your trainers or handlers are trying to get you a match with Big John Tate. Now, this would be a big stepping stone for you.
Sure, that'll be my big jump. As a matter.
Yeah, like we're seeing footage of this guy that's a legit good fighter, or at least good against the level of competition he's up against, and he's treating Jerry Lawler like he's a contemporary. That carries weight to a lot of people, or would have at this time. I mean.
Matter of fact, 80K Productions, Sarge Duncan called Ace Miller, who's Tate's manager, day before yesterday, and offered him $50,000 to come down here and fight me. And he said no at the time, but he said it's negotiable. So these guys out of Philadelphia, they have the money to put up for the fight. It's just a matter of fact, it's a matter of whether Tate will take it or not.
Well, maybe Tate may have in the back of his mind that he might be one of those stepping stones for Sonny Barch, and that could well be what happens, couldn't it?
Well, I think that's so. He's kind of avoiding anyone that can punch, and that's something I've got, good Lord bless me with, and that's a punch.
Well, that's great. We'll be looking forward to that Tuesday night down at the Rivermont, and we're going to send some...
That's quite the San Francisco mustache he's got going on. Sorry, I was looking at it. It looks like the South Korean parliament is working to block the martial law declaration.
People down there, and hopefully in a couple of shows later we'll cover some of that action.
Well, I appreciate that, Jerry. I appreciate you letting me be on your show.
Well, thank you for being here, Sonny. Hey, what we want to do right now is take an opportunity to brag a little bit and show this trophy. As you saw last week, Lawler's Army did...
Oh, I thought he was going to pick up the boxing trophy and like smash it and then pile drive this boxer on it.
Real well in a softball tournament that was held Thursday night, and it was to benefit the Methodist Hospital Lifeline Center and we played against the Memphis Police Department and also Johnny Dark's Sports Saturday team. He's on another station, you know, and he always brags about what a great ball team he has. Well, Lawler's Army defeated him 17-12, and we were the winners of the tournament, and we're just tickled to death about that. And now, what we're going to get a chance to do is take a look at some of the action from my favorite NFL football team, the Cleveland Browns. This is some action from their last game against the Cincinnati
First quarter, no
Bengals.
score in the game. Cleveland's Brian Sipe looking for Ozzie Newsome, who makes us.
The Jerry Lawler Show is a real man's program, I feel like. A lot of masculinity.
Spectacular diving catch in the end zone.
Dudes being dudes.
19-yard touchdown, Cleveland on top, 7-0. In the second quarter, with the Browns leading 10-0, rookie running back from Cincinnati, Larry Kennebrew, comes wide to the left, goes into the end zone for his first NFL TD. It's 10-7 Cleveland. In the third quarter, the Browns still lead 10-7 when Mike Pruitt powers his way into the end zone off of left tackle, a 2-yard touchdown.
Hell yeah, Mike Pruitt.
Cleveland Browns go on to down the Cincinnati Bengals 17-7. I'm George Michael for NBC News.
Wow, George Michael used to work for NBC News.
I love those guys. When I originally lived here in Memphis, my father worked at the Ford plant, and what happened, they transferred all the Ford plant workers to Lorain, Ohio, and I moved from Memphis in 1957 up about 30 miles out of Cleveland, and of course coming from Memphis without any professional sports at that time into a city or near a city like Cleveland, I became an instant Browns fan, and I don't think they get enough recognition, and every chance I get, we're going to have something on about the Cleveland Browns. As a matter of fact, and just
like this just seems like a show to me that would be on at like a bar and no one would be like, everyone would be cool with it. Like there's really nothing like, there's nothing, it's just, it's like entertaining, but it's like very chill.
a few weeks, I'm going to journey all the way up to Cleveland, take our cameramen with us, and we're going to talk to Coach Sam Rutigliano and Brian Sipe, and we're going to have a lot of Cleveland Browns interviews right here, whether there are any Cleveland Browns fans here or not, because it's my show. Tell you what, we want to thank Sonny Barch for being with us today. We want to thank Dutch Mantel and Terry Taylor. Next week, we're going to have Coco Ware.
I was just going to say, I don't know if they can top this episode, but Coco Beware is going to be on the next one.
And we want to have you back too, okay? Jerry Lawler saying so long until next week.
Hey, Jerry, why'd they turn the lights out?
This afternoon at 3, TV5 takes you into the world of emergency medicine on shock trauma. William Conrad stars as the head of a crack medical team using unconventional methods to save lives. Coming up next, NFL 83, followed by the Kansas
Get crack medical team for me.
City Chiefs against the Miami Dolphins on NBC Pro Football at noon, here on your station for sports, TV5.
They spent all their money to book this gigantic show with what was his name? Bruce Starch. I've already forgotten his name. Barry something. Didn't they say Bill Dundee was going to be on this next episode to answer that girl's questions? Brenda?
Everybody, and welcome once again to the Jerry Lawler Show right here on Channel 5. We've got a great show for you today. Our one-on-one interview is going to take a look at Coco Ware, at a side of Coco that I don't think anybody has ever seen before. Our bad guy interview for the day is going to be the former World Tag Team Champion Assassins, and then the world's greatest fan. We're going to talk to Miss Lily Butler, who's been coming to the wrestling matches for, well, ever since before I was even born, and that's a long time, believe me. And then we're going to take a special look at my special manager for tomorrow night. That's right, the San Diego Chicken. All that today on the Jerry Lawler Show, so you stay tuned, okay?
I know, I can't wait for for the Coco Ware segments. OMT. Especially if he's going to be playing the piano. I mean, what a Coco on the keyboard.
Championship Wrestling fires it up with 8 big bouts. Plus, for the first time, you'll see the internationally known San Diego Chicken. The wild and funny antics of the Chicken have been seen around the globe, and now he comes to Memphis to be in Jerry the King Lawler's corner when he faces Jesse Ventura.
So they're going to bring this chicken in that beats up the baseball team?
With Jimmy Hart. Also, you'll see the Roughhouse Fargo as he joins the Fabs against the...
Oh, man, Roughhouse Fargo. Wow.
Assassins and Hart. Austin Idol faces Stan Hansen in a Texas bull rope match. 8 big matches. Don't miss the night of the Chicken. Prices 5, 6, and 7.
Man, everybody, all the channel regulars know how much I love random musical interludes, so I am really excited for this.
Let the devil ride. If you let him ride, he sure wanna drive, don't let him ride. I said don't let him be your boss.
Dutch Mantel and Coco Beware. I mean, yeah, because they're in that tag team now. What an iconic moment.
All right. That's Coco Ware and accompanied by Dutch Mantel, your partner and former, sorry to say former, but current Southern Tag Team Champions right here. And this is obviously a side of Coco Ware and Dutch Mantel that I didn't know existed. Quite a musician. And Dutch, you're doing a fine job there too. That's a little bit of gospel music in the Coco?
Yes, that's gospel. You know, I've been singing gospel all my life, Jerry, and my daddy started me out, singing, and this is something that God gave to me.
That's great. What about a little Louie or anything like that? Can we have a little of that?
Hey, could we have something new and hip like Louie?
All right. Okay, Dutch. No, I think we better, since this is
Did you see him try to stump Dutch and Dutch rolled it out on him?
Sunday morning, maybe we better stick to gospel music today. Yeah. Can you do another number for us real quick?
Yes, I can. I do the one called Bye.
This is so cool to me. Like, I'm marking out. Like, I think this is really cool footage. Like, Coco Beware and Dutch Mantel performing a song together. That's on Jerry Lawler's public access TV show.
And bye when the morning comes.
Great, let's listen to it.
By and by, Lord, when the morning comes, all the saints are gathering home. We will tell a story. I will overcome. And then we will understand it better by and by.
Very good. Thank you. Well, Dutch, I was talking to him. No, you did fine too. That's great. You say you do this, of course, mostly gospel music.
Yes.
What church do you sing?
Well, I'm a member of the Bethel.
I mean, it's just amazing how many deep cuts are out there that even if you're like a really devoted wrestling fan, there's just no way you can see even like a moderate percentage of everything, just because everything's so like far flung or erased over and whatever. But like, this is just amazing footage to me. I think it's so cool.
Church of God in Christ in Union City. A pastor, I'm the elder.
And I'm gonna be real. I think we see a lot of people sing between the Drunk Women, Grace, Stairway to Stardom, and all that kind of stuff. I think only Grace is a better singer than Coco Ware. Only Grace. And it would be close, but I think Grace has the edge on him.
MJ Sykes.
That's great.
That's sanctified, You know, like when you get down and everybody apple in the sink.
I saw that in a Blues Brothers movie one time, I think.
Well, we invented the thing.
Is that great? Well, that's good. Okay, very good. Now, as I said, I don't think that a lot of people realize that you have this kind of talent. Not only do you play the piano, but, of course, the harmonica and the guitar, a lot of different things. Is this kind of the way you unwind after a match?
Like, don't you think they should, what's his name, James, should show this to Dutch on the show, like on their podcast? Like this and that segment from the last Memphis show where he played the guitar, those two segments are so good, and they're like quintessential, like Dutch Mantel, like I think like lore pieces. I think James should show these on the podcast. I think all of Dutch's fans would really like to see it.
Sure.
Well, it's like a hobby for me, but a hobby, I guess, most likely. But I enjoy it and everything, and it's a good thing to do. I mean, spend time with the Lord.
If he hasn't, I mean, he might have already.
Regardless what you do in life, you should spend time with the Lord.
That's it. And this is, of course, I know as well as anyone, you don't have a lot of spare time, but this is what you do when you do have some. And I also know in making the trips that you take the harmonica with you and play that.
Yes, I do. Sometimes,
all the time.
I love gospel, but a lot of times I like to play the, little soul music every now and then, the little blues. I'm a good friend of B.B. King.
That's it. All right, I'll tell you what. Let's do right now. Let's just take a look at a little bit of you, another side that the fans know quite well. Coco Ware in action inside the wrestling ring. If you want to take a look at the monitor there, Coco, you can see we've got, matter of fact, this is some footage of that big match with the grapplers in which you and Dutch won the Southern Tag Team Championship.
Dutch Mantel, he really don't like me, and I really don't like Dutch Mantel, but it's something that we want, and we went out and got it, and that was those Southern belts.
Well, that's great.
See, I like that too, that rationale. He's like, how are you liking working with Dutch? I don't like him, but I wanted revenge, and I wanted those tag team titles, and that's how I got it. Like, that's a believable reason to be in a tag team.
Great. I talked with Dutch last week on the show, and as a matter of fact, invited him back. I didn't know he was going to come this soon, but he said at that time that he was primarily a single wrestler. Now you, Coco, have teamed in the past with me, of course, also with Bobby Eaton, with several different tag team partners. Now, I think that you, I don't know if you'd be considered primarily a tag team wrestler, because you also held the Mid-America title for quite a while.
What other match I'd really like to see that I bet did happen, and maybe I've even seen it, but I forgot about it, would be Randy Savage against Coco Beware. That would be an interesting. I'm sure they mixed it up somewhere, but I wonder if they ever had like a actual singles match.
A single wrestler. So you and Dutch together do make, even though you don't team together that often, right now with the Tag Team Championships, you make quite a team, and we're looking for a lot more success from you guys.
Yes, we are, Jerry. I want to really appreciate Dutch being my partner. I mean, he liked to use dirty things, and that's sometimes that takes in a lot of matches, because I used to watch you a long time ago, and you used to get down too, Jerry.
I've invented about 99%
really,
of the dirty
but I want to say this on your television show. I really enjoyed your show. I mean, if I'm not here, I tape it at home, and then I watch your show, because you made wrestling what it is.
Maybe these are Coco Beware's personal copies of these shows.
Today, and nobody can
Thank you, Coco.
Take that away from
Best drop kick, buddy.
Thank you. You need to have your own show also, because you have got the perfect face for radio. So
see,
no, I'm only kidding.
I'm telling you, he's on stage 24 hours a day, really.
Well, thank you. Listen, I do want to thank you for coming by, and Dutch, thank you for coming back again this week. And we're going to have to have you back. And
yes,
I understand that you're working on a record, possibly, and we may get some footage of you.
I got a good record.
Already got a record out?
Yes, a police record.
Okay, that's enough of Coco. Well, I'll tell you what, we've got to take a commercial break. How about giving us a little bit of music to take us into this break, okay? Come back right after these words.
Like, it's just so cool, like, to see something completely new of, like, one of my favorite wrestlers that I never would have ever expected to see like Coco. I knew he had musical talent, but I never thought I would see him like performing gospel songs on Jerry Lawler Show with Dutch Mantel. Like, that's pretty cool.
You got a shoe, I got.
Welcome back to the Jerry Lawler Show, and it's time for our bad guy interview. We have with us today the former World Tag Team Champions, managed by Jimmy Hart, the Assassins. Fellas, of course, I don't know your names, so I'll just maybe ask these questions to the both of you. I myself just have one question. You two guys came into this area already.
I remember on Mid-South one time, they used to read letters from the fans, and somebody wrote in and asked, how do you pay, like, masked wrestlers? Don't they have to tell you who they are? And Bill Watts answered it, and he's like, they get paid in cash, dummy. And I was picturing it being like some little kid wondering it, and Bill Watts called him a dummy.
Already having the World Tag Team Championships, you obviously have the ability, you had the reputation. Why then did you need to form an alliance with a guy or a jerk like Jimmy Hart?
Well, let me ask you a question, Mr. Lawler. You seem to be awful good at asking people questions. As I recall, in past history, wasn't you associated with Jimmy Hart until you turned your back on him?
Oh, until I turned my back on him? Is that what you're asking me? Until I turned my back on Jimmy Hart?
That's exactly right. That's what I'm asking you.
Well, see, that just goes to show you right there. I can tell that you guys have only been here a short period of time, and you've just listened to Jimmy Hart. Sure, I did have association with him. I got Jimmy Hart into professional wrestling. He was out singing like Coco Ware and Dutch Mantel you just saw. He was out playing in these little bars around town, and I made him my manager just to give the guy a job to make him some extra money. And he, once I broke my leg, he turned his back on me, and I'm afraid that it could happen to you guys too.
Well, I don't hardly think so. You know, you asked that question. Let me answer your question, why we are associated with Mr. Hart. Well, let me tell you something. There is a group of people in the professional wrestling business, and I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. They're called champions, brother. And in my book, Jimmy Hart is a champion. And also, in my book, we are champions.
This is so weird. It looks like it's some, it looks like it's like a fetish video somebody found in a shoebox.
Probably the greatest tag team champions that ever walked in the wrestling business today. But you can get nowhere in this business by yourself without good guidance, because there's so much that we have to contend with on the road with the matches. That's why we have a person with the character, like you said. You had some guys there singing a while ago. Well, I didn't like that. I like Jimmy Hart's music. I love Jimmy Hart. I think he is just unreal.
Well, you know what? I'll just tell you, I love Jimmy Hart's music too. As a matter of fact, I wish he'd go back to singing full time. Now, you guys, I'd just like to know real quickly, what's your thoughts about the situation since losing your world championships to the Fabulous Ones? What's your plans now?
We're not exactly worried about that. Besides, none of your business. We have some contracts signed down the road. I guarantee you, it's just a matter of time, as Mr. Hart has assured me in a lot of conversations, that we will regain those titles as soon as the match is signed. I guarantee it. And like I say, when you got the greatest manager in wrestling, brother.
Why do they like the tag teams to be one of them sitting down? I think this is like the second time we've seen that. It's kind of weird.
Nothing is long in the waiting. Nothing is long in the waiting.
Well, I'm just afraid that someday you guys are going to wake up and see Jimmy Hart for what he is, and he'll have led you so far down the wrong path that you won't have any title matches and you won't have anything. And I think that you'll find out that when you're not of any further use to Jimmy Hart, he'll dump you guys like yesterday's garbage.
That's strictly your views, Mr. Lawler. We have our own views. We have our own life to lead. You lead your life the way you see fit. We'll lead our life the way we see fit. And until then, we will be champions again.
Okay, well, I want to thank you guys for being on the show. You have your opinion, we have ours about Jimmy Hart. That takes care of talking to the Assassins. We're going to talk to some other people right now. First, we want to take this opportunity to answer some of the viewer mail. And our letter was from Becky Watson, and she wrote and said, "Dear Jerry, I think your show is great, and my question is for Bill Dundee. Of all the partners you've had, who have you been the most successful with?" It's the question for Becky Watson for Bill Dundee. So, Bill, of all your partners, who have you had the most success with?
Well, thank you, Becky. Thank you for your question. As everybody in the Mid-South knows...
Okay, so he's just joining from what's obviously like a cheap hotel room with his vest on.
fellow by the name of George Barnes, and Bill Dundee came to this area in 1975. Before we got here, George and I had been a tag team for 5 or 6 years before that, so I had an awful lot of success with him. But since I've been in the USA, I've had an awful lot of partners. But the one I had the most success with, as everybody knows, was Jerry the King Lawler. Now, we had a little difference a little while back, but I'm working on patching that up. So if I could get Jerry to sign the dotted line and we could get Lawler and Dundee back together again, I think we could beat any team in the world. Like I said, Becky, thank you for your question.
Live via satellite.
Well, we do thank you, Becky, and as Bill said, he is working on that. I don't want to sit here and say that I'm completely refusing to be Bill Dundee's partner, but I still feel like he owes not only me but all the fans proof that he is the Bill Dundee that we've known in the past, and not the side that he showed us just a short time ago. We want to thank Becky for her letter, and we want to thank all you people for writing in. We're going to get the address up there right now. If you'd like to, send us a letter and or a drawing to the Jerry Lawler Show, 1960 Union Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104. And as I said before, we're getting an awful lot of mail we thank you for. And it may take us a while to answer your letter on the air, but please be patient because we're going to try to get to each and every one of them. And we had some, well, as I said, we had some budding artists out there, and here's our picture of the week. And this is sent in by, well, let me just take a look real quick. It's by David Milligan. Yes, I'm sorry I had to turn that around there. But this is a picture of Austin Idol. And
okay, all right. So there's, okay, yeah, okay, there's Lawler. Austin Idol, he's kind of hard to depict. Oh, no, he's got his little hat on, right? His little, I don't know what is it? It's not really a beret, is it? It's some kind of weird Billy Graham hat.
And myself, Jerry the King Lawler, right there. David Milligan, that's a very, very good picture. And we want to thank you for that. And now what we want to do is make our weekly phone call. And we got a great letter here. And we want to talk on the phone to Mr. Adam Doyle. Adam, are you there? Hello, Adam.
Yeah.
Say hello, Adam.
Hello.
Hello there. It's not necessarily that he's shy, ladies and gentlemen. How old are you, Adam?
6.
Adam is 6 years old. And
what the hell is going on here? Why are they calling 6-year-olds?
He sent us a letter with his phone number, and he's got a great question for us. What's your question that you wanted to know, Adam?
Why the sleeper hole is so dangerous?
Why the sleeper hole is so dangerous? It's a very good question. He asked how the sleeper hole works and why.
What a dark question. How does the sleeper hole work?
It's so dangerous. And what we're going to do, Adam, is there's one gentleman in this area, Robert Gibson of the Rock and Roll Express, who specializes in the sleeper hold. We're going to get him on the show next week to demonstrate that hold and just show everybody how it works.
Hey, listen, Robert. Hey, how's it going? Jerry Lawler here. Hey, I need you to come on my show next week if you can. Is that possible? Okay, you can make it. Oh, what do you need to do? There's a 6-year-old who wants to know how to properly apply a sleeper hold. You got that? Okay, all right, we'll see you next week. Like, what?
Works and why it is so dangerous, okay? All right. Okay, Adam, thanks for calling, and we'll see you next week, okay, buddy? All right. As I said, we will have Robert Gibson on here next week to demonstrate that to Adam, and we want to thank him for calling, and we want to thank all you people for writing in, and we'll be back with more of the Jerry Lawler Show right after these words. You know, I'm really excited about tomorrow night because out of all the years that I've been involved with Jimmy Hart, there's one thing that he is great at, and that is agitation, and that is constant interference around the ring, and especially distracting the referee, and just generally acting like a big clown out there. Well, I thought every chance
These are some, I think, like legitimately entertaining little mini promos, too.
I'm going to try to embarrass and humiliate Jimmy Hart. And I finally got, this is the coup de grace, I believe, because I'm going to have a special manager that I'm bringing in all the way from San Diego, California, just like Jesse Ventura is from San Diego, California. I'm bringing in somebody that should be excellent at distracting a referee and at clowning around and running around the ring, and this guy should make a complete idiot out of Jimmy Hart. And I want you to take a look at him right now. My special manager for tomorrow night's match, none other than the San Diego Chicken.
when Terry Taylor, whenever I think about the San Francisco chicken, I think of the gobbledygooker because Bruce Pritchard said that was like Vince McMahon's inspiration for the gobbledygooker. So I always picture him being like, saying like, hey, pal, we'll have him hatch out of the egg. He'll be like our version of the San Francisco chicken. Like, it was just crazy. I don't know why he thought that, like, the market would bear another San Francisco chicken in the first place, but... He got a figure, though. They did eventually make a gobbledygooker figure. Good luck having your mascot be a groping man-sized groping chicken.
Well, all right. I am really looking forward to this as much as I have any match in my entire career. The San Diego Chicken, I'm going to have him right there as my manager at the Mid-South Coliseum. And as you can see, he is great not only at distracting his opponents, but he gets involved with the umpires and referees also. So this should be some exciting match down there tomorrow night. I'm really looking forward to it. Hey, somebody else that I'm always looking forward to seeing on Monday nights at the Coliseum is a special fan who has been going to the matches for years and years, and she's a friend to all the wrestlers, and she never misses a match. So her name is Miss Lily Butler, and we talked with her, and we think you'd enjoy hearing from her. Lily, the first thing I wanted to know is exactly how long have you been coming to professional wrestling?
Wow. Probably has been going for a long time.
Since the first started wrestling in Memphis.
And not just the Coliseum, you're talking about ever since it started in Memphis.
In Memphis, I've been going to it.
How many years would you estimate?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't want to
It's
say?
been a long time.
Is that back when it was at Ellis Auditorium? And
I want to see more of the chicken in the fight. I want to see more of, the brawling and the general degeneracy of the San Francisco chicken. So this woman is like, I mean, her brain is a living history of Memphis wrestling. She's been going ever since wrestling existed in Memphis at this time. Like, can you imagine all the matches she's seen, all the like talent she's seen? That's just crazy. Like how many interesting memories she had that I doubt she probably didn't write them down or whatever, but that's just like a lot of wrestling knowledge, all those decades of going to the live shows.
Yes, and it wasn't in the auditorium. It was in
all right, Backwoods.
Field called Pottage Field.
Is that right? Well, that goes way
Appreciate you coming by.
back before my memory even.
That's right, before you was born.
Well, that's probably right. Well, then in all those years, you've seen just about all the wrestlers come and go. Over all the years, who's some of your favorites been?
All the good folks that are wrestlers.
Then like any of the bad ones?
I mean, that's amazing, right? What an attitude to have. Like, you go all these years and they're like, hey, who did you like the best? And she's just like, anybody that was good, I liked them. And if they were bad, I didn't like them. Like, what more of a positive outlook could you ask for?
No, I don't like no wrongdoing. I want clean wrestling.
I don't want no wrongdoing. I want clean wrestling. Hell yeah, based.
What I used to see.
Well, that's good.
Eddie Marlin used to wrestle him, and Jackie Fargo, Farmer Jones, them all, and Hug West and them. They was wrestling then. They didn't got on chains and things in there.
Well, what do you think about?
See, this is amazing. This is somebody complaining about the era that Jim Cornette is in. The way that Jim Cornette complains about AEW. Isn't that wild to be able to, a fan out here that's been going for years is like, it used to be wrestling. Now it's a clown show, but it used to be wrestling. And this is in 1983. I just think that's really cool to have that firsthand fan perspective like that, especially from somebody that's had so much experience.
About Jimmy Hart.
wring his neck off.
Jimmy Hart wring his neck.
Would that take care of it?
I can't stand him.
You've actually hit him with your cane before, haven't you?
I have done it. And I hit him when it got on you that night up there. I started up in that ring because I was so mad I didn't know what to do.
Well, somebody told me that you were in the hospital at one time, and you actually snuck out of the hospital to come to wrestling on a Monday night. Is that true?
No, I missed the last announced I was in the hospital. That's somebody gonna tell her because I told the nurse to call him.
Oh, I see.
And she heard Mr. Lance talking about me. And she said, yo, you know we got a wrestling fan here. Turn that TV on so she can...
I mean, this is just like pure love of wrestling. Like, it really is. Like, she just has such a strong connection to it. You can tell. Like, that's so cool.
Yeah, because Mr. Lance, Miss Bella, do you know Miss Lance? I said, yes, God, that's my favorite. I love him. I said, yes.
You mean you like old Banana Nose? I mean...
Yeah, now, you quit calling him that.
Okay. Well, all right. No, Lance is a pretty good guy. What about Dave?
What?
What about Dave Brown?
Dave Brown, all right. I see you don't mess with it. And it...
Am I validated? Am I validated? If you're in here and you watch the Memphis streams, you have got to make note of that and remind people that she said she loved Lance Russell and that Dave Brown was aight. Just saying.
Yeah, but,
Eddie Marlin?
Yeah, until he get rid of
We elderly wrestling fans like me and her, we know these things.
Jimmy Hart.
We're gonna work on that, aren't we?
I wish I wasn't sick. I could referee better than them referees.
Well, okay. Lily, we want to thank you for being on the show with us, and we want you to keep coming for years and years back to wrestling.
Yeah.
She is a great, great lady, and she's there every week. And I'll tell you what, in our effort to cover all kinds of different sports here on the Jerry Lawler Show, here's something you might be interested in: the National Air Races from Reno, Nevada. Let's take a look at this.
This was the 20th year of the Reno National Championships, watched this time by more than 85,000 fans. The glamour event...
I really like this show. You get some stuff that you expect, and then there's like a couple just random segments that are always just something, you know, kind of out of the ordinary, but are usually pretty interesting.
Is the Unlimited race. Highly modified Hawker Sea Furies, Grumman Bearcats, P-51 Mustangs, Lockheed P-38s, and Corsairs. 7 of the fastest qualifiers were in the championship race. 5 of them, including the national defending champion plane, Dago Red.
We need Lalo to start watching this show, and he can start building himself up to stand up to grace.
Were P-51s. Soon after the start, the Dago Red with pilot Rick Brickert went into the lead, followed by fastest qualifier Neil Anderson of Fort Worth, Texas, and a Hawker Sea Fury, nicknamed the Dreadnought. But Anderson couldn't catch Brickert for the first 5 laps. The Dago Red was rounding the 9-mile pylon course at an unofficial record speed of 452 miles an hour. Anderson went on to win in a speed of 420 miles an hour and took home first prize of $30,000. Don Whittington of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, an IndyCar racer, finished second in a P-51. John Firpo for NBC News in Reno, Nevada.
Well, all right. As I said, we're going to take a look at all the sports here on the Jerry Lawler Show. And we want to thank you for taking a look at the Jerry Lawler Show today. We'll be back again next Sunday right here on Channel 5 at 11. Stay tuned for an NFL doubleheader today. We've got the Los Angeles Raiders at the Washington...
I mean, it's just I don't know how to explain it. It's like a... It's so much better than it has like any business being, I think, like entertainment wise.
Redskins followed by Miami Dolphins going against the New Orleans Saints. We'll see you next week.
I was hoping for just like some like mildly entertaining skits or something. I didn't know it was going to be like a legitimate show pretty much. Just with wrestling treated like news.
Tonight at 6 on TV5, you'll want to be there when 2 of music's hottest acts get together for an hour of music making and fun. Don't miss Gladys Knight and the Pips with Ray Charles tonight on TV5. Now stay tuned for NFL 83, followed by doubleheader football action. The Los Angeles Raiders at Washington, followed by Miami at New Orleans. On your station for sports, TV5.
New Orleans. him sit in the dark this time. Looks like this is going to be the last one.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Jerry Lawler Show. We've got a special show for you today. You know, this is the grand opening
Oh shit, IRL content on the Jerry Lawler Show.
weekend of Beale Street, so we thought that this would be an appropriate setting for today's show. And we got quite a show for you. We're going to have a special one-on-one interview with none other than Lance Russell. We're also going to have Tommy Rogers on the show. We're going to have to talk to Jesse Ventura. And we've got some action from that big match that featured the San Diego Chicken. All of that and more today on the Jerry Lawler Show. We'll be back with it right after.
No, I think this episode does cut off, but that sucks because I want to see all of that. Sounds good.
These words. Well, our one-on-one interview today is going to be a little bit different, especially for me, because today I'm going to be interviewing the man that I'm used to have.
Oh, see, this show is like, it's like if the YouTube algorithm could create a variety show or like an episodic like scripted show, like this would be it. Like this hits so many things that I like public access TV, pro wrestling, IRL content, random musical numbers.
Having interviewed me, we have with us today Lance Russell.
I don't know about this change of roles here, Jerry.
Well,
I'm sure not going to put the tights on. I did that once.
That's right, and matter of fact, we're gonna let people see that a little bit later. We wanted to take this opportunity today. You know, when we figured to have you here as a one-on-one interview, we want to let the people know some of the past history of well, not only you and I, but just Lance Russell in general. To get things started, how about bringing us up to date a little bit on the background about where you first started in television?
Okay, I was in Jackson, Tennessee, and I had been doing for a good many years radio sports and did television sports. And when the station over there started to carry wrestling, they said, hey, can you do wrestling? I said, hey, I'd love to try it. I've always been a fan, so that's how I got into it. They just added that to their programming, and I started doing wrestling.
Now, we happen to have a photograph of Lance Russell at the station in Jackson. This is a few years back. No, we want to show it.
Come on, Jerry.
There you go. Look at that.
Dirty pool right there. Red Roberts.
Look at that hairstyle now.
Yeah. Oh, you're beautiful. Wait till I go back and get some of your early pictures.
What was the story with that hairstyle? Did that help make your nose look smaller, or what was it?
No, I tell you. Still at it. Can you believe that?
Now, that was, what year was that? 55?
Yeah.
This is a great interview, though. Like, this is really cool.
That was about 1955. I did a show, in addition to doing the matches, I did a show called Who's Who in Wrestling.
It's like a little, like, kind of, it's not a shoot, but it kind of is. It's just not they're not shooting about controversial stuff, but he's asking him, like, questions about his career and stuff. That's pretty cool. Just that, and then they're in a park bench. Like, this makes it so much more interesting to watch than even being back at the studio, which I like the studio, but I like this IRL content too.
Wrestling, and we'd have a wrestler on and say, what's your favorite hold? And he would demonstrate it on me. And
oh, great.
Oh, yeah, we gave that up a long time.
Now, that's something we could add to this show, Lance.
Speaking of IRL park bench content, I'm making a clip right now that's really funny of Vegan Patriot out doing IRL, and she sits down in a bus stop and just starts talking to these two random guys for a while. It's a pretty funny segment.
Does it start today?
Negative.
Okay. You know.
And then I came to Memphis after the Jackson thing.
I wonder who he wrestled, Ed, Lance Russell. I wonder if it was like Jimmy Hart or something.
And, you came to Memphis at Channel 13, WHBQ.
Right.
Did you start out? Did you come down as the program director there?
No, I came down, as a matter of fact, as a late show announcer. Don Franklin, they used to run a late show at Channel 13, and it had a live host. Don Franklin was a host. He went down to Miami to station down there, and they were looking for somebody to do the late show, and that's what I came over as. Wrestling was on TV5, as a matter of fact. Jack Eaton did wrestling for a period of time.
Is that right?
Yeah, and then they brought it over to Channel 13, and that's when I started working with Charlie Sullivan, who was the original television wrestling commentator for the Memphis area.
Well, that's something, a lot of people, I guess, don't realize the fact that there have been quite a few different wrestling hosts other than yourself and Dave Brown. Now, I didn't know that Jack Eaton had done wrestling.
Yes.
Also, George Klein at one time.
George worked with me on Championship Wrestling. At that time, it was just wrestling. It wasn't Championship Wrestling. George worked. Eddie Bond worked, as a matter of fact. Yeah. Goodness, we had a lot of others, too.
Of course, there were Clay Conrad there later at Channel 5.
Yeah.
And as you say, a lot of others. One of the things what year was it that you became program director and just really took charge over there?
Oh, goodness, that was 1959, I believe it was, yeah.
He needs to ask him, what does he really think about Dave Brown?
Yeah, I think it was 1959 or 60.
Okay. One of the things that I'm sure probably nobody knows this other than me, and because you told me, is that you were responsible for a creation of somebody that became really, really popular in the Memphis area, and that was Savad. Is that right?
Yeah, we put fantastic features on at 6 o'clock on Saturday. It was one of those things at the time we had. ABC was kind of in its infancy, and we had no really major programming in the time period, and so we thought we'd experiment. We needed to horse around with something, and we put on in prime time fantastic features with Watson Davis, who was Savad.
Davis spelled backwards.
Right. And I think the opening to Fantastic Features, which we shot in Overton Park in Memphis, probably was the most classic identifying things. We had some of the worst Class G movies on that son of a gun, Jerry.
But I love Savad. If he's out there watching, he was just terrific.
Yeah, Watson, a super guy.
Let's just take a minute here if we can, and we're talking about the 50s era. I came along in probably about 1972 and just kind of generally made life tough for Lance Russell.
Well, not in the beginning. I got to say, you were a charming young man to begin with. Jerry sent in, and I don't know how many of you have heard this story, but Jerry sent in, just mailed in. I don't know what prompted you to do it, but you just mailed in some sketches of the wrestling matches, and they were very good. You were about 15 or something like that, 16 at the time, somewhere in there.
How about, I can't believe that you still have these, but while we're talking here, let's show a few of these old sketches here. I guess, Lance, what prompted me to do it, I just wanted to see, or hope to see some of my artwork there on television. I would go to the matches every Monday night and watch, of course, as being a big fan, watch the matches, and then I would go home and draw a picture or caricature like you're looking at now that, sort of told the story of the matches. And
that some of these names bring back some memories too in there.
Yeah, the Tojo Yamamotos and the Gentleman Saul Weingross and those guys.
Yeah.
And then I just, at that time, you used to, on the show every week, you used to go back and tell the people the results of last week's matches.
Of last Monday night's matches.
And then you held up the pictures.
And when and I called your home. And ultimately, you came down dressed up in your Sunday go-to-meeting suit, and we introduced Jerry on the air, and it became a weekly thing. And so when we did the Monday results, we had these marvelous sketches that you had done, as they're looking at. And
I remember.
I already knew this because of reading like the books and the shoot interviews, but it's really interesting to hear it told like by Jerry Lawler and Lance Russell with like all these accompanying images.
Remember, I was so pleased or so excited to be on television. I was at the time working as a sack boy at a Hoganot supermarket on Summer Avenue, and I got on there, boy, and I plugged it. I said, "Yeah, I work." You know, I thought that was great. Listen, can we take a break here? You stay with us, and we're going to come back and show the people some of the times that I made life tough for you. There's some of the interviews that we did in the years past. We'll be back with that after these words.
Great interview. Looks like it's going to cut off.
We're back with our special guest today, Lance
On Beale
Russell,
Street.
Down here on Beale Street, and
Andy
it's
Park.
very nice. Let's talk a little bit. Let's talk a little bit now about.
I'll try to find some more. I'll try to find the rest of this episode and some more episodes to watch. Like we can do a sequel stream to this. I think this is good enough to do another stream with.
Some of the times, some of the classic interviews that we had. First of all, I don't know where it started about the thing about the banana nose, but well, I guess I do know where it started. But anyway,
yeah.
Let's
started it.
Let's go back. Well, I can remember one time when I brought in a special guest wrestler, made an appearance there on the show, and he kind of drove you and Davey crazy. Dr. Frank. Let's take a look at that. You want to?
Boy, let's look at it, because I'll tell you, that was something Dave and I really experienced that day.
You know, I have a very uneasy feeling sitting beside anything that Lawler brings out here, like
Especially when it's...
Oh my gosh, this is such a trip. Look at Dave Brown. Holy shit. Wow. This is wild as hell. Jeez. He looks so much different.
It's that tall.
Yeah,
I do too,
yeah. It's, man, I'll move over this way.
Just momentarily here.
Yeah.
You're going over the card for Monday night, right?
Yeah, I'm going over the card.
Did you read about this match right here?
Yeah, I saw it.
Read it one more time.
I said Tommy Gilbert against Dr. Frank. Frank, I don't know. Dr. Frank, I'm not. What
Dr.
in the
Frank.
Sam Hill is in that box, Jerry?
I want to show you. You got the key here?
Jerry Lawler.
Anybody that comes out of a box is immediately over. We all know that.
Undoing one of the padlocks on it.
This is really old footage. Wow.
There are two.
You read
padlocks
about
on it.
Dr. Frank.
Yeah, I read about Dr. Frank.
Well, in this box, I got Dr. Frank.
This is Dr. Frank in here?
This is Dr. Frank, and I'm not kidding you with you. I'm not kidding. Wait till you see. He's the greatest wrestler that you're ever going to see. Now, you got the camera ready? I want to show you now. I can't show too much here.
Look how young I didn't get a good pause on it, but Lawler looks so young here. Jeez.
You see that?
All right. Oh, no wonder you keep him in that. Would you mind taking...
He's going to be in there till Monday night, and I'm going to bring this box down. I'm going to open it up, and if there's anything left of Tommy Gilbert when I get through with him today, there won't be Monday night, believe me.
That makes me even more nervous in there as I found out what is inside of that thing. Dr. Frank. Yeah, move over this way a little bit further.
Well, what did you think, Dr. Frank? He was quite a creation.
Maybe one of the first, but not the last. A lot of guys around. Look at Prince of Darkness and Lucifer around, but...
I can't believe I did all that
I mean, look at Lucifer, for example.
nasty, mean stuff like that.
I couldn't believe it at the time, that's for a fact.
Was that every week? Did you just dread interviewing?
Oh, it was constantly. And that was one of the things about Jerry. You never knew what you're going to do. A lot of guys are predictable. Like you're talking about Jesse Ventura and guys like that are pretty predictable. Sometime you know they're always going to be. Never knew what Lawler was going to do. Absolutely, always something. And I used to, when the show was over with, I'd go home and I would say, oh, boy, one of these days. And...
well, we had a Christmas...
Oh, I guess that's it. All right, well, I'll look for some more. What a mix of stuff I've got in my suggested. Fish Tank, Old Wrestling, Medicare, Local Public Radio, Grace Thorpe. Wow. I'm just shutting down, Grace. What are you talking about? Shout out to Fusion Studios. I'm not emotionally equipped for this type of thing. Hold on.
You know you are jealous of Handsome's body, Daddy. You are jealous of my old lady, Daddy. You are
Here, this is in honor of the Thorpe crew.
jealous of my record, baby. You know FM 100 plays my record, and they request it daily, Daddy. They request it every minute, baby. You are jealous, Daddy. You are jealous, baby. That's what's happening, Kingfish. You are jealous, you're sick, man. You're very sick, baby.
Let me tell you something, handsome Jimmy. I'm not jealous of you because let me tell you just exactly what you are. No, you guys don't have to come out here. We'll settle this right now. It ain't no way I'm going to be jealous of a big fag-looking jerk like you. You got bleach blonde hair. You got those long, goofy handlebar mustache. You got a tattoo painted on that queer ear of yours. And you got one fingernail painted silver. Now, what's that for? Huh? You
You're
think I'm
right,
jealous
Daddy.
of you? You're crazy.
You're right, Daddy. I want to tell you what this is for, baby. This thumbnail is painted because Handsome hitchhikes at night. And this is nothing. This thumb is nothing, Daddy, because you ought to see my toes.
Yeah, you hitchhike at night. You know why you hitchhike at night? I don't think you hitchhike at night. Ever since you've been down in Memphis, as you like to call it, from the Big Apple, you bum rides
Is that the Jerry the King? Yeah.
off of me and Dundee. You didn't even bring a car down here.
We've been watching his old public access show.
We have to haul your butt around, and you call it back hitchhiking at night. You don't hitchhike nowhere.
I want to tell you something, baby, right now. This is what's happening, Daddy. Handsome Jimmy's what's happening, baby. I want to tell you something right now. You did this boy wrong. You did this man wrong right here, your own flesh and blood. Your old lady's got...
Imagine Grace Thorpe takes you on a raid and it's to 1970s Memphis wrestling.
skinny legs, and your old lady's got skinnier legs, Daddy.
Let me tell you something, man. The only thing you've done since you've been in Memphis is screwed up this boy's mind. You know what I did for him? I did nothing for him because that's what he needed done for him. He needed to make it on his own. What'd you do? You come along, you got his hair bleached out blonde. He looks like a fag just like you. You screwed his mind up. He don't know which way he's going because he's got his nose stuck so far up your rear end that he don't know.
Come on now, let's just keep my name out of it, okay?
Yeah, that's it. Go ahead. Stick with him. He's your real pal here. Look at him. Look what he's done for you.
You're nothing, Daddy. You're garbage, baby. You're garbage, Daddy. If you want to prove this, Daddy, get in that ring right now, baby. We'll prove this right now.
Nowhere, baby.
Oh my God, Ed! You know Thorpe TV is Grace, our patron reincarnation of Joan of Arc. Here, hold on. I can probably find another. There's probably some more episodes on here. Let's see. Here we go.
The news is always a little better on TV5.
See, at least I found some content that the Thorpe TV audience could appreciate to ease you into this Memphis wrestling. I like this clip here. I always say it reminds me of Ben when he got arrested for taking a walk with his daughter, like mixed with like the Bigfoot, that like historic Bigfoot footage.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to an afternoon edition of the Jerry Lawler Show. And we got a good one for you today. Of course, we're on at this special time because of the NFL playoff game that preceded us. We'll be back at our normal time next week. And we've got a special show for you today. I'm telling you, a one-on-one segment features...
The Walking in the Woods one is good, but the one that's right across from it, he's like overlooking a sunset on a lake.
There's an interview with the new international heavyweight champion, a man who came back to the area recently and took that title from Eddie Gilbert. Lance Russell, as a matter of fact, is going to conduct the one-on-one interview. I'm talking about Terry Taylor. I know you'll be interested to see that. We're also going to be talking with a couple of guys that we're going to have, I guess, two bad guy segments on the show today. We're going to talk to the former Nightmares, Ken Wayne and Danny Davis, and we'll also be speaking with Troy Graham to kind of see about how his leg is progressing and just see how much longer he's going to need to be wheeled around in the wheelchair. Also, a very special segment today on...
Who's she going to fight with, though, Tina?
Well, it's Texas wrestling in general, but you're going to see some familiar faces. Young Bobby Fulton and Tommy Rogers, who wrestled in the area, are now out there, and they're wrestling.
I don't think Becky Boop is, like, equipped to deal with an apex social predator like Grace Thorpe, just being honest.
As a Fantastics, we're going to check in on their progress out in Texas. A lot of that and a lot more on today's show, so you stay with us. We'll be right back with it after these words.
What was up with that promo picture?
My good friend Danny Dunn has done it again. There are now 7 Dunn's locations. Danny Dunn's newest service center is at Ketchum and Airways. Now you can celebrate the event and enjoy a king-size savings on a transmission tune-up for only $14.95. So if it's just for an adjustment or for a full exchange, remember what Danny Dunn says.
I'll fix your transmission right and at a reasonable price.
So then wouldn't you really rather have a Dunn's
What a catchphrase. What a catchphrase. I'll fix your transmission right and I'll do it for a good price.
Transmission?
As soon as that clap goes, I hear this hungry. And it's like, get me a Snickers bar.
Snickers satisfies you.
If you're going to have a snack, you might as well.
Danny done it again. You don't think Grace would go after the fact that Tina's missing a leg, do you? I don't think Grace would stoop to that level.
I'll be a Snickers because my hunger's controlled until dinner.
Packed with fresh peanuts, peanut butter nougat, caramel, and milk chocolate.
Satisfies you.
Packed with peanuts, Snickers really satisfies.
All the way through the whole bar, it's packed with peanuts.
I can't believe I got dommed into extending my stream by Grace Thorpe.
You gotta have a Snickers bar. I mean, it's the thing that satisfies you.
Elvis Presley, the most popular singer of all time, would have celebrated his 50th birthday in January. To mark this worldwide event, we present Elvis Memories, a different kind of special. Created with love and
This Elvis shit is so weird.
understanding, and illustrated with very personal home movies and rare, never-before-seen film footage.
Elvis Memories, Monday night at 7 on TV5.
Take a look at the splendors of Egypt, the pyramids, the Sphinx, the majestic Nile River, all silent testimonies to a land 5,000 years old.
Man, what's happening? Are we still on the Jerry Lawler Show? What's going on?
Our city's namesake, Memphis, Egypt, sits among these wonders, and our mayor visited here. I'm Brenda Wood. You can see the Land of Kings in a 30-minute special from Memphis to Memphis, Wednesday, January 9th at 8 p.m. and Saturday, January 12th at 6 p.m. From Memphis to Memphis, a 30-minute special on TV5.
Welcome back to the show, and as I said earlier,
we're watching that shit. I'm going to find it.
We're going to be talking with Terry Taylor, the new international heavyweight champion, in just a couple of seconds. But before we do, let's take a look at that young man in action to the music freeze frame. Here's Terry Taylor.
Freeze frame.
This is show business, not the fancy business. I've got to keep things going.
got me wound. There were no defects.
Laughing Cedar doesn't know what to do. There's so many opportunities for crotch gazing here.
Be found. Snapshot image froze without a sound.
Here's a news bulletin.
Thursday morning was a hot flashback then. Her face still focused in my mind. Test and proof she loved his heart.
Memphis schools will be closed tomorrow.
Friday night we lay in the starlight grind. Stop time hard for me if she's not mine. Freeze frame, freeze frame, freeze frame. Now freeze. Now I'm looking at a flashback Sunday Zoom lens feeling just won't disappear. Close some dark room, sweet talk in my ear. Her hot spot
Did they have to use I swear every one of these videos they use some extended version of the song.
love me is strong. This freeze frame moment can't be wrong.
Oh yeah, Taylor could have. In my opinion, he could have been a top guy. He just, I don't know whatever that one thing he was missing, and then getting buried by the Red Rooster.
Terry Taylor, the new international heavyweight champion. And as I said, he's our one-on-one guest today. Well, actually, he was a guest of Lance Russell. We let Lance conduct this interview right after Terry won the title. So let's take a look at that now. I think you'll be interested in this. Terry Taylor.
We are particularly pleased to be able to have our guest Terry Taylor with us, the new international heavyweight title holder. You folks have just seen the match that he had with Eddie Gilbert.
Oh, look at those sunglasses Terry Taylor has on.
Before we jump right into that, Terry, welcome back. I know everybody
cult leadership
around here was not only delighted in the outcome of the match, but first they're just tickled to see you back here.
Well, Lance, I tell you, it was like coming home, coming back here to see you and everybody and all the fans here in the Memphis area. I tell you, the competition here is good, and it's I don't know, just the people have taken me back in, and I am really just happy to be back here, and I'm coming back as often as I can.
I want to, well, we sure hope you're going to bring that belt back and defend it.
Just take it home.
We want to catch up a little bit. Now, you've been gone from Memphis a long time. Reports come back, and they say, hey, Terry Taylor's hot on a firecracker. They're drawing big crowds in New Orleans and Oklahoma. And
he's got it all. He's partying. He's hitting the gym. He's got the rolls. He's got the serial killer cult leader sunglasses. He's got the title. He's got the locker room interview. I still think the last one was more Keno, where Lawler interviewed Russell out on the park bench. That had a better vibe to it.
All over Texas and everywhere like that. Just fill us in a little bit, Terry, about some.
Yes, Randy, the David Koreshes.
Some of the matches you've had and the maturity that's come with the experience you've had since you were last here in Memphis.
Okay, well, I've been in the Mid-South area is what it's called, and that entails 5 states of Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, Texas, and Oklahoma. And as of 6 months ago, I was a TV champion there, which I won a tournament that they had. It took over 7 weeks, 7 different matches that I won that. And I'm happy to say that I was a champion there for 5 months. I'm no longer the champion, which is, I'm not too proud of that. But the wrestling there is good. It's good competition, and I'm just trying to, as everybody knows, I'd like to be the world champion sooner or later.
I think if I was trying to impress the fans or whatever, I would point to the belt that I did have rather than remind people about the belt that I failed to defend.
And what I feel like I'm doing now is wrestling as many people as I can and doing as well as I can in hopes to someday get that world title shot.
I guess this is kind of a foolish question, but I got to bring it up. I know that when you had an outstanding football career in college, you graduated as an economics major, and there was some question as to what you ought to pursue as a career. I guess by now you're pretty well convinced you made the right choice.
Yeah, it's just, to me, it's a thrill to be able to do something that I really enjoy, and that's professional wrestling, and I get paid for it.
What an interesting natural hair color.
Which is even an added bonus. And it
looks like Grace's hair before she did all the toning.
It's nice because you have the people that are on my side. Whenever I go out there and I get in trouble, they cheer for me, and I feel like it's warmth and it's even friendship.
Lol cow hair, lol cow face, lol cow mic skills.
That when I'm out there, that the people are pulling for me, and it just gives me that little added incentive to keep going no matter what. And wrestling is a sport, it's a business, but
come on, Terry.
The sport part is what I really love, and I'm glad I did it, and I'm also glad that I'm making a living.
Hey, you are a perfect one to ask, because a lot of young fellows have come to me and said, hey, how do I get in professional wrestling? And I say, do you have any wrestling background? No, but I want to be a professional wrestler in there. Now, not only were you an outstanding football player, but you were also a great amateur wrestler. And that amateur wrestling background has got to have played an important part in this tremendous rise to the position you're in now.
Well, thank you, Lance. That is true, because you can't build a house starting with the roof. You can't start at the top, which is professional wrestling. A lot of people say, well, they see it on TV, and they say, well, I think I can do that. Well, it's never as easy as it looks on TV, because the people you're watching are the absolute best. They are the finest that there is in professional wrestling in this area. And when you watch them...
Based. He's cooking here.
I mean, they are so good that they make it look easy. It's like snow skiing or anything else. You watch them do it, it's real smooth and fluid. But you have to have the basics. You have to start young, learn what you're doing, so you don't make the mistakes later on. And the people that think that they can just jump in on the top level are really in for a rude awakening, because it is not nearly as easy as you might think. It is a hard, tough business to get into and also to stay in.
Yeah.
He did. He kept it together. First half, pretty rough. Second half, though, he really held strong in it.
Talking about excitement and thrills, I got to go back to one. I know you've had a lot of them since that time, but this one, I know what a thrill it was.
Didn't Grace say that she was going to tell Tina to stand on 5 toes? I was just thinking about that one. I remembered somebody brought up Tina's leg like half an hour ago, I think.
Was for me, because I will never forget the reaction, the way you jumped in that ring and all. You came in.
I love 80s sunglasses. Those are like my favorite style. I like all these like cult leader / serial killer type, or like Macho Man had the ones that kind of look like mine. They're like semi like snow goggle shape. Or Coco even had the wraparound. I think he actually had the ones that looked like snowboarding goggles.
In a Southern heavyweight title match. People like Terry Taylor. They didn't know him too well. Son of a gun if you don't upset the wrestling world and win the AWA Southern Heavyweight title. That still has got to be a big thrill.
Yeah, every time I relive that in my mind, it's a fantastic feeling, because that was the first title that I really ever held that was of really importance, because this area is so competitive. And I can look back on that with fond memories now, because I feel like that was my number one. I mean, it was like a dream, and it came true, and it was right here in this area, and I'm just happy it was here.
Well, I can say one thing for a fact. We're going to be seeing a lot more of this, gentlemen. One of these days, the world belt will be right here. But for the time being, that international belt doesn't look too bad. Well, Terry, congratulations. And
Terry, let me slowly poke the belt that's in your lap.
We'll look forward to seeing good luck to you in the future.
Well, thank you very much, Lance.
That's young Terry Taylor, and as we said, he is going to be back here in the near future. Just a couple of weeks, he'll be back here to defend the International Heavyweight Championship. We want to thank Lance for conducting that interview. And it's time now for our viewer mail segment, and today's letter comes from, I'm not exactly sure about this. Oh, we got a break first. Okay. Thank you, Bob. I appreciate that. What we're going to do right now, before we read this letter, before we do our viewer mail segment, is we're going to have to watch a commercial, pay a few bills around here. We'll be back with this letter after this break.
Look at these two guys, the nightmares. You think the wrestlers wore sunglasses because they look high as fuck? Yeah, I can, totally relate.
You know, whenever we senior Americans get together, the subject of health care is sure to come up, and costs are skyrocketing. Now, friends, if you think Medicare is the answer, listen to this. Today, Medicare pays less than half of the average health care bill. Less than half. You're responsible for the rest. That means a stay in a hospital could cost thousands of dollars out of your own pocket. Let me ask you something. You know what a deductible is, or a co-payment? Well, that's the part of the bills you pay yourself. And they've been...
Do you know what a deductible is? These are made-up words. They don't even mean anything.
Raised every single year since 1968. The deductible that started at $40 is now over $300. And you could pay that for one day in the hospital. Now, I know it's scary, but fortunately, I've got a great solution. So get pencil and paper for a very important phone number, and I'll tell you about it. This is the original Medicare insurance supplement from the National Senior Citizens Group Insurance Trust. I'm sold on it. Look, it pays cash direct to you, not to the doctor or the hospital, unless that's what you want. It pays regardless of any other coverage you have, including Medicare. And it guarantees to match your Medicare hospital increases dollar for
This seems like a scam. I gotta be honest. This seems like a scam.
dollar every time they go up. And best of all, if you're 65 or over, you can't be turned down for any reason. So get the Medicare insurance supplement that's already protecting thousands of senior Americans across the country. This information kit explains it all, and it's yours absolutely free when you dial our toll-free number. There is no obligation. The rates are reasonable because it's group coverage. So do yourself a favor. Call right now. You know, at this time of your life, you really deserve peace of mind.
Call toll-free 1-800-458-5200 or write to Union Fidelity TV offer,
Danny Thomas, I'm super disappointed in. What a scammer.
Trevose, PA 19048. Operators are standing by now.
Well, now we're back, and it is time for the viewer mail segment now, I'm sure. Right, Bob? Right. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Our viewer mail today comes from, I'm not sure exactly. I guess the return address on the card is from Susan Emery in Memphis, but she says she wants the T-shirt sent to somebody else. But I guess it's from Susan, and the question is for me. It says, Dear Jerry, I love to watch you wrestle. I really think you're the best. And for someone who is as busy as you are, would like to know how much time you get to spend at home and if you get vacations. Good luck in 1985. Signed, Susan Emery. Susan, that is a good question. As you heard Terry Taylor mention a while ago, this is a very tough profession, not only in the ring, but outside as well. The traveling schedules are always very hectic, and then every now and then you get something like the weather that we've just had the past few days will even add more difficulty to that. As a matter of fact, last Thursday night, I wrestled in a city just north of Baltimore.
Susan the ring rat? Hell yeah. Absolutely. Of course he sells health insurance. He was the founder of St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. It seemed pretty scammy.
Bowling Green, Kentucky, and was driving, and then all the weather hit. I wound up having to drive 300.
Danny Thomas should stick to dancing and stay out of healthcare.
50 miles back to Memphis at 35 miles an hour. So I spent, when I added it up, almost 20 hours getting to and from a match that lasted less than 20 minutes. So that kind of thing takes place a lot. You don't get to spend a lot of time at home. You spend a lot of time traveling in airports, driving, that kind of thing.
Yeah, school's closed again. Wasn't it closed last week, too?
As far as vacations, though, I do...
oh, no, I think this episode just seems like it.
Fortunately, get a chance to take a vacation every now and then. The vacations are usually a little different. I don't like to go places on vacation, sort of like a mailman taking a walk on his day off. What I like to do is spend a vacation is just to get to stay at home a little bit. So, Susan, hope that answers your question. And she says, please send my T-shirt and postcard to Estelle Maddenrail. Okay, we will do that, Susan.
Doxed.
And this is what Estelle is going to get right here. Hope you like that. Did we get a shot of that? There it is. The T-shirt. And for everybody that sends in, they're going to get one of these.
His daughter was Marlo Thomas, Phil Donahue's wife.
These postcards, and there's the address that we'd like for you to send your mail to. The Jerry.
They didn't pick a very flattering photo of him. Who is that? Is that supposed to be Jerry Lawler, or is that like his receptionist?
Lawler Show, 1960 Union Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee. The zip code is 38104. If you have any questions or any, of course, artwork, any of that kind of thing, anything you'd like to send to us, we're just standing by the mailbox each and every day waiting for those cards and letters to come in. Okay, send them along to us. And right now what we're going to do, we're going to take a minute to talk to, or a couple of minutes to talk to a couple of guys who are feeling pretty confident right now. They won a big match last week in Memphis, but they got another one coming up right now. I'm talking about Danny Davis and Ken Wayne, the former Nightmares. And as I said, I guess you guys are pretty happy after the big win over Steve Constant. And
now, this is Danny Davis, the guy from OVW, not Danny Davis, the crooked referee, I think.
And Tim Ashley.
The Barbie dolls, we sent them packing, baby. They back at home playing with Wally and the Beeve. That's right, we got rid of them. They come out there and sit down.
He's got his it's a Freddy Krueger shirt and, again, David Koresh style glasses.
They didn't want that
He kind of looks like Andrei Arlovsky.
match. And they were right, they didn't want it. 'Cause we sent them hiking, just like we said we was going to. Ain't that right, pal?
You got it, brother. You got it, brother. Go on, Lawler. I heard you say, well,
Yeah,
what?
that's right.
Subject for a shallow mind, Lawler.
I just wanted to say, oh boy, I love these kind of interviews. I just wanted to say that, well, I'm not trying to really let a cat out of the bag or anything like that, but I've heard rumors, and I'm sure you guys have heard rumors, that maybe you haven't seen the last of Tim Ashley and Steve Constant. What do you think about that?
Yeah, you're right, Lawler. Something about these daydreamers or dreamboats or something like it right there. We're supposed to be wrestling them Monday night, I believe. I want to find out something. If that is who we think it is, if that is the Barbie dolls,
right,
Constant and Ashley, we're going to take those masks off of them, just like they exposed us. Right there on TV, Lawler, they exposed us, baby, right there on TV in front of millions of people. Well, if that is...
This guy just looks like he's a Saturday Night Live character. Like, it looks like he's wearing a wig and a fake mustache, but it's got to be his real hair. It just looks really surreally fake to me.
Is them, we're going to expose them for the jerks that they are, for the no-good, low-down, stinking dogs that they are, and we're going to get them out of here once and for all, just like they should be.
Well, I've heard that I know you guys went to the promoters and have said that if that's them and if you do get the mask off, that they will be forced to not only leave the area for a year, but they would be suspended as well. Now, don't you think that's a little drastic measures to take?
A little drastic. Don't you think it was drastic, them jumping in the ring and taking our mask off because they got carried away and let some geeks sitting around ringside say, yeah, take the mask off, and look what happened to them. They got their butts kicked. They was left bleeding in the ring. We had a match with them. We left them bleeding there, and then we get a loser leave town because, see, we knew.
This is, like, especially surreal after you've been smoking weed for, like, 4 straight hours.
Baby, we could beat their butts and run them out of town, and we got them a U-Haul, and they're gone. Now, if they ain't got, either they're stupid or they got a lot of guts. I got to say that for them, because they keep coming back, and they keep coming back, and my foot's getting tired to kick them in the butt, if you know what I mean.
Well, I'm getting tired of you using that kind of language on the show, so, you know, we don't have to listen to that kind of stuff.
Well, I'm getting tired of being on this show.
Well, you don't have to be back anymore, you know, if that's the case. Let me just say this. You guys are making it, you're awfully...
So he's telling him, like, we don't like to use the word butts on TV. The TV in the wall was cutting edge back then. I think it definitely adds to, like, the vibe. And I like it, too, because it justifies how he can talk to bad guys, like in kayfabe, because they're not in the studio with him.
Emphatic about the fact that you're going to take their mask off, but at the same time, you were upset when you had your mask pulled off. You know, what do you got, a double standard here or what?
I wouldn't call it...
Listen, fellas, if we all keep ripping each other's masks off, we're just going to be a bunch of maskless folks. Is it really worth it?
Double standard. I mean, what would you do? I mean, these guys were tampering with our livelihoods, you understand? Because, hey, we love privacy. Because, hey, look at us. We are handsome men. We are very handsome men. And every time we walk out on the streets, we don't want all these little cuties clawing and pulling all over us. You understand? That's just something we don't want. We love our privacy.
He wants to be able to walk down the street and live his life. He doesn't want to be mobbed by ring rats that are constantly trying to get his attention.
Obviously, well, we're going to find out once and for all. If our suspicions prove right, they're gone, baby.
Okay, a couple of handsome guys. We want to thank you guys for being on the show there, and that's about all the time we have for Ken Wayne and Danny Davis. Real handsome dudes. When they walk into the room, mice jump on chairs. But anyway, that's enough about those guys. What we're going to do right now, we're going to talk just for a second about the book. I don't have the book. Anyway, we have the address. We've been getting a lot of calls for people that were wondering about the address once again for people out of town that would like a copy of the book.
Please make your check out to Lawler Book.
Jim Barham wrote about me. There it is, the address as you see on the screen, and the post office box number is too long for me to mention, so just write it down, and there it is. You send $10 and $1 for postage, and we'll be glad to send you out a copy of the Jerry Lawler book, Crowning of a King. Also, speaking of that book, it is available in Memphis at all the Bookland stores and also in Jackson at the mall up there at the Bookland store. And speaking of that, I will be at the Bookland store at the Mall of Memphis next Saturday. That's right, next Saturday from 1 until 3, and we'll have copies of Come on in here, Bob. Just bring it in. That's the book there. We'll have copies of this out there, and we're going to be autographing them for everybody, and we'd just like for everybody to come on by because it's always nice to get the chance to meet and greet you fine people. So we'll be there at Brooklyn.
It's always nice to get out and meet and greet the ring rats.
Store Mall of Memphis from 1 to 3 next Saturday afternoon. I'd like to see all of you come on out there, okay? And also big action at the Mid-South Coliseum coming up tomorrow night. 8 o'clock is bell time. Just some of those big matches that you're going to be seeing down there is, of course, the match that the Nightmares, the former Nightmares, Ken Wayne and Danny Davis just talked about. They're going to be going against a new team that we don't know a whole lot about called the Daydreams, a masked team, and we're going to find out Monday night what happened.
Hold on. The match is between the Nightmares and the Daydreams?
In that match. Also, a no time limit, no disqualification battle against Troy Graham's interns, and we're going to have Troy Graham out here in just a few minutes to talk to him about that match. They're going to be going to go up against the Dirty White.
Did my opinion change? On some issues, maybe. On most issues, no. But I liked getting to know, I liked getting a better understanding of why he believes certain things, I guess.
White boys, and I started to say Jimmy Hart's Dirty White Boys, but I don't think I can call them that anymore. I think that they've seen that they can win without Hart, and he's kind of deserted them the last couple of weeks, and so I believe they're going to go out on their own. They'll be going up against the interns.
I would have liked to have kept going, but it kept running into issues here and on Twitch with watching the InfoWars stuff, and it wasn't a copyright issue. It was a platform issue.
Then we got Macho Man Randy Savage. He's going to be taking on Iron Mike Sharp for the Mid-America title. And then my match with Eddie Gilbert inside barbed wire. Barbed wire around the ring, that should be exciting. That's tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, and we want to see all of you down there. And we want to see you right back here. We'll be back with more of the show after these words. Welcome back to the show, and during the break they told us, well, we're running out of time. You either got time to talk to Troy Graham or you got time to show everybody.
I feel like there's a lot of times, too, with the Alex Jones stuff where, I'll have, we'll have a certain level of agreement, and that level of agreement would probably be enough to, have a, meaningful conversation or, meaningful working toward a goal. But then, just a little bit past that, he takes, a weird, left turn that just completely kind of removes the actual issue out of the equation, in my opinion.
The segment on the wrestling out in Texas. So guess what I chose? Right now...
The interns, yeah. Weren't they kind of like a replacement for the medics, maybe?
We're going to take a look at wrestling out in Texas and check in on the careers of young Bobby Fulton and Tommy Rogers, and I think you'll see some other familiar faces in this. Here we go.
The one that keeps coming up, I think, if you end up going through the playlist, that keeps coming up is the checkpoints, the highway checkpoints. I'm in agreement with him that I think those are an overreach, but we have it at that point. We have a similar goal, which would be to reduce or eliminate these highway checkpoints, right? But then I can't do much whenever he spirals from a complete fact that you could defend into them using TSA equipment to gauge fertility levels in female passengers. You know what I mean? That makes it really difficult to want to come together and have a conversation or begin organizing towards solving an issue.
entertainment aspect in every sport now. And I think that people realize that if Cassius Clay hadn't had a little showmanship, that he wouldn't have been Muhammad Ali.
You got your sport, which is down on the mat, two guys at each other, or maybe in our case, four guys in that ring, right there, head-to-head and toe-to-toe. But also, it's entertainment in the way we dress, with the pizzazz and the style, and coming out.
Yeah, so this is 85, so we're watching them on the Memphis streams about a year after this.
Out to the music.
I try to entice excitement, you know, when I come in, so that I have the momentum, the crowd behind me. It makes me feel good, you know, it makes me feel electric.
I like being a star. I really like it.
People like good guys, bad guys, and I think this is the epitome of it in entertainment. The guy with the black mask, or Zebra Man, or whoever these, you know, everybody has a role, and I think people can identify with that, good and bad.
I like his entertainment. I enjoy it.
Yeah, see, this guy's bass. That last guy was like, you know, well, if you, it's really the dichotomy between good and evil. And this guy's like, man, hell, dude, it's just a good time.
Enjoy it.
Chippendales, yeah, I would say a lot of the talent from this era filtered through either before or during their wrestling careers and through the male exotic dancer circuit.
Okay, we'll buy that. It is entertainment.
Sunday nights
but
beginning
what
at
about all those
10:30. It's
bumps and
double-barreled
bruises?
Western
Oh,
adventure with Clint Eastwood in Rawhide, followed by Steve McQueen.
So this guy was the quarterback for the Cowboys at the time.
And wanted dead or
Those guys
alive.
are gigantic out there, and they're definitely putting some physical punishment on each other.
Everybody you see in the ring right now is that
Hell yeah, Dave Manning.
they look like an athlete, and they're all athletes, and they're all ex-football players or ex-college jocks.
If the price is right, then sure, I'd love to try it.
Professional wrestlers are definitely outstanding athletes. If you look at their
Whoa, this guy's an active infielder? He looks like he's like 70 years old.
bodies and see how much weight work they probably have to do and how much training they have to go through. They are definitely athletes.
To be, number one, you have to be in good shape, first of all, to be able to take the number of falls that they do during a wrestling match.
And we're out already. Okay, just kind of quick there. Ed Too Tall Jones and a lot of the wrestling going on out in Texas. And as you said, as you saw, Tommy Rogers and Bobby Fulton kind of doing a fabulous one's impersonation there. But I hope, want to wish those guys a lot of success out there. That's about all the time we have for today's show. We want to thank you for being here. Stay tuned, because coming up next is Action News 5.
All right, let's watch one more. That way I can say when Grace handed me the baton, I was a 60-minute man. Let's do April 14th, 1985.
At 3 on TV5.
There's him overlooking like the lake, like real dramatically.
Hi everybody, and welcome to the Jerry Lawler Show. And it's starting off the show this week a little bit different, a little bit.
Oh wow, he's beating up Macho Man here.
Unusual. As you can see, we're going to take a look back at the reason that I haven't been here on the show for several weeks. Going back to the Mid-South Coliseum a few weeks ago in a match that I was going against Randy Savage, and as you all saw, I had the man beat, had him pinned. Tux Newman, his manager, comes in the ring, saves him, and I was just about to give Tux a Memphis-style welcome when Randy Savage comes up and saves him.
Are they commentating? Are they commentating on this match from the bottom of the ocean?
We're about to watch here for the next 4 minutes is a wild man. I mean, I can't think of any other words. I can't think of any other way to describe a guy that did what Randy Savage is going to, well, what you're seeing here on the screen. Now, it's one thing to go out and try to win a match. It's one thing to go out and try to do your best, or it's even one thing to go out and intentionally try to hurt an opponent. But what you're going to see
Oh, hell no. He's going to hit Jerry with his own move.
here is it just goes way beyond what should take place in a wrestling ring. Now there you've just seen Randy Savage administer a pile driver.
And like if you don't know the kind of the context of why this is like so personal, in real life, Randy's dad, Angelo Poffo, ran like an outlaw promotion in some of the Memphis territories, which was like a big no-no back then. So Randy was always calling out Jerry Lawler, trying to get attention on his dad's company. And so and eventually like it became like where it was inevitable because people were wanting more and more to see it. So that's kind of why this is so personal, is because it has an element of like reality to it.
Now, I can't say that I've never done the same thing to an opponent, because as everybody knows that I've used the pile driver in the past too. But now you're seeing Savage go, as I said, way beyond that. Here referee Joey Calhoun tries to stop him. He's got a metal tray in the ring there that he had the Southern heavyweight belt stretched around. And he's going to try to drop my head right on that metal tray. Of course, as I said, Calhoun tries to stop him. Now here's the man who's just thrown the referee out of the ring, onto the table, out into the people. I understand he received about a $3,000 fine for that, and I understand that his comments were he didn't even care. There you go, is the second pile driver now that he's used on me, and not just a regular pile driver, but as I said, on that metal tray. And the man is still not content.
Look at the crowd. They're like, yeah, I think it was or ICW or something like that. It was like the I'm trying to think of who else came up through there. Like One Man Gang came up through there when he was like Crusher Broomfield. Obviously, Lanny Poffo wrestled there. That was before he did the shoot interview where he said he could suck his own dick.
Well, I want to say that, he did me in. He got the best of me on this. Randy Savage did everything that he wanted to do. They had to haul me out in an ambulance.
I like that all this is happening while there's a guy in the ring dressed like a ringmaster.
It was Randy Savage's day to shine. But there's an old saying that every dog has its day. And this dog plans on having his day sometime in the near future. Now, I've been under doctor's orders, and I've been under different doctor's care. And they've told me to stay out of wrestling for sure until the neck is completely healed. Well, I want Randy Savage to know that that day is fast approaching. And while I was recuperating, while I had this time off, all kind of thoughts went through my head.
Oh, man.
I remembered one of the paramedics.
Looked like he landed a little solid on him there.
Medics that took me to the hospital that night in the emergency room. I was laying there with my neck in that brace. He said, King, you can't keep subjecting your body to this kind of abuse week in and week out. You're going to have to call it a career one of these days, and now might be as good a time as any. And I must admit that thought went through my mind. But all I have to do is sit and look at this film, just like you're looking at it right now. And that thought goes out real quick. Because I know when I watch this, I know that I got a big job to finish. I got a big score to settle. And Randy Savage, I can assure you this, brother. As you can see how you left me laying in the ring, your time is coming. Your day is fast at hand, brother, because I've been to doctors, I've had the treatments, the neck is just about well, and I'm going to be back in that ring.
Anytime Jim Cornette talks about him, Brian Last always has to bring that up.
And Randy Savage, you're the man that I want. I'm not going to go back against anybody else. I'm not going to have any warm-up matches. I'm not having any tune-up matches. I'm not going to step back into a wrestling ring until it's against Randy Savage. And I understand he's not too anxious to sign a contract. Well, I've told the promoter, Eddie Marlin, I don't care what it takes. I don't care if I have to wait another month. I don't care how long it
Macho Man is stalking around the ambulance.
takes. One of these days, he's going to have to put his name on the dotted line, because I'm not coming back until it's against Randy Savage. And I want Randy Savage, wherever he is today, I hope that he's watching the show. I hope that he takes a look right now.
The people in the crowd are like, oh my God, no. Not Jerry.
And what is taking place. because he's going to get real familiar with that scene. He's going to see what the inside of an ambulance looks like. He's going to get real familiar with the inside of a hospital, because I can assure you, and I can promise the people, I can promise the promoters, I can promise Randy Savage that before I'm through, brother, that's going to be you in that ambulance. I'm going to return the favor to you, buddy, in spades. I can promise you that, Randy Savage. Well, and there you have it. Those are the events that have led up to here today. It's good to be back on the show. It's going to be even better to be back in the ring, which I plan to do shortly. I want to say hello to everybody, and I want to thank everybody that's been so nice, showing all the concern, the cards, the letters, the phone calls. I also want to thank a lot of people that helped me immediately after this, what you just saw. The two paramedics that were from the...
I remember Lanny did that hilarious... remember when Hannibal, the blood hunter, whenever he was going through that phase where he was like setting up all these like fake real like shoot fights with different like legends like Lanny Poffo and Billy Jack Haynes, and he had another one with somebody else, and he was like his one with Lanny Poffo, like Lanny like slapped him across the face backstage. It was like, it was ridiculous. They were all like ridiculously fake, but Hannibal for some reason just kept doing them like over and over again.
The fire station there on Parkway did a super job on the way to the hospital, and out at Baptist East, the emergency room staff, Dr. Hunt, all of those, Dr. Richard Ennis. And also, as you can see, I am doing the show today from another doctor's office, Dr. Larry Cole here in Memphis. We're going to be talking to him because he's also treated me. And we're going to be talking to him and another one of his patients, Bill Crumby, coming up here in the show today. All of that, plus we're going to see...
Bill Crumby interview.
Confrontation between the Miami Dolphins and the San Francisco 49ers, but not on the football field.
It was definitely, the Tower of Power Too Sweet to Be Sour was definitely pre-Dusty and Macho Man, because it, for sure, Billy Graham used it. I don't know about before then.
Met on a basketball court recently. We'll cover that, plus some other things. So you stay with us. We'll be right back with more of the show after these words.
Hell yeah, Bill Crumby.
When you've got a headstrong boss, sometimes you need some headstrong relief. Goody's extra strength tablets.
When you've got a headstrong teenage daughter, sometimes you need some headstrong...
Oh my God. This is extremely disturbing to me in my current mental state.
All your favorite fruit
That was
flavors.
really off-putting.
In Skittles. Colorful candy shells with fruit flavors in the middle. Strawberry, orange.
I could see Jesse Ventura being one that originated it too, but I'm trying to think of if I've ever heard him say it though.
Lemon, lime, in Skittles. Bite-sized candies. Taste the rainbow of fruit flavors. In Skittles.
You know who sells the best-selling car? Not only in Memphis, but America? Who sells the car that changed people's minds about buying imports? Your Memphis area Chevy dealer. The car? The front-wheel drive Chevy Cavalier. Now with an exciting new feature, 8.8 GMAC financing. Chevy Cavalier. The price, just $66.06. At your Memphis area Chevy dealer. Isn't it great to love a car?
Wait, 6606, and it's in Memphis, which is like another word for hell? I don't know about this.
You can afford.
We're back on the show, and we're going to talk now to a young man that just, I guess every Memphis sports fan is familiar with. October 29th, 1977, Memphis State against Southern Mississippi. Bill Crumby, that's a day that'll live on in your mind forever, won't it?
Right, I don't think it's going. We're not going to forget it anytime soon, Jerry.
Well, Bill, in that particular play, well, could you just describe to the people exactly what took place and how your neck was injured?
Well, for those of you who remember, I was coming down.
See, these are the kind of like local community stories that made him so able to stay so relevant for so long there. Like a rock because it just sits there. Oh, yeah, Hogan definitely did. Stole everything from Billy Graham.
Down on a kickoff, and man veered to the inside, and I came across to hit him, and he was hit low, and I hit him high, and just at that point, my neck snapped.
And that, of course, you went through all sorts of treatment, even a trip to Russia, and that's, well, we're many years later, but there has been progress. Am I right?
Right. We went through 8 months of treatment at the spinal cord unit here in Memphis, and in '79 I went over to Russia and see what type of things they could do over there. I'd heard that they were doing some different types of surgeries, and I found out that I would be over there for about 9 months and have 2 different surgeries, which I wasn't willing at that time to do since they had just gone into Afghanistan, and I didn't care to be in Russia in the middle of World War III, I was afraid. And since that...
Okay, so April 14th, 1985, this dude was convinced we were knocking on the door of World War III with Afghanistan.
They asked me about chiropractor, and I talked to a Dr. Cole before I went, and when I got back, I thought that was a natural thing to do, to give him a chance to see what he could do for me.
So in other words, they actually recommended that you see a chiropractor or spinal adjustment, that type thing, right?
Right. They had asked me if I had ever considered any type of spinal manipulation, and I told them that I had been contacted by a chiropractor, and at that point in time, I said when I get back, that's what I was going to do, and here we are now.
Okay. Well, if we could call Larry in here for just a minute. Larry Cole, as a matter of fact, is your chiropractor. Larry, if you can come around here and tell us.
Wait, a chiropractor?
Some of the things that you've done with Bill.
Well, when Bill first came in, he was on.
This guy is so creepy to me. He seems like he'd be like an alternate version of the human centipede doctor.
Quite a bit of medication, and first of all, we had to try and get his system to
Oh no, the hair, the big fish mouth.
Stabilize and try and get him off of so much medication, because as you know, chiropractic and medication do not go hand in hand. They kind of counteract the two, and we're working with the body naturally so that we can help Bill's condition to stabilize.
Well, what about the progress now since he's been coming here?
Super. He's looking great. Everything seems to be stabilized.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. I mean, some people... No, go ahead. He looks fine.
As far as physically, as far as he's concerned, everything seems to be responding well to treatment. His progress...
Okay, so this guy's paralyzed, right? Why is he at a chiropractor? I don't understand. How could a chiropractor help?
Prognosis is good. He's made some terrific changes over the, how many, 4 years, Bill? We've been treating him now?
5 years now.
About 5 years that we've been treating Bill. And, of course, he was paralyzed from about this area here down. And as you can tell, now he's only paralyzed from his waist down. So those nerves have regenerated all the way up to that point. And a nerve only regenerates at about...
This guy's saying that he's curing his paralysis through chiropractic? That can't be right, can it? And I'm also going to for sure get community tagged now because of this medical discussion. There's no way. You trust the guy who's wearing a white coat?
A quarter of an inch per every 10
He looks like he's wearing the skin of Ted Koppel.
days. So it's slow.
But there's a possibility then, Bill, that someday you'll regain even more than you have now.
We're right, and I'm never going to give up that hope. And we've worked hard and long on it. We're not gonna quit working.
Okay, well let's talk a little bit about what Bill Crumby's doing now. Understand you got a new business venture underway, right?
Right. My brother-in-law and I have gone into a dry cleaning business, Tiger Cleaners.
All right, Tiger Cleaning. This is a good opportunity to get a good plug. Where's that located?
Well, our main store is at 970 Brooks, and we've got a pickup station at 1211 Getwell, and a new store going in at Mount Moriah Extended and Ridgeway. So things are looking good for us right now.
Well, that's super. Another thing we want to mention briefly, too, is the Blue-Gray game coming up real soon, right?
Right, April 27th, Memphis State Blue-Gray game. This will be the last year, I believe, of the pledge that Memphis State made to me, and we're looking for a big crowd out there and get the Tigers off on a good foot.
Now, let me clarify that just a little bit.
Hold on a second. Is this kind of some masterful storytelling? The episode opened by showing Jerry Lawler like taking a significant amount of like neck and spinal cord damage. So now he's at the chiropractor, and now we're hearing like from someone who has legitimate injuries who's explaining to us like the arduous process of dealing with it. This is some really deep storytelling being packaged as like a light variety show.
But in other words, Memphis State pledged to you a certain amount of money after the injury, and each year the Blue-Gray game. In case the people don't understand that, it's an opportunity not only to see an excellent football game, to see what the Tigers are going to look like this year, but also it helps and defer some of your medical bills, right?
Right. They pledged back in '77. They pledged $100,000 to me, and this will be the last year of that. And I've used part of that money that I was able to save to go into this business. So it is it's been helpful.
Well, we wanna wish.
That's what you were thinking. It's good. He probably set it up so he could tell the guy's story. Yeah. I mean, that's really interesting storytelling, and it's like good community relations. Jerry Lawler's really nailing it here.
Wish you the best of luck, especially in your new business, and want to invite everybody once again to attend that Blue-Gray game. The date again is April 27th?
April 27th, right. I appreciate you having me on.
Let's get one more look at this scumbag before we memory hole him forever. You absolute creep.
Show, Jerry.
Oh, well, it's been a pleasure having you here, and we want to look for continued improvement. Okay, Bill?
Great.
All right. We're going to be back with more right after this.
Aqua Sleep World Superstore second store is here at Mendenhall Square next to Chevy's, and you're the one that's going to benefit. Aqua Sleep World is offering fabulous savings, like on the Heritage, probably the finest value at Aqua Sleep World, featuring sculptured shelves, wood frame mirror, and optional decorator footboard. With a 3-foot-tall headboard, the Heritage is a lot of bed for the money, only $2.99. Now, 2 convenient locations, Summer
That is a lot of bed for the money.
Avenue and Mendenhall Square next to Chevy's.
For the good sport here, we'll buy the beer. Oh, if you're aiming for a full state beer, you wait, the Bull's got more. Taste this beer, it's bold and smooth.
Wow, that was, I mean, I'm really high, but that seemed really, really cringe. It's definitely a toupee the doctor had on. It looked like it was like glued to his head.
Spitball, liquor, bull, you're on the ball. This Bull's got it all. So don't say beer, say bull. Let's rack up another bull. No one does it like a bull.
Premier Buick has it.
Premier value, Buick quality.
Right now,
Oh,
get an
man.
85 Buick LeSabre on sale, $11,696 at Premier Buick.
Premier Buick LeSabre with popular standard equipment plus tinted glass, V8.
Okay, all standard features. Tinted glass, V8 engine, ETR stereo with seek and scan, air conditioning, and it's an automatic.
Engine, ETR stereo with seek and scan, so much more.
This week, only $399 down, cash or trade, 1985 Buick LeSabre, $232 a month.
At Premier Buick Volkswagen, 6400 Winchester, just east of Hickory Ridge Mall.
Premier Buick has it.
Levy used auto parts can save you money. Most parts sell for 50 to 70% less than new parts. Check out these fender bender specials. Over 300 front caps to choose from and a good selection of front fenders, bumpers, and front end pieces. All parts are fully guaranteed or get a cash refund on return parts with receipt at Levy Auto Parts.
What an uninteresting ad. Like, there's no video in it at all, it seems like.
2 locations, 1720 North Thomas at Levy Road and 21...
They basically just paid to put their business card and like a map to their place. Maybe that was effective advertising back then.
25 person at Airways. Open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. till 8 p.m. Saturdays from 8 till 3.
We're back on the show now, and I want to take just a second here to talk about my rehabilitation process up to this point. And as most of the wrestling fans know, that in the past I've had several different injuries, the broken leg, different things involving also the wrestling career, and been treated by any number of some fine doctors here in Memphis. For example, with my leg, Dr. Richard Ennis, with the internal bleeding problem, Dr. Bill Burrows and Dr. Salmons, and I mentioned I mentioned all my doctors one time. My dentist got mad at me, so I'll throw his name in too. Ken Isaacman, he always likes a plug too. But this particular injury was one that it was a pinched nerve, and I've had this once before, and sometimes maybe doctors and chiropractors don't get along too well, but I can vouch for the fact that the chiropractor was the one that helped and alleviated the pain from the pinched nerve. And Larry.
Oh no, he's back. Oh no. I thought I had memory hold him. Now he's back. How did he... Okay. It looks like somebody slapped him and like knocked his entire toupee just a little bit askew.
Helped work with me on this thing, and well, it's feeling a lot better now.
Well, Jerry, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the opportunity to help your condition. And I really think the most important thing is the time that you were able to give us to rehabilitate your situation, because it was a condition that was traumatized and injured, and it could have been a serious situation if we had not treated it.
Oh boy, here we go again. It's another LaRon situation. Victim of traumatization is Jerry Lawler's pinched nerve.
Properly. Okay, just real quickly, we're going to go to a little piece of film here and just show you a couple of the things that Larry did while we were...
He looks like a... He looks like an adult-sized baby, I guess is the impression I get. He looks like an adult-sized baby.
Working with him here.
All right, Jerry, I want you to turn
I find him like really unsettling to look at.
the head as far as you can to the left. We're going to check the range of motion. Okay, very good. You got 70 degrees to the left and to the right. All right, you got 58 degrees to the right. So you've got limited range of motion this way. What should it be? Well, it should be right at 78 or 80 degrees. And that indicates that this muscle right in here is torn and is swollen and has been injured, okay? You need to try and get that.
Did he figure that out just by him turning his head? He's like, oh yes, okay, now that you've turned your head slightly to one side, we're dealing with a torn muscle here and a pinched nerve.
To loosen up. And Jerry, what we're doing here is we're pulling the neck apart, so it's kind of a traction, so that will help relieve some of that.
This is great. This is like old school IRL content. Going to the chiropractor with the king.
Pressure and that pinched nerve that you have in there. What you got is compressed.
He's got a help me mommy face, yeah.
This. And that's causing pain across the shoulders, up in the neck, and down into the arms.
Well, without a doubt, Larry, those things helped.
Well, you need those things to help rehabilitate these situations. By the way, do you think you might need me at ringside?
You mean my first match back?
Right.
I think Randy Savage might need you at ringside, okay? Because I've got some unusual things I plan to do to that man, I'll guarantee you that. Hey, somebody else that might need you, Larry, we may be sending in here, is a good friend of mine, Ron Olson from FM 100. He has got it in his mind that he wants to wrestle, and he's going to be going against Steve Conley. Now, they could both wind up in your office after this, and that's going to be coming up.
You want to see him do one of those quick neck snaps? Yeah, that's what I think of when I think of chiropractors. I don't think of them like, I didn't know they treated paralyzed people.
On the 29th of this month, and we had some comments from Ron Olson about that big match. Hello, Lawler.
What? What's happening with these two guys?
Ron Olson.
Fat chance that Ron Olson's ever going to be in any chiropractor's office. Come on.
I'll tell you who's going to need the chiropractor. It's going to be one Steve Conley. This is Ron
Jerry
Olson.
Lawler, do you know who we are? We're the World Disc Jockey Championship Wrestlers. Look at that. Look at that right there.
Look at this. Don't want to mess with trouble. You don't want trouble. But we found somebody here at FM 100 who does. David and I have issued a challenge to all the other disc jockeys at FM 100.
The creep, tell them who it is.
Looking for somebody to challenge us, and one person stood up. One person out of a crowd stood up, and his name is Steve Conley.
Boy, is he stupid. His
Listen,
name is
Conley, and FM 100 listeners, listen close. Coming up Monday night, April 29th. I want you in the ring, Conley.
For Jamie Ray Kimbrell.
For Jamie Ray
We're going to do something nice for somebody for a change. We're going to give a portion of the proceeds to Jamie Ray Kimbrell for her liver organ transplant.
That's more of like a gradual like stretch, right? As opposed to like the quick neck snap though, the like head thing. You're just kind of supposed to like be able to slowly like stretch your neck.
It's going to be a special night. Monday night, April 29th. I want everybody to be there. Everybody's got to be there.
Yeah, morning zoo radio show host, yeah.
Portion of the proceeds go to Jamie Ray Kimbrell, and
they'll get a bunch of free advertising for the event. The radio station gets free tickets to give away. Then they get everybody's promoting each other.
Conley,
you better.
It's what the Vegas trip could have been. They could have had this kind of corporate synergy.
Bring a nurse.
You had better be there. You're going to need a chiropractor. Can you think of the words that are going to be coming out of your mouth that night?
Willie and the Gooch.
The words are going to be, help me, help me, help me. Ron Olson, David Page, be there Monday night, April 29th.
OPC and the Dirty Legging.
For my Memphis debut in the ring, we are the Wrestling Disc Jockey Tag Team Champions. There's no question about it. Lawler, I want you to be there, too, to see this. You'll see some real wrestling. Monday night, April 29th.
Come down, Ron. Come down. Save your energy.
That's all.
I mean, it's a good promo. It actually is. It's like he doesn't look the part, but like he's delivering it really well.
Thank you. Jamie Ray Kimbrell needs it. We're going to be there, Memphis. Thank you.
Ron Olson in the ring. I don't know. I'm going to have to see that. And that's going to be taking place at the Coliseum along with all the other action. That's going to be on the 29th, a couple of weeks away, because he's got to get in shape, he said. I understand we're also going to be maybe having a little video on him, something to the tune of Rocky or something like that. I don't know, maybe next week. We'll be waiting for that. Also, big action is taking place tomorrow night down at the Mid-South Coliseum. I may just have to come down there and have a front row ticket to see this match between Randy Savage and Nick Bockwinkel. The Fabulous One's going to be in action down there. A super card tomorrow night.
Randy Savage and Nick Bockwinkel. That's kind of an oddball match.
At the Mid-South Coliseum. You can get your tickets at the Coliseum or at all the Ticketmaster outlets, and we'll be looking forward to that. And I'll tell you what, we're going to be right back with more of the show right after these words.
Yeah, like he was really, I imagine if he was like really like motivated and had like an audience and shit, I bet he could turn it up even more.
Transmission trouble, you jerk! Hadn't you seen me doing commercials for Dunn's Transmission? Yes, sir. Hadn't you heard me tell you that Dunn's will fix your transmission right and at a reasonable price? Yes, sir. You mean you know all that and you still hadn't taken your car to Dunn's? Yes, sir. Now, was it worth it to get your transmission fixed right and at a reasonable price?
Wow. Did we just see the best commercial ever made? Was that the best commercial of all time? Wow, I'm moved by I'm really moved by that. That was fantastic.
Dad's got sass, oh, you're gonna love it. A sassy crisp taste you've been thirsting for. Dad's got sass, can't get enough of it. Not too sweet, just one little calorie. Dad's got sass, oh, you're gonna love it. A sassy crisp taste you've been thirsting for. That refreshing and satisfying taste. Dad's not too sweet. Dad's got sass, oh, you're gonna love it. A sassy crisp taste. Ooh.
Is that Arsenio Hall?
Dad's got his sass. Central Hardware.
Say,
Save on Aqualine Feather Touch faucets at Centro. Easy to install without tools and washerless for years of trouble-free performance. Sleek chrome finish lavatory faucet with pop-up just $29.99. Brass finish decorator faucet with wood grain handles and pop-up only $79.99. Contemporary single-handle kitchen faucet with spray $39.99. For great new ideas and big savings, shop Centro.
We got it all from school to none. Central Hardware.
If you're looking for quality auto parts, there's one place that should pop into mind. Auto.
Nah, dude, we're on to you. We know that we can get parts used for 50 to 70% cheaper than you can offer them to us. So sorry, buddy, but we're in the know, so forget it.
Shack, because Auto Shack carries a full line of the best parts in auto parts. Bendix for brakes, TRW for chassis and engine parts, plus other top-of-the-line brands like AC Delco, Motorcraft.
Thank God we saw that other commercial before we saw this one, or we would be convinced we were getting the best deal at AutoZone. And I mean, that would have been a very, very costly mistake.
You name it, Auto Shack has it, at savings up to 50%. And that could be the best part of all. Auto Shack, for people who don't have time to waste money.
Okay, we're back, and as I told you at the beginning of the show, Miami Dolphins, San Francisco 49ers, of course, that was the big Super Bowl clash, and now they've met again, but this time it was on the basketball court. Let's check in on that action.
A rather unusual setting for a football.
I like how in the middle of all this craziness, he's just like, oh yeah, hey, here's a basketball game being played by NFL players.
Grudge match. This kind of beef just doesn't look right on a basketball court. But atmosphere and bragging rights were secondary in the rematch. Helping raise money for Easter seals, children like 3-year-old Samantha Fain, suffering from birth defects, is what really brought the two teams indoor to settle the score.
You know, every time you walk out on the field in the Orange Bowl and there's the wheelchair section, you realize how fortunate you are to be able to be out on the field playing. And, you know, it's a...
I would have killed him to put up a cryon, so for those of us who don't know who this guy is.
It's very little what we're doing to be able to give something back.
Blackwood was joined by Dolphin teammates Kim Bocamper, Nat Moore, William Judson, and Mark Duper here with the basketball. A group whose incentive was aided by a bitter memory from January.
Get it right the first time, that's the main thing.
This is a man's show. This is a manly show. Ben Thorpe needs to be mainlining this kind of entertainment.
Well, I think it's going to be impossible to get even after what they did to us out there in San Francisco in the Super Bowl.
The 49ers may be impossible to stop inside the 20, but they're not quite as impressive inside a gym.
Somewhere in this Jerry Lawler Show, I feel like, is the true key to the red pill. It's the Jerry pill.
If you're doing anything sports, athletically inclined, that competitiveness is going to come out. And even though we're laughing and joking, we still want to win. We're here to win. We're here to have fun, but we're here to win.
Oh, that was a guy named Mark Duper.
No dice for Turner and his teammates, including former Dolphin Freddie Solomon. 49ers take the loss today. Final score, Dolphins 61, San Francisco 48. So in 1985, it's San Francisco won, and the Dolphins won. Now, football fans may not agree that the score is exactly even, but to children like Samantha, today's charity game means a lot more than any Super Bowl. In Miami, Jerry Sandusky for NBC News.
49ers and the Dolphins, I guarantee
wholesome content.
To you, the outcome may be different next time they meet on the football field, too. And speaking of NFL football, you're going to hear it right here first. I'm telling you right now. You mark this down in your little book. The Cleveland Browns will get Bernie Kosar. Even though Houston has traded his draft choice to Minnesota, the Browns will get Kosar. You heard me say it, okay? I guess that's about all the time we have for today's show. We want to invite you to be with us next week because we got a super show coming up next week. As I said earlier, we're going to have Ron Olson and one of his videos on. A lot of surprises about some new talent coming into the area. That's going to be taking place next week. Also going to be talking to an exciting young man, Jerry Oski, who is creating a lot of attention around the wrestling area here. And I'll be back to tell you about my return to wrestling. That's next week. And Mr. Randy Savage, I just want you to know that I will be back, brother, and you're the #1 man on my hit list. Till then...
I remember Bernie Kosar from like the old Madden games or whatever. The old football games. 2K or whatever. All right, I'm going to go. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Thank you to Grace, providing, as always, bringing a bounty of viewers to me. And I did go 2 extra episodes. I did my part. That's 2 extra hours of like, or an extra hour and a half of straight weed smoking. So I'm going to go take a nap. Again, appreciate you guys for hanging out, talking with me about this crazy show. I'll be here tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to do, though. Maybe might do the day 2 of Grace moving out of the apartment, the OPC Don arc, because I think that's the last part. So that'd be nice to get that rep.